Afternoon, everybody. I'm Matthew Alvarez here live in Rapid City, South Dakota. Some gorgeous weather, 83 degrees, no humidity. Nice break from the heat wave we had, and you had it in Texas, right?
Yes, and I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you all. Happy weekend, right? Started the weekend to all of America. Beautiful weather here, as you just mentioned, about 83 degrees. The wind is blowing, a nice breeze for the thousands already standing in line since the early morning hours, waiting to get a glimpse and to hear President Donald J. Trump. So it's an exciting day. The people were chanting in line. You were helping getting some of those chants started. So everyone's in good spirits. Everyone's happy. And it's just a gorgeous city to be in.
It is definitely gorgeous. I mean, the arena inside alone is a nice arena. There's a lot of people already going inside. The line is starting to move. We can pan just to the right and just take a look. We're at the back of this line. There are literally thousands of people as you go all the way down towards where the arena is. And so Vanessa and I were actually on the other side of the building trying to get through to this side here just to get to the back, and then we're going to start walking around and talking to people. But Vanessa, I mean, so many powerful things going on in the country right now, so many serious things, and that's why we're here, you know, standing for freedom, standing for President Trump, and yet a hopeful third win for the presidency in November of 24.
Absolutely. And like you just mentioned with the line, you can see, and we'll show you more as we get really into our programming, but this is just one side. There was a line on the other side of the building as well. So you'll see a long line on this side, but just know that there was a line on the other side as well. President Trump is eager to be here today. We're hearing Governor Kristi Noem may officially endorse him tonight. We'll see if that actually takes shape. But Kristi Noem always been a wonderful supporter and backer of President Trump.
Definitely. And as we thank one of our sponsors, let's walk a little bit towards some of the Patriots here and talk to some of them as we see where everybody's from and see how they're feeling on this beautiful day here, Friday, September 8th, 2023. Now, one of our great sponsors that are doing wonderful things for the country in this time of need, right, this time of uncertainty in the economy, Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during the recent BRICS summit in South Africa. This is as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. So that's the first shoe to fall. So as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever with investors and savers who are looking to harness the power of physical gold. This is held in a tax-sheltered IRA. Text Trump to 989898 for your free info kit on gold with thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews. You can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA Gold. Once again, you're looking live here as we are talking about our friends over at Birch Gold. Now, as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit now. Once again, back here live with a number of Patriots. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Good. Where are you from?
Broken Bow, Nebraska.
All right. First time seeing the president?
Yep, it is.
Your thoughts about what's going on with the country right now and what President Trump is saying he's going to do about it?
Well, I just hope that we can all get together and everybody go out and vote and get him back into office.
And what are your concerns with the country right now, sir?
Oh, it just seems like we're going pretty backwards. It's the left is giving us away, it seems to me. So I would like to see Trump get back in there and try to get this mess straightened out. I think he's the only one that can do it.
I remember seeing an article on RSBN, actually. Our Summer Lane wrote an article and said, yes, we are better off, way better off with President Trump than pretty much any other president. Am I right?
I think so, yep.
Absolutely.
How you doing, sir? Yeah, what's your name?
Randy.
Randy, where are you from?
Up by Rockerville. Came from Minnesota a couple years ago.
Nice. And in line here early for the president, huh?
Well, I thought it was early, but
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people.
yeah, let's get this frickin' mess straightened out, I say.
One of the ways is peace through strength, and obviously getting the president back in the White House. Some of the concerns you have with the country right now.
All the border, the cost of stuff. I mean, I go on and on, but yeah, that's two main things right now, for sure.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Matthew, I have an interview here. Meet my new friend. This is Red, who has been standing in line waiting to get in to see President Trump. Red, tell us where you're from.
I live in North Dakota.
And you're originally from
Texas.
All right, so 2 Texas people right here. So tell me what it's like living in North Dakota. Are you seeing a difference now that the Biden administration has taken over?
Yes, oil prices are up, and I've been working a lot since then.
And a lot of Americans are. They're having to work more and more just to keep up with the cost of living.
Yes, that's true. In my business, oil prices are high. It's good for me as far as work, but it's bad for the rest of America.
Yes, and so let's talk about why you're here today. Is this your first time to see the president?
It is.
And how excited are you?
Super excited. I came down here on a little vacation and found out he was here, so now we're here.
All right, great. And so let's talk about your shirt. Come and make me. Talking about the vaccine.
Exactly. Just like, 2020 was all a bunch of, got to be, nice. But
Keep it PG.
Yeah, exactly. But, it was all about mail-in votes and cheating the real people, the real Americans, out of what we voted for.
How do you feel about the news circulating that we may go under more mask mandates?
I'm going to say we better not buy into it again. Well, I didn't buy into it, but a lot of people did.
And I'm seeing more now, people wearing masks, and so they're actually buying into it.
Well, and I've seen, excuse me, I've seen a lot of people that are still wearing masks.
Yeah, they never stopped.
Exactly.
So what are you hoping to hear from the president tonight?
I never really thought about that, but I hope that he is the president in 2024, and America is going to be great again.
Absolutely. One more question about North Dakota. We are in South Dakota, but North Dakota, where you live, what are the people there saying about the election? Are they positive about President Trump winning the election in 2024?
Yeah. I mean, we're always positive up there. We're a really, hardworking group of people. I mean, the oil field is nothing but hard workers, and that's where I come from. So we just hope that the election ain't rigged like it was in 2020.
Well, we appreciate all that you do in the oil industry. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
And enjoy North Dakota, originally from Texas, but is now in South Dakota today to see President Trump. Red, thank you. I know I told them before we came up here to save your place in line, so hopefully they did.
Yeah, that's my friend.
Okay, they should. They should hold your place. All right, thank you, Red. Matthew.
Yeah, Vanessa, every time we go to these events, rallies, OP dinners, lunches, we see not only people that are wanting to see President Trump, they are part of the movement that he has created. Of course, MAGA is something that is going to last beyond President Trump. I mean, 2028 and beyond, because he created something that is quite awesome. I mean, even Steve Bannon today on his show said something similar, that, he's initiated something that is bigger than himself, larger than himself. And I think President Trump is 100% in support of that, because he stands for the things that everybody in this line and a lot of you are believing in. It's the simple stuff, right? It's God, it's family, country, freedom, the Constitution of the United States of America. So I think everybody would say amen to that right here. I like that hat, sir. What's your name?
Tim.
Tim, nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Rapid.
All right. Talk to us about Trump winning in 2020. Yeah?
I believe he did.
Yeah.
I do.
And some of your thoughts right now with the country.
We need Trump back. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Why do we need President Trump back in the White House?
Just because of everything that's going on, the Biden, and Hunter and, all that corruption. Yeah. I mean, it's there.
A lot of corruption going on, of course, in the White House. And so what we're hoping for, of course, is for someone that is a freedom fighter. He's the leader of the free world, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, too. The international community and Vanessa as well. Mr. Orban, the Hungary prime minister, was saying the only person that can, lead the free world again or bring back the free world is President Donald Trump.
Absolutely, and he's absolutely right about that. We saw what he did in his presidency with Kim Jong-un and other world leaders, and he actually got along with them, and they were actually respective of him. And so he is, like you mentioned, the leader of the free world, and not only do the American people love him, people all over the world love him. We were talking earlier, I have friends who live in England, and they told me, we wish we had him here. They love President Trump.
100%. And we were actually, hello? How are you?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
See what that little slot is for?
Go ahead. Tell me what the slot's for.
Would you wear a freedom?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
cross?
Freedom and a cross. I mean, these are things we believe in. Of
Yes,
course.
and
Thank
that's
you, sir.
perfect.
That's awesome. Thank you. That's very nice of you. And where'd you serve in the military?
Vietnam.
Yeah. Thank you for your service.
There we go.
His outfit
Thank
is
you.
now complete,
Yeah,
sir.
definitely.
Thank you.
That's very nice. I mean, isn't that the truth? I mean, it's God and freedom. President Trump is standing for both, and that's why we want him back, right?
Yeah, that's why we want him back.
Amen to that. Where are you from, man?
God's country.
All right, God's country. That's a good place to be from.
North Dakota.
All right, nice, very nice. So tell us about.
Land of the new president, right? Bergen. President Bergen?
Well, President Trump, of course, in 24. Well, there you go. So, no, you're good.
Okay.
A live moment
I like
right there.
it. Thank you.
Isn't that something? Thank you, sir.
You like one too?
And while she's getting that pinned on her lapel there, one thing that's interesting as well.
Digging in your...
Mike Lindell posted a picture one time, and it had President Trump holding a hat up, and the hat said, "Jesus is my
Thank you for your
savior,
service."
and President Trump, or Trump is my president." So, right there, we were talking about that yesterday, right? With Jesus being our savior, and then Trump being our president. I mean, that's exactly what we just saw right here with this nice lapel.
And just what you saw right there live on TV is exactly what it's like here at any Trump event. People are just so loving and just kind and nice, and everyone's just family.
Yeah, when you taste freedom, you just love it. As an American, we know what that's like to drive in the car, but roll the windows down, play music, not have anybody, pressuring us to do any kind of thing, take a shot, or, wear a mask, or worry about what we say when it comes to freedom of speech, that kind of thing. It feels great, but for the first time, I think all of us are seeing something that's coming against us, and that's why we're wanting someone as powerful as President Trump and others that are America First candidates to be in office, so we can continue to have the great life that we've always had here in this country, and hopefully other countries around the world will follow suit.
And it's really sad to say that we've gotten to this point as a country where we have to really fight for that. That should be something that's just a given, and we shouldn't have to depend on one man to save us as a country and to make sure that anything and everything that our founding fathers wanted for us is kept in place. And so it's just a really sad day in America where we really do have to depend on one man to save us, and that person is President Donald J. Trump. He's the man that can do it.
Yeah, he's the man that can do it. Jesus as well for salvation.
Absolutely.
And I was actually reading an email from President Trump that he sends to a number of conservative media outlets and the people that follow him. It says our country is hurting right now, just as you said, Vanessa. Our border is in chaos. Our dollar is losing value. Our justice system is dead. Our rights are being ripped from our hands, and our enemies abroad are plotting ways to exploit our weakness. He says we have serious matters to deal with, not televised charades orchestrated by Crooked Joe and his corrupt accomplices, referring to the fact that he said, no, I'm not going to go to that arraignment on Tuesday in Atlanta. He said not guilty. He doesn't need to be, put in a courtroom where everybody obviously is against him. But when you look at the country, Vanessa, it doesn't measure up.
No.
We know that there are hundreds of millions of people in this land and around the world that are on his side, not only his side, but MAGA's side and freedom's side.
Absolutely. And, you talked about Atlanta. What about that mugshot? The mugshot scene around the world, mugshot of the century, if the mugshot of all time. And I think that, in my opinion, it backfired on Fonnie and the DA, and then all of, the prosecutors there in Georgia and the ones who came up with these bogus allegations against the president. And I feel that, again, it backfired. And if you go to Donald Jr.'s website, he actually does have merchandise with the president's, his father's face. And anything that you buy from Don Jr.'s website, a percentage of that goes to President Trump's attorney fees. So that's very important. I bought $100 worth.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so because I want to support the president. He's here for us. He does not have to do what he's doing.
Right.
And so if that's the least that I can do is help support his defense fund, then, I'll do that.
I love it. He doesn't give up, and he puts out that email from a while ago. He said, never lose hope.
Absolutely.
He is the epitome of someone that's not going to give up, that doesn't quit, that keeps going. And isn't that encouraging for anybody, whether it's mind, body, heart, soul, spirit, it doesn't matter. It encourages you, keep going. It's going to be okay. Let's make it through this thing. And that's what we love about President Trump. And I'm getting a little bit excited because inside that arena, we were talking about it, it's an intimate, small arena, but it could fit 7,000 to 8,000 people.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be quite loud here in South Dakota.
Yes, Governor Kristi Noem actually put out on Instagram this morning that they had to actually increase the number of seats, and they sold out immediately. So I think they were around 7,000, increased that number, and already that has been sold out. So people love Trump. The more that the more seats they put in there, the more bodies want to show up. So that's proof right there that this is a loved man, and everyone wants to see him back in the White House.
Amen to that. And we'll talk about Agenda 47, a number of policies that Vanessa and I have been kind of poring over, looking at, and he announced one recently. We'll talk about that very soon. Why don't we continue to talk to people here and see how they're doing? I always like a shirt like this right here.
Absolutely. That just says it all.
Well, you're on TV now. How you doing?
No, I'm not.
What's your name?
Paul.
Paul, nice shirt, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you.
Where are you from?
Rapid City.
All right, awesome. Nice city you got here, by the way.
We have a beautiful city. It's a great country, and let's just be reasonable.
Yeah, amen.
Thank you.
Can you just talk to us about Kristi Noem real quick?
I think Kristi's been great for our state. That's all I have to say, and I think we are in the right position at the right time. I'm proud to be in South Dakota.
All right, thank you, sir. Good stuff. Let's take a pan now. No, let's see. God's children are not for sale. That's the truth right there, too. A great movie, Sound of Freedom. Let's walk down this way and get closer to the arena as the program's set to start at 5 o'clock Mountain Time. So that's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. And then President Trump on the East Coast right now, flying out here to Rapid City. The smooth skies. I flew here from Pennsylvania just yesterday, stopped in Chicago, and landed here in Rapid City. As we take a look at a number of patriots here waiting to get inside to this arena. How many people have seen President Trump before? Anybody here? Everybody? You've never seen him? What are your thoughts about the fact that you've never seen, let's be real, the leader of the free world?
I'm very excited and hopeful. It gives me hope and security and just stability.
I like what you said. I mean, it's a very authentic answer because it's authentic in the sense of safety and hope. I mean, isn't that something that everybody needs right now?
We all need it. We do.
So why are you being emotional right now?
I have a lot of grandkids and a lot going on in schools and the community and the state.
What would you like to say to just people out there
I love all you guys.
in general that are dealing with things that are concerning, like yourself? What would be your message? If you could step this way a little bit.
To pray and be strong and support and be involved. Be involved.
And you're a praying woman too, yeah?
Yes,
Why don't you go ahead and pray in Jesus' name for what's going on?
that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We stand strong. We're not going to be moved.
That's right. God is our refuge and strength. Amen?
That's right.
Amen.
And go Trump.
Yeah, go Trump. That's right. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, the seriousness of freedom and God in this country, we see that every day. I mean, this is why everybody's here. Isn't it interesting, too? Like, you go to these sporting events, they're fun, they're cool, but this is fun, cool, and meaning something for the country.
Absolutely it is. And the people, like we mentioned, hope, we'll mention that all throughout today's broadcast because this is what's going on right now. People have hope. I have my new friend here. You've lived in Texas before, too.
I have.
Where do you live now?
I live right here in Rapid City, South Dakota.
And you wanted to say one thing.
I want to say two things. I love Trump and I love RSBN.
Well, we love you too. Thank you for that. So, again, we love our viewers and we love the people who are here supporting President Donald J. Trump. Again, this line is long. We've been walking up the path along with these people who are eager to see the president tonight. The program starts at 5 o'clock Mountain Time, and he will be speaking after some of the speakers, and Kristi Noem, the governor here in South Dakota, is one of the speakers. We're expecting her to officially endorse President Trump tonight. That's the word on the street. And she has backed, as you know, President Trump since he, I believe, came down the golden escalator. She's always been a big fan of the president. So we'll see what she has to say tonight. I'm actually a huge fan of Governor Kristi Noem, and this is the first time I'll actually be seeing her in person. So I'm excited to see Kristi Noem as well. Hi, everybody. Where are you from? We're live on TV.
Spearfish.
Where's Spearfish?
Spearfish, South Dakota.
Oh, so tell me about that. That's an interesting name.
About 45 miles from here.
A lot of fishing?
Yeah, there's fishing. Yeah, we have a trout stream.
Is this the first time that you're seeing President Trump?
Yes, it is.
So what are you expecting to hear from him tonight?
Oh, kind of the same. You know, I'm just proud I'm able to see another president. Just put it that way.
So South Dakota, a wonderful governor. How do you feel about Governor Kristi Noem?
Well, she's not a 10 in my book, but she's at least a 7 or an 8.
Well, that's good. That's good odds.
Yeah, I think so.
So Kristi Noem will be here tonight, the president. Tell me about how things have changed in your eyes since Biden has taken office here in South Dakota.
I don't worry for myself. I'm 71 years old. I worry for my kids and my grandkids. And that's who I worry for. I think our debt is getting to a point in life here to where we will not be able to pay it back. I think there's a lot of issues. But I worry, like I say, for my kids and grandkids.
I do too. I have a little boy at home, and sometimes, I look at him when I put him down in his crib, and I think I have to keep going on the road and keep doing what I'm doing, like I'm here today and fighting for America for him.
Yeah, I've had a wonderful life here in South Dakota. I've lived here my whole life, 71 years old, lived here my whole life. I've had a wonderful life, but I worry for the younger generation.
Yeah. So we have to save it for them. One more question. What's the first word that comes to your mind when you think of President Trump's mugshot?
You know what? I didn't even pay much attention to that mugshot. It didn't make any difference to me. No, it doesn't make any difference. I think they're just ganging up on him with everything they have to try to keep him from getting into the presidency again. And I think it's wrong.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you being here and keep fighting here in South Dakota. Good to see you. All right, we're going to keep moving on here in the line. As you see, it is long. Lots of people standing in the sun, but not too hot. About 82 degrees here on this gorgeous day. Gorgeous Friday to start the weekend. How about that, right? Thanks for being here with us, starting the weekend with President Donald J. Trump. We're going to keep moving here as we get closer to the building. Hi, sir. Oh, I hear myself. Hello. She is watching RSBN in the line. What's your name?
Rhonda.
Rhonda. So obviously you're an RSBN fan. We thank you for watching us. Where are you from?
Rapid City, well, Hermosa, actually.
Okay, but you live here
in this area, yes.
So this is my first time here. It's gorgeous. I went to Mount Rushmore last night, and then we had to go, of course, see all of the president statues in downtown. I love it here.
We need Trump at Mount Rushmore.
You're not the first one that has told me that.
We tried to get tickets when he was here in 2020, but we couldn't get tickets.
You're probably, since I've been here just maybe an hour, probably the 10th person who has told me that. So maybe you should start a campaign to get President Trump on Mount Rushmore.
I think that's a great idea. We need him back.
Yes. I asked another person who is here standing in line. I'm going to ask you too. What came to your mind when you saw President Trump's mugshot?
The deep state is very corrupt. He is completely innocent. We need him back, and the Department of Justice has been weaponized, and they are trying to take out their political opponents. It's not right.
I agree with you. We have to back President Trump. He's standing for us, turning himself in now 4 times. Unbelievable, right? 4 times now. And he doesn't have to do this. He was living a luxurious life, and he is fighting for us, so we have to stand in line and fight for him.
Yes, we do. We need him back.
Yes, go Trump, and thank you for watching RSBN on your phone right now. Have a good one. I want to talk to this guy. I like his shirt. We the people. Love your shirt.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to keep moving along. We the people are not happy with what's going on in this economy and in this nation. We're going to keep going through to the front of the line. As you can see, it's a long line as we get closer to the door here. And this is just one of the lines. There was a line on the other side of the building as well. And as we keep moving, we want to thank one of our newer sponsors with us today. Look, if you love good beef. I'm from Texas. I like to barbecue and I like anything on the grill. How about some delicious beef? Hey, football season's coming up. If you're with the guys, you need some Moink beef. 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese. And their hogs are given a product which is banned in 160 countries, including China, yet you find it in your grocery store aisle every single day. So again, it's banned in China, but it's allowed in the U.S. There's a better way. I'd like to tell you about Moink. That's moo plus oink. Moink delivers high quality, humanely raised meats raised on American family farms. So right here in the U.S., shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders from a town of 97 people. How cute is that? 97 people. Love that. Plus, they guarantee that you'll say oink, get moinked with oink. Very easy to remember. Keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now, and you'll get free ground beef for a year. Free ground beef for a year. Really can't beat that. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. Spelled MOINK box.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump. Thank you, Moink Beef, for being a sponsor for today's event. So people are getting close to the front of the line here. And I love this shirt. Can we talk about your shirt for a second? I love it.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say what it says. You can read what it says. So clearly you're not a fan of Kamala.
Not at all. She's done nothing.
So do you think Biden has?
No, not at all, other than destroy the country.
You want to talk? So what do you have to say?
What do I have to say? I'll tell you what, after 28 years in the United States Navy, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States from enemies foreign and domestic. And what the Department of Justice has done right now is atrocious. I remember when I retired, I wasn't unoathed. So that means I still carry that oath, something that I think President Biden has not. And I don't believe he's actually the President of the United States. There was too much fraud. How hard is it for someone to get some form of ID from their state and show up, even if we make Election Day 2 days long? We have 30 million people in this country that don't belong here, and they have violated everything that I've stood for. And I want to make sure that the people that are responsible for this no longer lead or are allowed to lead. And now you.
Well, thank you for your service. We appreciate everything that you've done. Let's talk about the military and the drop in military men and women under the Biden administration. When it came to COVID, for example, and they were mandated that they had to take the vaccine, so many people dropped out of our military. Do you firmly believe that we're the strongest military in the world anymore?
I have faith, but I do not believe that everything that we're being told by, if you look at the Pentagon right now, and you look at the leadership of the Pentagon, you look at senior officers that are out there either serving in the fleet or ground commanders, they're political appointees. When you get to that level, flag level, it's politics, all right? And these people don't have the same values or the oath that they took to defend this Constitution, or they'd stand up and say, no, sir, I'm going to retire now. I'm not going to take that post because I don't believe that what you're doing is exactly what we're here to do. As far as the military is concerned, you can continually lower the standards over and over again, and what do you end up with? A substandard military. This is the United States of America. We have given more in blood and money to everybody else around the world, and they still dislike and hate us. I mean, this whole pullout from Afghanistan and leaving Bagram Air Base like it was, people needed to go to jail for that. I mean, really.
Did you see just this past week the Medal of Honor and President Biden walking out in the middle of the ceremony as a veteran? How did that make you feel?
Well, first of all, I think President Biden in that position right now is elder abuse. The man can't finish a sentence. He's got handlers. There are people that are running Washington, the long-term people that have run Washington forever, that have been there forever. They're running the show. He is not our president. He's a puppet.
And for him to walk out, I felt so sorry for the veteran who was just left standing there.
It's disgusting, and it'd be even worse if it was Vice President Harris that was there. It'd be even worse. Or any of the members, the senior members right now, any of the senior staff.
Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has introduced articles of impeachment against Biden. The Congress goes back; they resume next Tuesday. Any words for congressmen and women to maybe get on board to make sure that he's impeached?
What they need to do is they need to study this. Don't try to lawyer it up. It's quite simple. This one's got duct tape on it. I carry it everywhere. Maybe they need to look at the Declaration of Independence first to know what tyranny is. And we are living in tyranny right now. We are not free people. All right? They continually violate our constitutional rights, and they think it's okay. And then they lawyer it through. So what needs to happen is they need to do their jobs. They need to get the articles of impeachment forward. Hunter Biden needs to go to jail. I'm a firearms enthusiast. You know, I follow the laws. If that was me who did what he did on a 4473 form, I would be doing at least 36 to 60 months in the federal penitentiary. So we'll wait and see what happens here towards the end of the month with Hunter.
One more question. Speaking of Hunter, whose cocaine do you think it was in the White House?
It wasn't mine.
It wasn't mine either. I haven't been there in a while. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been there, no, so it couldn't have been mine.
It could have been Hunter's. It could have been any number of things, but that's really irrelevant. That's so small.
Compared to everything,
big things.
Not paying taxes.
Diversion. I mean, taxes. You and I, we pay our taxes, all right? I pay my tax. I pay way too much that's given away to people that didn't earn it, number one, and don't deserve it, number two. I got a good word for people out there right now that are taking more than they're giving. Get a job, because as soon as you get hungry, and it's coming, you're going to need a job to support yourself, because I'm tired of supporting you.
There you go. Couldn't have said it better myself. Tell me your name. I don't think I ever got it.
John Doe.
Okay, John Doe, everybody. This is John Doe. Thanks for talking with us. And again, thank you for your service. You too. Hi. Hello, hello. Oh, you want a picture? Okay, while we are taking pictures, we're live on air. Tell me your names.
Beck and Raquel.
How old are you?
I'm 11. 13.
Are you excited to see President Trump?
Yeah.
Is this your first time seeing him?
I saw him at Mount Rushmore.
You did?
Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to the most about seeing the president today?
I don't know.
What do you love about him? He's just a great president, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we love the kids and the moms who bring out their kids, because this is so important to bring kids and let them start young about loving their country.
Absolutely. 100%.
So good to see y'all. Y'all are so cute. Good to see you. Have a great time. Love seeing the children out at these events, because that's the future, ladies and gentlemen. The future of America. You just saw it. And we need to teach them young. I'm a big advocate for that. We're fighting for not only ourselves, but for the future generation. Taking a look at the line now. Moving fairly quickly.
All the way down that lake.
Yeah, so it's still stretching around the building, so very busy and very packed here in South Dakota today. I want to talk to you about, as we look at the line, I want to talk to you a little bit about Agenda 47. If you go to President Trump's website, you'll see a lot of his plans for when he wins the presidency in 2024. Now, a lot of this we already know. We've already seen it. We have seen him 4 years in office, and what a wonderful president that he was. And when he says he's going to do something, President Trump does it. But just taking a look at several of the items on Agenda 47. Again, you can find this on his website. Ending homelessness, drug addicts, and dangerous streets in America. Unfortunately, there is a huge homeless population in a lot of these larger cities. You see tents, they call them tent cities, set up with homeless populations, people on drugs, living on the streets. Very sad to see that small businesses and even big box stores shutting down in some of these larger cities as the dangers of the streets start to take over our country. He also wants to end pharmaceutical shortages, wants to give the death penalty for human traffickers, Restoring our military, a huge one. We just talked to a veteran just minutes ago, and you heard from him that, yes, we love our military, and we believe that we are the still the strongest in the world, but we can do better. We need to back our military men and women and make sure that we continue to be the powerhouse. He also wants to fix the economy. If anybody can do it, President Donald J. Trump can do it. Our favorite businessman. He knows how to get the job done. And so that's a part of Agenda 47. So I like your shirt, sir. Child of God, man of faith. Let's talk about that.
God first, country, guns, and dogs.
You a veteran?
Yes, I am.
What?
Storm there for 10 months.
What branch?
Air Force.
Oh, well, thank you for your service. Where are you from?
Originally from North Dakota, then I've been here for about 30 years, and I just retired 3 years ago, so that's, yeah.
So tell me what it's like now. South Dakota, a beautiful place. I know the majority conservative, but not just for South Dakota, but for the country. What do you fear is the biggest problem facing America right now?
Oh, border economics. I mean, anybody can be coming into this country right now, and we don't know it. If anybody out there can tell me that they're better off right now than they were 4 years ago, they're lying.
Yeah, tell us your secret if that's the case, because I haven't met anyone who's doing better now than they were under President Trump.
Exactly. Gas is twice as expensive. Groceries are twice expensive. I have a 17, 19-year-old son. I mean, it's expensive when you go to the grocery store. Absolutely. And it's insane.
And I'm going about once a week. I have a little boy at home. So by the time I buy things for me and plus him, yep. I mean, I'm spending so much money now, it's almost unaffordable.
It is. It is. Luckily, we haven't had to take and dip into any savings or anything like that. Been pretty smart with our money. But still, we feel it, and I feel bad for other people that, you know, that are going through the same thing. I wish he'd have cleaned the swamp the first time. I'm hoping he does the second time because we really need it.
He had a good start.
We did.
You know, you have to get Congress behind you on a lot of things to pass certain measures. We've seen him as president, and what a wonderful job that he's done. And he's the type of person that when he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it, unlike a lot of other politicians.
Yes. Well, that's another thing. He's not a politician.
He's a businessman.
He's a businessman, and that's what we need. We don't need politicians to run this country because all they are for themselves. They're not for the people. President Trump, he doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the glory. He doesn't need to be doing this. He's doing it because he loves our country, he loves our people, and he can't stand to see where everybody is. And his plan is awesome. Everybody just needs to get on board. Being a veteran, yeah, the military is still strong, but I can't believe people are laughing at us. I think, you know, our current commander-in-chief. I respect the office, don't respect the man. Yeah, he has just crumbled everything, and it's killing this country.
It's really sad to see that the America that we know and love is just being demolished.
Never in my life did I ever think that I would see this or be going through this. I've been a patriot since I was a little man, and my grandpa was a World War II vet, and yeah, he's rolling over in his grave because of what's happening.
I agree with you. I think that a lot of our founding fathers and former presidents and congressmen and women and veterans are all doing the same thing.
Yes, and it's sad because they're being left behind. They're basically forgotten, and if it wouldn't have been for them, we wouldn't be where we're at today, and people don't even realize that anymore. It's sad the way, I guess, the woke is, the progressive left. Yeah, this country is built on Christ, and we need to get back to that.
In God we trust.
In God we trust, and as soon as we get back to that, I guarantee you, God will take care of us, and will take care of everything else that's going on. We just need to believe, and a lot of people, that's basically what that's what's getting me through it. That's what getting our family through it is our trust in God.
Absolutely. Faith will get you through.
Faith is everything, ma'am.
I have faith in God, faith in our country, and faith in President Donald J. Trump.
Amen.
It was good talking to you. Tell me your name again.
Dean Stetson.
All right. Well, thank you for your service as well. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So, yes, Donald Trump. Everyone here to see the president tonight. So excited to see him. He'll be taking the stage here a little later. We'll have Governor Kristi Noem on stage as well. We are just 20-30 minutes away from Mount Rushmore right here in Rapid City, South Dakota. A beautiful day. People smiling. Laughing, having a great time. Just another event where President Donald J. Trump will be speaking. Now, this is not an event that he's putting on. This is actually being put on by the South Dakota GOP, and so they invited President Trump to speak. I believe it may be one of his first appearances since turning himself into Atlanta. And as you know, that mugshot seen around the world. If anybody, what kind of mug? I mean, that was a look of I'm coming after you. I love that look in his mugshot, and job well done, President Trump. Yes, so my photographer said very determined, and I can't help but agree. Okay, this line is moving faster. As you can see, I mean, the line just keeps going and going and going. They told us that the event holds about 7,000 people. They had to add more seats, and as soon as they did that, they sold out again. So, young, old alike, everyone here from all ages to see the president, even the little ones. So happy to see all of the people. Again, as we continue to watch the line of people move in, Matthew went inside. So we'll be tossing to him here in a little bit. Let's talk about Congress. Congress restarts, goes back into session on Tuesday, September 12th, so that's next week. What's at stake when they go back to Congress? Well, there's a government shutdown looming. It will shut down at midnight on September 30th if spending legislation fails to pass. So we have a government shutdown looming. Some GOP members say they won't vote in favor of this if Biden impeachment does not move forward. As you know, Georgia State Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced articles of impeachment against Joe Biden back in May over the handling of illegal immigrants at our border. She has been trying to round up enough GOP members of Congress to back her, and so she's one of several who say we are not voting for this spending legislation if we can't get the backing for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. Hey, this is a cool car riding through. John Deere. Making some loud noise as he starts moving through, getting the attention of all the people here standing in line. So back to Congress, back in session on Tuesday, September 12th. FEMA running low in funds in midst of hurricane season. We are in the middle of hurricane season. We know that Florida has been hit. We also know that the Hawaii fires have really devastated one of the islands there, and so FEMA is needed, and they are running low on funds as well. So we'll see what happens when Congress goes back into session. Again, that's on Tuesday, September 12th. And while you're watching Congress go back to session, you can sit there and watch here on RSBN, get all the updates here, and also sip on some coffee. We love our coffee. I have to have mine every single morning. And if you're tired of the same old liberal flavored coffee brands, stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. Go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values, and that is Blackout Coffee. It's not enough to simply taste great. You want to be proud to support the company knowing they align with your conservative values, and that's why I'm telling you to give them a try. Delicious coffee, wonderful brand. You won't be disappointed. You can even buy some for all of the coffee lovers in your family. Blackout Coffee. This is a coffee company that is 100% committed to conservative values. So do me a favor, check out blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. Use the coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. So ditch the other guys. Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. Again, that's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. Use the coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. All right, continuing to look, we have a guy here. Hi, I like your flag.
Hi, thank you.
What's your name?
Mason.
Mason, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Is this your first time to see President Trump?
Second time. I seen him at Mount Rushmore.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I visited Mount Rushmore for the first time last night. Beautiful place. So tell me about what you love most about the president.
I just love how enthusiastic he is. You know, he wants to get stuff done, and that's what we need. So we need a president like him and get stuff done other than President Biden. So
I assume you're from South Dakota?
Absolutely, born and raised.
Okay, so tell me about some of the problems you're seeing here in the state, but also the country as well.
Absolutely. So, first of all, the economy has just went to crap, and let's not talk about the gas prices because that's an obvious common issue. I drive a diesel pickup for work, and the prices are outrageous. I used to be into stocks, not anymore, just because the economy went to crap. And for me, those are some of the biggest ones, and I think everyone knows that. So,
it's hard to save money right now.
Absolutely.
So I was just talking to another Trump supporter who's here, and he was saying his family has not had to dip into savings just yet, but they see that it's coming. People are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. It's very hard to go to the grocery store to get gas, like you mentioned, and then pay for every other thing that you need to pay for during the month.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm still, this is my girlfriend here. We're trying to get a place, and with the economy so bad, it's just hard to save money. So it's hard for us, out here, especially the younger generation who haven't been able to save or, get into stocks, put any money down. So that's the biggest issue.
All right. Well, we are appreciative of y'all being here. Good luck to y'all getting a house together, and I love your flag. Fly it proudly. All right. Hey, well, hello. Hello. Annie Trump. Are you a Trump? Is that
well, I want to be.
Yeah, well,
But Donald, I think.
we could all be cousins somewhere down the line.
All right. Are we on RSBN?
We're live right now.
Nice. I want a farm all, a John Deere, a case, more oil.
Drill, baby, drill. Yes, thank you. Good seeing you. She's excited to be here. Annie Trump.
Yes.
Yep, there you go. So I love your jersey. I love your jersey. Some of these enthusiastic patriots here. All right. So remember if you just joined us, we started wrapped around this building all the way down, and this line has been moving pretty quickly, and the line is still coming as far as I can see. People coming to see President Donald J. Trump. Hi, what's your name?
Marion.
Marion, where are you from?
I'm from Rapid.
Rapid, okay. Tell me why you're excited to see President Trump tonight.
I'm here because he's going to save America again.
Yes. Have you seen him before?
No.
No, it's your first time.
We saw Pence
Okay.
when he was here stomping for Trump.
Okay. Well, that had to be a long time ago.
Yep, 15.
Okay, well, so we are glad that you're here. Stand your ground. I like that.
Yes, thank you.
President Trump says never surrender. He's a tough man.
He is, and we love him.
We love him too. Thank you for being here. All right, we're going to continue moving. We're going to continue moving down the line. I have so much fun with these Trump supporters. They're just the best. Love your hat. You're welcome. Where are you from?
Rapid City.
Rapid City. I love all this. Look at his hat. I like that.
His, do you like that? That's my dad.
The wind's doing to it, though.
Well, it looks great.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like some Trump hair, right? Was that the thought process?
A comb over, but
The wind's making it a comb over, just like Trump. Mother Nature knows what she's doing.
Absolutely.
I think it's good.
Dakotas. You got it.
What do you love most about Trump?
I like his support for our freedom, as well as support for the military.
Absolutely. Are you a military family?
Yes. Retired Army, and my husband as well.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And so, what do you feel about the military now under the Biden administration? Isn't it tough to see?
It's a disaster. Yeah, it's a total disaster, and I would never want my kids to go into what we have today.
Sad to say.
Bring that back.
Yeah, we definitely want to strengthen our military, and President Trump says he will definitely do that day one in office.
He and Christy.
Yes.
Let's go, Christy.
Okay, well, love the shirts.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you. All right, we're going to continue moving on. We're seeing a lot of veterans here, and if you notice the trend in the veterans that we are interviewing, they hate to see what this administration has done to our military. They don't feel like it's the same military. They feel like the military is not as strong as it used to be. That's your choice you have to make if you believe so. If you believe, that we're the greatest military in the world, still, I believe that we are. But we need to support our brave men and women. And in my personal opinion, just like so many that we talk to, they don't feel like the military is getting the support that they need under the Biden administration. And they definitely get that with the Trump administration. All right, so people still coming in. We are 10 minutes away from 4 o'clock Mountain Time here in Rapid City, South Dakota. A beautiful day here, about 82 degrees, nice breeze. We've seen thousands pour in. They have to go through strict Secret Service security before they enter the building, as we always have to do. And so usually it depends on how many security mags, what they call them, that they have. But it seems to be moving pretty smoothly here today. We're going to continue looking at the line. More people walking up. It looks like the line is getting shorter, which is good to see, because even though it's a gorgeous day, standing out in the sun for long periods of time can really beat down hard on you. So good to see that the people are moving through. So just to give you an idea of what's to come today, we'll toss it back inside to Matthew here in just a couple of minutes, and then we'll also have the program starting at 5 o'clock with speakers, including Governor Kristi Noem, who I am excited to see, and then also President Donald J. Trump will take the podium tonight. Eager to see what he has to say. Of course, he has 4 indictments against him since March. First being in New York City with or Manhattan with the Stormy Daniels case, then what he calls the boxes hoax from Mar-a-Lago when they raided Mar-a-Lago. Then we have Washington, D.C., where they're accusing him of interfering, I should say, with January 26th and also the 2020 election. And then Atlanta. As you know, that's where his mugshot was taken. The DA there saying election crimes due to the 2020 election. President Trump standing his ground, putting out on Truth Social often, never surrender. He'll never back down. He says he is here for the American people, and as much as they try to attack him, he says he's not going anywhere. He's going to continue to fight. And the reason he does that is because he loves this country, he loves the people, and he knows that all of these people here and all of you sitting at home also back him. So that's the ammunition he needs to keep going, keep pushing forward, is to know that America has his back. So a lot going on in the indictment cases. President Trump claiming it's election interference, trying to keep him off the campaign trail. So this is one of his first events to go to and speak at since Atlanta. So again, eager to see what he has to say tonight here in South Dakota. We also want to take a minute to give our thoughts and prayers to those suffering in Hawaii. The natural disaster, wildfires, we see a lot of speculation online of what actually happened there. And as the investigation continues, we're holding out for official word on what exactly is going on there, what exactly happened there, how did this actually happen to such a beautiful place. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people who lost their homes, who lost their livelihoods, who lost their lives, the families of the ones who lost their lives. We know dozens of people are still missing, children included. What a horrible situation going on there. So we love you. We think about you often. We pray for you every single day. To the people of Hawaii, stay strong. America has your back as well. All right, continuing to move on, watching the line of people here to see President Donald J. Trump. He's coming from Bedminster, I believe. We're in Rapid City, which is a city of about 77,000 people. It's in western South Dakota. Of course, Governor Kristi Noem, she's in her second term. She has that open for business mentality, building stronger families. She's a mom of 3, so building stronger families is important to her. And I agree as well. Old school mentality, family dinners, around the table at dinner time, saying grace before meals, going to church on Sunday, spending time with your family in the evenings. And so what's happening a lot now is we're losing that, whether it's social media or the internet or just people working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet and to support your families. That's taking them away, parents away from their children at home. So we need to make sure that we continue to build stronger families, teach our children young, because when we send them out into the real world, you know how ugly it's gotten. We don't know what they're being told and what they're being taught. So their values need to start at home. Governor Kristi Noem also real big on keeping taxes low, government regulation, keeping government open, supports President Trump. She has always been a fan of President Trump, always backed President Trump in line with a lot of his values. And tonight we're hearing that it may be a potential night for her to officially endorse the president. And we'll see if that happens. So stick around with RSBN for that. South Dakota, an agricultural state, the foundation of the state's economy. Agriculture contributes to $32.1 billion in South Dakota's economy. As for the veterans here, there are 72,000 veterans. We have met a couple of those today, and there's 4,200 enrolled members right now. So 4,200 enrolled members in the military right now, just from right here in South Dakota. Coming up on the 4 o'clock hour Mountain Time here in South Dakota at the rally. Hey guys, how are y'all? What's your name?
I don't know. I forgot.
You forgot your name. What's your name? We have some young guys here who are supporting President Trump, right?
No, we're trying to watch the volleyball.
I'm here for the Trump. Yeah. So, what do you love most about Trump? I see you have a jokester as a friend.
I love Trump. Best man ever.
How old are you?
I'm 12.
You're 12. Yeah. Wow, 12 years old. Love President Trump. So tell me a little bit. Is this your first time to see him?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, meeting him because my dad's a cop, and so I got to go in there and meet him.
Are you serious? Good job. Make sure that your friend talks properly around the president and acts right.
Yeah.
We'll let him slide here on RSBN. He's videoing us right now. Well, 12 years old, supporting President Trump. Yeah, our photographer says enjoy the volleyball game. But thank you for being here. Love seeing 12-year-olds out here. The future of America right there. I'm going to interview you. What's your name?
Hey, I'm great tonight.
I know. Some people say it's Trump-tastic. Are you Trump-tastic?
I am Trump-tastic. I tell you what, the next president of the United States.
Your hat says, I stand with Trump.
You bet I do. I'd vote for that guy if he's in prison.
So would I.
Where he's at, I'll vote for that guy.
You and me both. So there's 2 votes right there, no matter what, right?
You bet.
We'll see. Yes. Let's see. Trump 45 because the 44 didn't work for 8 years. Okay, well, yeah, we are live on TV. You never know what you're going to see here. So let's talk about your shirt. I like that.
Yeah. Well,
So you
That's
obviously
true.
support the Second Amendment.
yes, I do.
All right. So what's your name and where are you from?
Mark Johnston. I'm from Rapid City, South Dakota, Piedmont.
A lot of people here. Are you seeing some familiar faces?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So first time to see the president?
Well, this close, yes. Yeah.
Good. Well, enjoy your time. Thanks for being here. Like your shirt. A lot of people here from Rapid City. Also seeing a lot of people here from North Dakota as well. Look at this right here. This little baby. How cute is that? Precious, precious. I told you, people here of all ages, from little toddlers all the way up. As people start making their way, another young adult here with his suit and tie. Good to see you. How are you? All right, so that'll do us for us outside. We've been here as the lines start coming in. Eager Patriots ready to see President Donald J. Trump tonight. We are going to toss it now to Matthew Alvarez, who is inside the arena. Matthew?
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Thanks so much, Vanessa. Yeah, we're live right here inside the arena in Rapid City, South Dakota. The arena getting crowded and packed on not only the outer rim here, but also on the floor as the time goes on and people wait for the president to show up here and deliver yet another great speech. You know, President Trump, of course, is very encouraging to the country in so many ways, from what he did to the deep state in the sense of draining the swamp as much as he could in his 4 years, and what people here are looking for is another 4 years from President Trump to clean out the swamp, to make sure that we can restore America to what it once was in the sense of freedom and the Constitution and the laws of this land, instead of being lawless, following the law of this land. So yeah, a lot of people here excited, of course, to see President Trump. Governor Kristi Noem also will be in attendance, of course, here in South Dakota. There's a number of reports out there that are saying that Kristi Noem will be officially endorsing Donald J. Trump for president for the 47th Commander-in-Chief in Washington, D.C., and to take back the White House. Let's thank our friends over at Birch Gold for a number of great things they're doing out there. As we take a look at the arena here in Rapid City, South Dakota, again, about 7,000 to 8,000 people expected to show up here. It is a sold-out crowd. A lot of people outside, as you saw with Vanessa. I was out there a little bit earlier and, got a nice lapel pin from a Vietnam War veteran named Ray right there on air. And it's just kind of a family event. And that's what's awesome about any of these events for MAGA and for the United States of America. As I mentioned, let's get right to Birch Gold. So Vladimir Putin called the United States dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during the recent BRICS summit in South Africa. This is as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. It's the first shoe to fall. So as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking for ways to harness the power of physical gold held in tax-sheltered IRA. Text Trump to 989898 for your free info kit on gold with thousands of happy customers and A+ rating. That's a great rating with the Better Business Bureau. It's the best you can get, of course, and countless 5-star reviews. You can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Finally, as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. All you got to do is text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit now. There are so many topics to talk about right now with what's going on in the country. One thing I want to show you before we get there is the scoreboard here, the Jumbotron, playing from various events on whitehouse.gov or wh.gov when President Trump was in office and still should be in office, of course. Look at the screen above there. You can see 2024 is the time set here at this arena with the number 3. I'll take the interpretation of number 3 being the winner of 45, 46, and 47. And it's pretty cool. It's kind of like a nice hockey kind of arena here with, once again, up to about 8,000 people capacity. So we're waiting for the president to show up. He's going to be here in a number of hours. There's some weather in the East Coast right now, so he'll be flying through with Trump Force One, arriving here in Rapid City, along again with Governor Kristi Noem. Now, I want to step on camera here and talk about a couple things that I've seen throughout international press and national press. One thing that President Trump actually posted on Truth Social the other day was from the Parliament of Australia, of all places. I mean, the Australian people, they don't want to be, stepped on either, right? People that love freedom around the world are looking for freedom fighters and leaders, not only from President Trump, but from someone like Jair Bolsonaro or the Viktor Orban, the Hungary Prime Minister, the Italy Prime Minister. But in Australia, there's a letter that was written to President Trump. It was from the senator. His name's Ralph Babbitt. And I'm going to read it here in a few minutes, but it was quite powerful because to hear from someone that is, 14 hours, depending on what time zone you live in, on the other side of the planet, speaking about support of President Trump leading for freedom and for this country is quite impressive. And then when Prime Minister Orban of Hungary says he is the only one that can lead, the West to freedom, to continue in that venture, you could see that people around the world are seeing what's happening in this country. And why would they want to chime in on something like that? I think it's because they're seeing the importance of being a free people, whether you're in the United States or in any country in the world that desires to have that. Obviously, we know we are the leading nation when it comes to that. We are a beacon of hope for the rest of the world. So that's why, of course, the people here in this arena and around the country, including many of you watching right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, are just saying, you know what? We just want that freedom back. We want the Constitution to be the law of the land. We want someone that's going to fight for the American people. And as you know, from 2016 to 2020, it's exactly what President Donald Trump did for this country. That's what Kerry Lake wants to do for Arizona. That's what Tudor Dixon wants to do for Michigan. Doug Mastriano wants to do for Pennsylvania. That's what MTG is doing for us. Matt Gaetz, a number of people are working as hard as they can. What I like about everybody I just named, they are genuine, authentic people, and that is what the bar has been lifted to now. And I believe that that's what the American people have seen because of President Trump unveiling, showing what it's like to actually have a human in office in the sense of just being real with all of us. That's what we're looking for, and that's what we're voting for in 2024. Some of the news that is going to break here today, most likely, a number of reports about the fact that Governor Kristi Noem will officially endorse President Trump. That comes to no surprise to a number of people, but still, it's yet another governor and another person that is getting behind President Trump, which is interesting because I think that this time in our country, that's what we're dealing with right now is uniting behind a cause that is a movement that is about freedom, about faith, about the Constitution. Sometimes we talk about these kind of simple talking points when it comes to faith and freedom, but that's really what this is all about, right? This is why you tune in to Rumble. This is why you tune in to Right Side Broadcasting. That's why you follow us on Truth Social, on Locals, on our newsletter as well, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. All you got to do is you go there, you click that link, and then you just enter in your email address. You're going to get not only the top news from Right Side Broadcasting, you're also going to get a number of exclusive inside peek of special offers and a number of other great things right there. So that's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can get that, and you get that right now if you like. Go ahead and follow us on Truth Social. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez, at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. Vanessa Broussard, at Vanessa Broussard. And, of course, at Right Side Broadcasting is at RSBN for Truth Social. So let me get to that letter real quick. I'll be looking down a little bit, so don't mind me, but I'll read it a little bit to you here. Dear President Trump, this is from the Australian Senator, Ralph Babbitt. He says, I'm writing to let you know how many of us in Australia are pleased to see you running again for the White House and to wish you every success. I've always been a great admirer of the United States. But to see the deterioration in America over the past 4 years has been truly heartbreaking. He goes on to say, watching the way the Biden administration has brought the U.S. into disrepute and around the world through weak leadership, both at home and abroad, has been devastating for lovers of freedom everywhere. America is meant to be a beacon of freedom, and I have no doubt will again under your leadership. I mean, I'll stop there. The letter goes on. If you want to see more of it, it's on Donald Trump's Truth Social page. He's got 6 million people following him on that. But it's interesting because the reach is much wider than 6 million great people that are following the president. It's read everywhere, right? No matter what mainstream media outlet it is, no matter what international press, whether it's France 24 or Sky News or whatever, everybody sees what President Trump is saying, though it says only 6 million followers. I mean, he's got 80 million on Twitter or X. Of course, what a powerful post that was that he did when he posted his mugshot the other day saying never surrender, DonaldJTrump.com. So obviously the MAGA mugshot seen by everybody that has a smartphone or a TV around the world with that face that he has is just a face that's kind of obviously fed up, angry, but also wants to just peace through strength. A lot of times when you see anger, you think there's got to be some action taken. Well, the action is peace through strength. Look what he did with a number of leaders around the world. He didn't make any violent actions. He was very peaceful with everybody, and that's how things got done. And that's a great thing to see, and that's what we should do as the American people, is vote, is protest peacefully, and to speak up. You still have freedom of speech in this country, and that's what we are believing to continue to have in this great land, and that's what we're believing for on November 5th, 2024. Can you believe that about 14 months from now, I was looking on my iPhone on the calendar, just paging through, and I just looking through the months, and I cannot believe it's that close. We're down to 7 months plus another 7 months, and it's the election. Pretty awesome stuff, especially if President Trump, and hopefully President Trump will take the White House again, and we can enter a new kind of golden age for this great land. Definitely unprecedented times. I remember working in mainstream media. We would always use that word, unprecedented, for it could be a tornado that, wipes through an area, but, thankfully no one was hurt. But there was some damage, and people would say that's an unprecedented storm, or, they use that word loosely. This is the word to be used now. This is unprecedented times, and we know that we have to keep believing that things are going to work out for our good. I believe in the Bible, it says in Romans 8:28, and all things work out for the good to those that love God and are called according to his purposes. And I got this lapel, again, I told you earlier, from a guy named Ray, who is a Vietnam veteran. He was outside while we were on live with Vanessa, just came up to me, put the lapel on right here, and there you go. I mean, at the end of the day, faith and freedom, and that's what we are really, passionate about in this great country. So once again, we're here in Rapid City, South Dakota. Do you know the population of South Dakota is under 1 million people? There are people moving to South Dakota as well because there's great opportunity here. As you've heard from Governor Kristi Noem, there's a number of jobs that are here in this great state. And some great people, too. Just yesterday, when I arrived at the Rapid City Airport, it was just a nice scene. I was waiting on Vanessa from another flight, so waiting to meet up with our crew. And there were people, you know how it is when people are at arrivals waiting for their family and their friends to show up. Well, all the people that live in South Dakota, they're waiting there, and people walk out, and they just embrace each other. They give each other hugs, They're excited to see each other again. And that's what this is about, right? Not to get all soft on you, but it's true, right? It's all about love. You want to protect your family. You love your family. You want to have freedom. And that's what I've noticed here in South Dakota. People are just, very loving, very kind people. Reminds me of when I lived in Tennessee, the South, a great place to live. I currently live in Pennsylvania. Some great patriots there as well. It's been awesome to see the country, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Miami, all these areas. But there are patriots all over. I was just in Las Vegas at Trump International Hotel with my wife. We went to a Reawaken conference. Mike Lindell, General Flynn, a number of people were there. And it was wonderful to see a number of patriots that were staying at the Trump Hotel. I remember being outside, it was a little bit of vacation for a minute, being out at the pool. And we ran into a number of people from Brazil. They spoke Portuguese, right? But we knew because we saw the Trump hats and the Bolsonaro kind of gear and the Brazil flag, and we connected. English-speaking people and Portuguese-speaking people connected without a translator because we knew that we're in this together. Because we know that President Trump and Jair Bolsonaro are friends. We know that Bolsonaro got that election stolen from him. Very similar story to the United States with what happened. So to have that bond of family, I've never seen something like that in my entire life, right? Like, how do you just instantly connect with patriots, whether it's in this arena or it's at, Trump Hotel in Vegas and a number of people from Brazil, right? So it was wonderful to be around these kind of folks that understand that, hey, we just want to have our freedom back. And that's what we are believing for in this country. So I'm Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. If you'd like to follow me, let's take another live look here as we look to your right, my left. We can look and see a number of people here at the arena just sitting down, enjoying the air conditioning. I know a lot of times at a number of Trump events, people have to wait outside in a longer line for, a couple hours, and we interview them outside, which we did today. But they did let the people in a bit early, to get out of the sun, get in here, and get situated. Very secure event, Secret Service, local law enforcement, security everywhere. But everybody, working together and in support of the United States of America. Right now, that's Kristi Noem speaking up on the Jumbotron here at the arena in Rapid City, South Dakota. Once again, the governor will be here. Looking forward to hearing her speak. I've never heard her speech before in person, so it'll be great to hear her share a number of things with the American people. If you're watching this on the RSBN app or if this is on Rumble, why don't you go ahead and share the link to a number of friends and family. Let's get a lot of people on this tonight. Let's see what the president has to say when he shows up. And also, I can guarantee that this arena with the people here will be an electric atmosphere. once again for what the president says, because they believe in what he is all about, right? So it should be an electrifying experience in the sense of the people here in this area. So Vanessa Broussard will be coming in soon here. A number of people clapping for someone over there. We don't have to take a look at that right now, but President Trump will be shifting gears a little bit in Iowa tomorrow, the Iowa State-Iowa game. That's going to be quite awesome, right? I mean, thousands and thousands of people. I'm not sure what the capacity is at the Iowa State Cyclones stadium, but I can guarantee that it's going to be quite awesome for the president there. Now, I did hear that Ron DeSantis will be there as well, but tailgating before the game. You know, when President Trump, when I was in Erie, wanted to hear from the crowd, like a kind of a live poll about if he was going to take part in the debates or not, he kind of just said, hey, should I take part in the debates? And just listen to the crowd and react whether he should have or not. And they obviously were happy that he didn't, because that's what he decided to do, which was a great decision, I believe, as well. But tomorrow, wouldn't it be awesome if the PA announcer said, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, the crowd will go nuts. They'll chant, let's go Brandon, right? They'll be having a great time. And if they were to chant, if the PA announcer were to say something like, Ron DeSantis, I'm very curious to see or to hear what kind of reaction would be there. We know that through the interactive polls that President Trump is leading by a very large majority around the country, a number of states from Iowa to, Alabama, everywhere. I mean, he's leading, highly leading in these states around the country. So anyway, so that's tomorrow. Being at that football game, that'll be pretty awesome to see. Now, let's go Brandon will be an awesome chant to hear. But my point about all of this is President Trump, when he was president 2016 to 2020, as a head coach of the nation, right, if we want to talk football real quick, he was, in my opinion, undefeated. He did great things, right? He's talking about other issues that people might not have agreed with. He's talking about those issues as well. But the point is, he was undefeated. Now we've got someone in office named Dark Brandon, who kind of taunted people on his Twitter. If you guys remember on Twitter, I'm not going to call it X, but he put down that coffee mug, saying, Dark Brandon and all that kind of thing. Well, he, as a head coach of this nation, is a million. He hasn't won one thing for the American people. The way he treated the Hawaiians, the way he's treated Ohioans in East Palestine, the way he has taken our freedoms back and back and back, and basically taking too much, stomping on us, the American people. Talking about COVID restrictions. I mean, if we have to deal with that again, there's so many things that we're taking on here in this nation right now, and we're hoping for the best outcome, believing for the best outcome to get that Coach Trump back in the White House, so we can win again, and so we can get back to this country being great again, and hopefully as many freedom-loving countries around the world from the people, right? I was talking about Brazil earlier, the people of Brazil that love freedom, the people of Italy, the people of wherever, name a country. We're still believing for this to go the right way, because I'd rather spin it positive and believe in positive things to happen than a terrible negative thing in the sense of a stolen election, a rigged election, lockdowns, tyrannical kind of things happening. We don't want any of that, of course. And I believe a number of Democrats, I believe a number of liberals don't want what I just said. I don't think they really, do they really want it? You think about it. A neighbor that doesn't like Trump, but do they really want no freedom? Do they really want lockdowns? I would only think people that are kind of, evil or brainwashed want that. So we're all, more and more people we see crossing that line from being a Democrat, going over to the conservative values, because the rubber's meeting the road. I remember my family telling me, Matt, when things, get serious, when the rubber meets the road, you always, take care of business and get it done, right? Well, that's what's happening right now. The rubber's meeting the road. We need the country to come together, and we need a great leader that will represent the people. A lot of times, the politicians and some of the media members, they're all acting like they're the ones that are the leaders, like they're the ones that tell us what to do. Well, That's not the way it works in America. We, the people, run the show here. We represent, right, and elect our leaders to guide us to victory. And victory is simple, into keeping the Constitution. Not going for something called the 14th Amendment right now. Isn't that interesting? They're against all these rights that we have, and then they're trying to pull the 14th Amendment card against President Trump, saying he shouldn't be on the ballot. Are you serious? There's an article from Ryan Fournier. This article is awesome. I followed him just now on Truth Social as well. And of all places, Newsweek posted this article as an opinion piece from Ryan Fournier. He said 6 Colorado voters, of course, backed by a D.C. nonprofit, have filed a lawsuit to block former President Donald Trump from the ballot. So it goes on to say, you can read that if you want to look it up, but I'll read parts of this article. The text, historical context, and legal ramifications of the 14th Amendment all reveal this gambit for what it truly is, the work of desperate Democrats seeking to erect a political obstacle to Trump's presidential campaign in 2024. Then it continues to go on with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And this article, again, Ryan Fournier on Newsweek, MSN.com, you can go ahead and look that up and read how well that is written, that these guys trying to call on that is ridiculous. We know what it is. It's a bunch of fake hoax shams that he dealt with President Trump, through his 4 years in office. And he leaves office because you know what happened, of course, in the election. It was taken from us. That's what I believe. And so then from there, they continue with all of the indictments and all that. So we obviously know what's going on. We're here to encourage you. Thank you so much for watching. Let's talk about one of our sponsors as well as we take a pan of the crowd once again here at Rapid City, South Dakota. This arena getting ready for the president to show up a little bit later, and Governor Nome as well. 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese. That's 60%. That's quite a big number there. Their hogs are actually given something called ractopamine. That's actually banned in 160 countries, including China, yet you find it in your grocery aisle every day. So there's a better way. I'd like to tell you about Moink. That's right, it's moo plus oink. Moink delivers high-quality, humanely raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. Now, the Moink difference is a difference you can taste. You can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders from a town of, guess what, 97 people. Moink is actually helping save rural America. I love it, and you will too. So all you got to do is join the Moink movement today. Plus, we're actually told they guarantee you'll say, quote, oink, oink, I'm just so happy I got moinked, end quote. So keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now, and you'll get free ground beef, get this, for a year. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but this is for a limited time. Spelled Moink, M-O-I-N-K, box.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump. And I do know that Vanessa Broussard has made it into the building as well. It'll be great to speak with her, see how things went out there. Let's take a live look right now at Kristi Noem talking about President Trump right now.
Bring this beautiful celebration of American independence, history, and liberty to fruition. Thank you for your efforts to remind the American people that they provide the consent of the governed on which the legitimate government depends. Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee,
From 2020 when President Trump was at Mount Rushmore. What an awesome fireworks display. A great, pride moment in a sense of patriotism for the country. So if you're watching right now, no, this is not live. President Trump is not physically here yet, but he will be tonight, and this place will be rocking for him.
It is so good to be here in the AC. It's beautiful outside, but after you stand out in the sun for a little bit, it gets a little toasty. But
Yeah.
gorgeous day here in South Dakota.
It is. It's absolutely gorgeous outside. We saw Mount Rushmore yesterday. What an awesome view at night there with the crew. And then, of course, right now, it's 2020, the video playing in the Jumbotron here in Rapid City. So how was it out there?
It was great. The line of people, the America First patriots, God-loving patriots, President Trump supporters, everyone at a typical event where President Trump is going to be speaking. They're happy. They're eager to see him. They're eager to put him back in office in 2024. And they're just kind of tired of where the current administration is leading this country, and that's downward. And so they're fed up. They've had enough, and they are just happy to be here and happy to see the president.
Yeah, and you know how we were asking these questions. At the end of the day, sometimes we might not even have to ask them questions in the sense of this. It shows in the numbers of the amount of people. They could stay quiet out there if they wanted to. They're just showing simply by being here that they are in full support of the guy we're listening to right behind us.
Absolutely, and you talked about the numbers. Let's take a look at some of those numbers right now. Looking at the interactive polls, national poll, the latest numbers that just came out for the GOP primary, President Trump is leading with 61%, with DeSantis 12%. So President Trump 61, he crossed that 60% threshold. So 61%, DeSantis in a far behind second place, 12%, followed by Pence, Nikki Haley, and Ramaswamy. When it's Trump versus Biden, 44% Trump, 38% Biden. We've seen an increase, especially since Atlanta and that infamous mugshot of people really coming behind the president. They know what's really going on. They think that it's election interference. They know that he's being targeted and attacked, and they're tired of it. And so even the people who were on the fence before, maybe undecided voters, are now leaning toward President Trump.
Everywhere we go, we see people that are in support of MAGA and the president, obviously because we're covering these kind of events, but even our personal lives, right? You go to the grocery store or wherever you live, or you look on social media and you see these, I was going to say farm tractors, right, with the Trump flags or whatever, these parades. And people outside of Trump Tower, last week? I mean, they're in Manhattan. They're right there in New York City. And what an awesome tower that is. You were inside there? The golden escalators. It's fun stuff. It's cool.
Yes, and I've been to Trump Tower, New York City. Beautiful location. Beautiful hotel. And, of course, there's apartments there, restaurants there. I actually had a drink called Your Fire. That was delicious.
Wow.
Yes, so really love that. And you're absolutely right. When you see the supporters for President Trump, not just the ones that we saw recently with their flags and their signs supporting the president, but the tourists who come to New York City and, like I did, went to Trump Tower just to say, oh my goodness, this is Trump Tower. So the people love the president. He is the people's president.
That is so true. It's we the people, are standing behind President Trump. It's interesting. While the president was speaking in 2020, this video that's playing behind us up on the Jumbotron, the crowd here is actively, in live moment, reacting still to what he's saying, booing and cheering, which is pretty cool. That's how much they're engaged. And, I mean, think about the amount of people that are involved in the political process now. You were mentioning, let's be real. I mean, same thing with me. We weren't so involved in it, years and years ago, right? We knew about what was going on, but we didn't know the deep state and globalists, right? And freedoms being taken. But now we see it happening, and now you're wide awake, I'm wide awake, and many of you are wide awake.
Absolutely. And, I think it's because the deep state and the liberals and the Democrats, they're rearing their ugly heads. They're being so obvious with their attacks and their purpose and their ideas that are so far left. Every day they get more and more into left field.
Right.
That the average American, they're thinking, what is wrong with these people? Like, it's not normal to think the way they think.
You know, I just thought about while we were talking there, the fact that we've got the Ukraine war and you know, the possibility of World War III. Isn't it interesting when President Trump was in office, it was peace through strength. There was no war really actively going on. And then we get someone like fake dark Biden, and then we have what we have now. We get what it's all about. It's that good versus evil. We've been talking about it. I know many of you know that that's what's going on, but we're here to show you, obviously the crowd, show you President Trump's speech, but also stand in support not only of Donald Trump, but to stand in support of MAGA, because MAGA, as many have said, has grown bigger than even President Trump. And I believe President Trump is in full support of freedom and those things that he wants. Obviously, he's the godfather of MAGA, right? But, you know, it's going to be here forever. Like, MAGA is not going away ever. And even it might even be an international symbol in a way.
I think you're right there in the sense that MAGA is a movement. It's something I've never seen before in my lifetime. I don't think it's anything my mother has ever seen in her lifetime and generations before. He has created this movement where the silent majority is no longer silent. We're rowdy, we're loud, we're tired of our country being depleted in so many different ways. This is America, the greatest nation in the world, the greatest military in the world. And what he's doing, the president, current president, what he's doing is just taking away from everything we stand for. And so what used to be the silent majority, they're roaring now. They're on that Trump train.
Yeah.
They are just, you know, he's the conductor of the Trump train, and we're just along for the ride, cheering him on. And so, it's a movement, and it's nothing that I've seen before, but I think MAGA is going to be around for a very long time.
Amen to that. And, you know, when I'm even at the grocery store, like if somebody's wearing a flag shirt or a 1776 or something, you know, patriotic, sometimes they'll be like, you know, go Trump, or we'll say go Trump or go MAGA or whatever. It's just like, it's wild, isn't that wild?
It is, and you can wear those shirts now and be proud. Now, there are still people out there who are worried to wear a hat. Will they get some backlash, or will somebody throw something, a rotten tomato at them? They don't know. But you're seeing more and more people show up at airports and places, public places all over the country. And I live on the coast of Texas, and whenever you go to the beach or the lake or any body of water, no matter, there are boats with President Trump flags everywhere.
Yeah.
Houses with President Trump flags in the front yard. And so, speaking of, if you're watching at home and you live on a body of water, plan a Trump boat parade. I'm ready for one.
Let's do it. Florida, off the coast of Florida, off the coast of Texas,
it doesn't matter
Alabama.
where. Let's do a Trump boat parade. It's been a while since we've had one, so let us know if you're planning one in your area. Send us a message.
So you've been on one?
I have. We have them back in Texas, yes,
Awesome.
and they're so much fun.
Yeah, I haven't been on one. I'd love to go on.
Yeah,
That'd be
they're
cool.
patriotic, and we play all of "Hold On, I'm Coming," his exit song, all the patriotic songs
Awesome.
on the boat, and so it's a lot of fun.
That sounds like a great time. And we were talking before about Trump Tower in New York City, and the mayor, Eric Adams, now speaking up and being like, hey, guess what? This legal immigration thing, it's getting a little too hot here for us. He's saying, quote, the migrant influx will destroy New York City. And he also said he doesn't see an ending to this. A ton of other problems there in New York City as well. But can you believe that, you know, that's what he's saying now? He's realizing, okay, this is actually getting pretty bad here.
So it may be a thing, Matthew, where it needs to get bad for people to see the issue that we've been preaching all along, that, you know, it's not just the border states who have to worry about illegal immigration. They're moving inland. They're moving up north. They're moving to the east. They're moving to the west. So no matter what state you're in, they're coming for you. If they're not already there, they're in your neighborhood. And so when you have New York City saying, oh, wait a minute, this is a problem, we've seen an influx of illegal immigrants here, you know, that's when he starts you don't want to say, I'm never the I told you so type person,
Right.
but Trump was right again.
He was right again. And speaking of President Trump, on Truth Social, I think this was a post today, obviously around millions of followers reading this one right here. It says, the migrants pouring into our country are destroying our cities and states. This is an invasion the likes of which has never been seen before. It's a death wish for America. He says, I will fix it immediately upon re-entering office, along with so much else. And then he says MAGA with an exclamation point. I mean, he's I don't know how he does it. His team's great, but he's also looking at the news and the narratives, and he just hits back on what the truth is. You know, and that's what's great about others. I think of Carrie Lake. You know, she always, when somebody would say something that's a narrative that is a false narrative, something that's not true, right? She'd hit right back with a true narrative, not to spin it to truth. It is truth. So it is that information war that we see all over the place. From Alex Jones talking about it, Steve Bannon here at Right Side Broadcasting, we know it's an information war of a narrative of good versus evil, what's the truth versus what the lie is, how many people are awake, how many people are still sleeping, who's going to wake up, and that's what we're here to do, is hopefully help, if it's one person, to say, hey, this is what's going on. Like, watching some of these other networks that you used to watch might not be so good to do anymore.
I agree, and so we just pray that these people do wake up, and we're starting to see that in the poll numbers. Again, you know, President Trump leading not only in the Republican field, but in the head-to-head against Biden. And so we believe people are waking up, and as we head into 2024, we're just a couple of months away. We know and we are optimistic that we're going to keep increasing those numbers for the president and hope for the best in 2024. Let's take a quick break and mention our newsletter. We want you to go to rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. There you can find everything we just talked about and so much more. Get all the latest information, latest news going on with the president and beyond. If you have our newsletter, again, that's rsbnetwork.com, and then you can sign up there. Also, follow us on Rumble. If you're already following us on Rumble, make sure you hit the Locals tab. That way you can get exclusive content that you won't find anywhere else. That's Locals on Rumble. Also, Truth Social, Instagram, and all other social media platforms, YouTube as well. I'm also on Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard, and on Instagram, Vanessa B. News.
At Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. And you know what else is also cool about going to rsbnetwork.com, and you type in the search area and just type Agenda 47.
Yes.
You want to know what President Trump is wanting to do. He's got Agenda 47, and he actually just released a new video yesterday in regards to Agenda 47. It's his plan for America to have the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity on Earth. So that was talking about the end of inflation, lower gas prices, higher wages, lower interest rates. You know, it's interesting. A lot of times politicians would say these things that sound so great, but he was already doing these things. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He spoke and it happened.
We know what he's capable of because we've seen him do it. So he's just not a talker. He's a doer. And so, yes, a lot of these politicians say, well, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. President Trump gets the job done, and we know that. We've seen it for 4 years.
And you know what's great to see on social media, mainly I'm on Truth Social, is to see conservatives in the streets interviewing anybody, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter, because if you love God or love freedom or whatever, that's what it's about, right? Not the exterior, it's about what's in here. And so it's really cool to see all these people being like, you know what, Trump's my guy, or MAGA, or we want freedom, or Biden's not doing great. I mean, preaching to the choir here with all that. So it's just great to be in a wonderful city. Rapid City, what a great place to be. I mean, yesterday with what was that, the president, Avenue of the Presidents, right?
Well, actually, yeah. So I was looking up Rapid City before I came, and so I saw that it's the city of presidents, and that there are over 40 statues of the president downtown Rapid City, and they're on the street corners. So we went last night after Mount Rushmore, and it was so cool just to go to a few street corners and see these different presidents. So that's the nerd in me. I love it. I love history. I love our presidential history, and so yeah, it's beautiful weather, sweet people. Never meet a stranger outside. There were so many people from actual Rapid City, and they're all so nice.
Yeah, and they're excited to be here.
Yeah.
Wow. I just looked at the arena right now. Why don't we move out of the way real quick and get a shot of that? It's the entire arena, even behind the cameras. There are people sitting in this hockey arena that can hold the capacity's about 7,000. But if they allow people, which I think they are starting to allow people to sit on the floor here too, or stand on the floor. I mean, literally behind the cameras. Vanessa, usually when we're at these events, way in the back, it's not packed. It's packed here.
It's absolutely starting to get very, very full. We just want to remind our viewers, what you're seeing behind us is a recording of the president. This is not the president here live. This is when he spoke at Mount Rushmore years ago. This is not today's event. This is a recording you're watching just to give the people who are here something to watch. So just keep that in mind. We are waiting for the program to begin, which will begin at 5 o'clock Mountain Time, so here in about 17 minutes. But in the meantime, this is a recording of the president from several years ago when he spoke at Mount Rushmore here in Rapid City. We want to thank all of our viewers for tuning in, of course, for watching RSBN, and for following us along on the campaign trail as we get closer to 2024. It's going to be a long ride, but we're ready for it. We're eager for it, and we want to thank all of you for being here with us as we try to get President Trump back in that White House. As Matthew was just mentioning, it is filling up here. Most of the seats are full. When I just walked in moments ago, long lines at the concession stand and still long lines of people waiting to get into this arena. Kristi Noem, the governor here, saying she was expecting 7,000 plus people. Then she put out a notification today that they even added more seats, and then that sold out immediately as well. This event being put on by South Dakota GOP.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's going to be great to hear Governor Noem when she arrives here. She's going to get a rousing applause, and cheering, because obviously she stands for the same things that President Trump stands for. So, and then her officially endorsing President Trump for 2024 and to be the commander-in-chief, the 47th commander-in-chief. Kind of cool, again, the scoreboard. If you're just joining us now, if we could take a live look up at the scoreboard, it's 2024, it says at the top there. 2024, then the number 3, all set up here for the president, for his arrival. This is the South Dakota GOP holding this monumental leaders rally. And I was watching another network earlier, and Kristi Noem was saying, she invited a number of people to show up. I believe she was referring to other candidates, but she had President Trump was the one that said, I want to be out there with the people of South Dakota. But also, making headlines a couple weeks back was Governor Noem saying as well that she would, consider being, a vice president pick for President Trump. So we'll see what happens with that. There's a number of great people that you can think of for VP selection. I'm not going to get into that right now. That's for the pundits and all that. But I will just say we just want to win in 24. Why? Not because of we're prideful, egotistical people. We just want love and God and country and freedom and the Constitution to be back full on here in this great land.
And we want to remember to thank one of our sponsors, Blackout Coffee. If you're tired of the same old liberal-flavored coffee brand, stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. Go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values, and that, my friends, is Blackout Coffee. It's not enough to simply taste great. Trust me, it does. You want to be proud to support the company knowing they align with your conservative values. Give them a try. Blackout Coffee, a coffee company that is 100% committed to conservative values, from sourcing the beans to the roasting process, customer support, or shipping. They've got an incredible work ethic, and they are dedicated to promoting conservative principles and accept no compromise on taste or quality. So go ahead and check out blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. You can use the coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. So get rid of those other guys. Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. That's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. Again, use the coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. We want to keep reminding you, for those that are just tuning in, we get more and more viewers as we get closer to the program starting, that this that you're seeing right now is a pre-recorded video from when President Trump spoke at Mount Rushmore. So just note, this is not a live video. This is pre-recorded. We will toss to the podium live when the program begins. But right now what you're seeing behind us is all pre-recorded. They're just playing a video for all of the people here in the arena.
Yeah.
I think this is a packed out house. I am so excited.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna get even more crowded yet, and the roof's gonna just come off this place. I guarantee it. With the president being here and Kristi Noem, at his side and showing support. So yeah, that video, of course, from 2020 when he was speaking at Mount Rushmore with the fireworks, and that was an awesome event. RSBN, of course, there with that coverage. RSBN every step of the way with President Trump since 2015, and it has grown into a respected pro-free speech news organization that's doing great things for this country. Isn't it cool? I mean, really giving the people a voice, and a lot of media outlets talk about that, right? I mean, we've both worked in local news and that kind of thing, and be a voice to the people and do all that. Well, we actually at RSBN, that's what we do. We really give them an opportunity to talk. If they say something that's a little bit whatever, you got to kind of shift it back and, go from there. But at the end of the day, we know that when President Trump shows up here, people are just going to be really excited, and it's always good to see.
And the people here in South Dakota, they are very optimistic. They love their state. They love what President Trump did while in office. They also love their governor. Again, Kristi Noem will be here speaking today. My first time seeing her. I'm a big fan of Kristi Noem, so I'm excited to see her. But, she's a mom of 3. She puts family first in what she does. This is an agricultural state. Billions of dollars being put into the economy here agriculturally. And so it's just a wonderful place to be, a wonderful place for President Trump to stop on his campaign trail.
And speaking of stopping on his campaign trail, tomorrow he'll be once again in Iowa for the Iowa State football game against the Iowa Hawkeyes.
That is a game to watch.
I'll tell you what, I know Iowa's part of the Big Ten, but maybe I can watch on the Big Ten network. I don't know where it's going to be airing, but hopefully, I don't know if we have someone going or not, but it'll be great if we
Brian
do.
Glenn will be there.
Oh, that'll be awesome. So Right Side Broadcasting will be quite awesome to watch the president there and to hear the crowd and, hear the chants that are said there. And, it's awesome that he can go from being so serious, right? But he also can go and have a good time. He can still golf. He can still go to a game and still, fight for the country. And, you need that, though, right? You got to be a well-rounded individual in the sense of being balanced. And I've learned that personally. You can get so into something and not have a balance. You got to have that balance. That's where the secret sauce is, or whatever you want to call it.
But you'll never meet a person who has met President Trump who is just in awe of him in person. And so you mentioned like him going to this football game, him playing golf. He's just so real. He's one of us.
Yeah.
And so he's not, one of these egotistical people who, maybe wave and walk by. You've seen the videos, you've seen the coverage. If he sees a crowd of people, the Secret Service follows him. If they're trying to get him to go to the right, he goes to the left where the people are. He loves the people, and we know that just by him doing what he's doing, but he proves it even when he's out and about. He stops by restaurants, makes surprise appearances. He's going to the game tomorrow. He's going to be talking to college students. So he's just down to earth and loved by so many.
He is. And part of Agenda 47, speaking of Iowa, is also the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. So as President Donald J. Trump, the 47th president, Commander-in-Chief, he's going to hold a huge party for this great land. How awesome would it be? I almost felt what it would be like, to have that huge party for this country.
With President Trump there.
That's what I'm saying. I just sense that, because, obviously in the times we're living in, man, it could be oppressive. It could be very discouraging. You could deal with a lot of stuff when we sense what's going on. That's why these events are awesome. That's why when I love to hear people like I love what MTG's saying. I love what Carrie Lake is saying. I love these people. Matt Gaetz. Anybody that's, let's be real, MAGA or loves God, freedom, Constitution, these are the people that we're about because they encourage us. They're the ones on the camera more than, you and I right now are. So it's like, hey, we want to be, the people want to see people that are keeping freedom alive, keeping MAGA alive. And that's what's awesome about this thing. And man, I'll tell you, 3 years from now, the 250th anniversary of this great land, how great will that be?
I'm ready for it.
I am
know
too.
It's a while away, but
I don't think we need to say anything more, Vanessa.
Have
a nice night. No,
it's going to be fun.
But,
again, if you're just now joining us, that is a pre-recording behind us. That is not live. President Trump has not arrived here in Rapid City, South Dakota just yet. So the program will begin in just a couple of minutes. We will be hearing from Governor Kristi Noem, but a lot of you are mentioning we're talking over the president. That's a pre-recording. He's not actually here in the building just yet.
And if he was, we would not be talking over him at all.
Of course not.
Yeah.
No.
So he's on Trump Force One, heading this way, heading to South Dakota, all the way from New Jersey, and it's quite the flight. But it's a nice plane. I haven't been on it. I know Brian Glenn's been on that plane, and he's flying across the country here, and he'll be pleased to see that it's sunny skies and it's in the 80s. We were talking earlier when we were outside about the heat wave. I mean, as you guys know, those of you watching in the Northeast and Pennsylvania, Maryland, it's been a heat wave for 4 or 5 straight days. We're talking 95 and humid. But you know what? You should say to me, cry me a river, right? Because Texas, what's Texas been like?
Texas is hot. You walk outside, you just drench. It's so hot. Humid, triple digits, and I'm ready for fall. Let's just say that. I think I can vouch for anyone watching in Texas right now. Just before we go to commercial break, I just want to tell you real quick, again, President Trump going to be here tonight to a packed house in this arena, and he is winning in the polls, and we got to keep getting those numbers higher.
That's right, and the program is expected to begin at 5 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, and that's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. You're watching live coverage from Rapid City, South Dakota. I'm Matthew Alvarez with Vanessa Broussard. We will be right back.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout! Blackout coffee, baby! Blackout coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name is Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
We are live back here at Rapid City, South Dakota. President Trump and Governor Kristi Noem to attend this event here. A number of reports out there that Mrs. Noem will be endorsing President Trump officially for his run in 2024, which is just 14 months away. Time is kind of flying by here. Hopefully, it's been on our minds since 2020 is when's 2024, right? So that's what's going on now. And right now, President Trump from 2020, this speech that you hear in the background is being shown to the people of South Dakota, Iowa, Wyoming. A number of people just traveled right here to Rapid City. Check out Mount Rushmore, the Blacklands, the Badlands. So it's just pretty awesome here in South Dakota. A lot of people in this arena right now waiting for the president to arrive in Rapid City. There are a number of Agenda 47 items out there that we want to talk about. One of them is protecting Medicare and Social Security. Also, President Trump is also calling for immediate de-escalation and peace by using peace through strength. A number of items on Agenda 47 that he is going to talk about here tonight. And also, if you want to find out more information about the president's plan, you can go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. Just type in Agenda 47 in the search. Also, there's a newsletter. You go to that website.com/newsletter. You can sign up for that as well. Just put your email address in there, and then you'll have some great information, not only from what you see on the website, but on Truth Social, but also some exclusive offers to you, the viewer and the reader at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Obviously appreciating all of your love and support. And also, remember, all of this, everything you see here, the microphones, the video shots, they do obviously cost money. So if you have a few extra bucks, go ahead and share with us. Donate to RSBN Network. And also, we have obviously some great advertisers out there. And it's without the viewers and the advertisers that are pro-God and pro-country, this couldn't be possible. So thank you so much for what you're doing to supply the resources for us to be able to be here live and go across the country to talk about the president, but also to hear what he's saying and to show you right now the crowd behind me and to the right, just people just showing up. Every seat in this arena will be filled once President Trump is here. I'm not sure if they're going to be allowing everybody to stand on the floor as well. So if that's the case, you're talking 8,000 some odd people. I mean, look at that live shot, Vanessa, as we do I don't think we're going to be able to do a full 360, but we'll see if the wires can do it. Our camera op is looking at us like, hey, I'll give it a shot.
I'll give it a try, but you get the idea.
We'll take a 180.
Yeah, we show the crowds here at RSBN, and what you see is the truth. This is a packed house. I'm loving it. I loved getting to see all the people outside in line as they waited to get in. Thousands of people here tonight. 7,000 plus were the original numbers that we were getting, and now they were saying that they had to add seats, and that was sold out immediately. The people love Trump, and the more seats you add, the more people will come. And so, as you just saw, a full house tonight. Wonderful American patriots here, hoping for a great turnout for President Trump in 2024. And the more they indict, the more we unite. When they indict President Trump, the more we come together and say, we are not having this. We are not bowing down. We will not surrender, is what President Trump says, and we are backing him, and we are with him along the way. 4 indictments since March. You had New York City in the Stormy Daniels case. You had the boxes raid at Mar-a-Lago. You had the January 6th incident, and also 2020 accusations, election accusations in Washington, D.C., and then, of course, the 2020 election indictment in Atlanta. That's where the mugshot came out, and once that mugshot hit, you saw it everywhere, online, on TV, on T-shirts, you name it. That was a I'm coming for you look. President Trump, good job with that look. I love it. He's a lion who's ready to roar, and we're right behind him. His cubs, and we're ready to roar as well. So President Trump, when he had that mugshot release, it backfired. When they released that mugshot of him, backfiring on the Democrats, the DAs, the DOJ, the FBI, everyone that's trying to bring him down, I don't think they ever thought that they would see a push behind him and a momentum behind him like we're seeing now. It just keeps getting stronger and stronger. So he even put out on Truth Social not too long ago before the Georgia indictment, one more indictment and I'm going to seal this election. And so sure enough, he was indicted in Georgia, and the numbers, they don't lie. Looking at the latest interactive polls, national poll, when you're looking at the GOP field for the primary, President Trump is 61%. DeSantis way down there at 12%, and then it kind of goes down after that with Pence, Haley, and Ramaswamy. When you're looking at the head-to-head matchup with President Trump and Biden, President Trump jumping to 40% with President Biden at 38%. So yes, again, the more you indict, the more we unite. So the more they try to bring him down, the more powerful the MAGA movement becomes. Okay, I think we are getting ready to start the program here in South Dakota. We've been looking at a recording while we've been inside behind us. And I believe there are people starting to take their seats, so we should be beginning shortly, and I'm sure they're going to cue us as this program begins. Governor Kristi Noem, excited to see her tonight. She will be taking the stage as well. All right, now we are going to toss it down to Matthew.
The mayor of Rapid City, South Dakota, Jason Salomon.
How we doing, Rapid City? Man, it is an honor to be here. Welcome to everybody who's visiting our great city. It is my honor to kick us off today. And before we get started, I just want to say this. Isn't it amazing to live where under God the people rule? So with that, I've been invited to open us up in prayer because first things first, we give glory and honor to God Almighty. So would you do me a favor? Yeah, absolutely give it up. If you would please rise. What we're going to do is we're going to kick it old school, do it the way Jesus did, and do the Lord's Prayer together. So what I'm going to ask is I'll start us off. You're welcome to pray aloud with me, and may our prayers go up to God Almighty to bless this day, this city, this state, this country, and each and every one of you. So, please bow your head. Let's pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. May God bless Rapid City. May God bless the great state of South Dakota. May God bless the United States of America. And may God bless all the heroes who keep watch over us. Thank you. Let's have a great night.
Please welcome to the stage, Don Ackerman.
Representing all the veterans of this country, I'd like to lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the country which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Sarah Frankenstein.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang aloud, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome to the stage, Public Utilities Commissioner Christy Fegan.
Hello, South Dakota! We are a red state. So, what does red mean in the Republican Party? R, responsibility. We are responsible to our citizens and responsible to freedom. We are E, effective. Our Republican values are effective for families, effective for babies, effective for businesses, and effective to protect our rights. D, Republicans deliver results. So I am blessed to be one of your 3 Republican Public Utilities Commissioners in South Dakota. And in South Dakota, every day I bring an additional red to the PUC. I believe and I fight for you every day for reliable electricity delivered. And let me tell you, the White House and President Biden their radical policies on energy, on fossil fuels and electricity are shutting the lights off in South Dakota and across the U.S. So I am fighting for you to keep the lights on. So South Dakota, we need red values at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal level. So together, let's make sure we make America great again and bring red back to the White House.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota School and Public Lands Commissioner Brock Greenfield.
A house divided against itself cannot stand. Those words come straight from my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and have been repeated most famously by our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln. It is undeniable and has proven true time and again. Strife from within ultimately leads to failure at our very foundation. A few years ago, a very prominent Republican candidate for president quipped that he was going to go to Washington, D.C. and drain the swamp. That soundbite caught fire and became the mantra of so many of us who are on the outside looking in. We watch as the swamp creatures do what is in their own selfish interests, but overlook what is in the best interest of the broader cross-section of American society. Fast forward a few years. The swamp is ever aging. Elected leaders freeze up when asked questions, shake hands with thin air, utter nonsensical word salads, and fall up the stairs 3 times. With the likes of Feinstein, Fetterman, and Biden at the helm, the swamp is beginning to look more like a garden full of vegetables. My friends, our job is to encourage our fellow patriots to stop focusing on our differences and focus on the values we share. This House must be united as we move forward to send a loud and clear message that our state and country cannot thrive until we recognize certain absolute truths. We need to demand that politicians kick the boys off the girls' playing fields and out of their showers. Get CRT out of the classroom. Quit making decisions that are rooted in the ESG and DEI agendas. Stop killing innocent babies. And secure our borders. Finally, we need to send a loud and clear message next year to the angry radical left, and it starts at the top by telling the current president, Joe, you're fired. And I'm excited tonight to hear from a person who would love to deliver that message. Thank you and God bless.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota State Auditor Rich Setgast.
Well, good evening, South Dakota, and welcome to our friends in our neighboring states who traveled here for this evening's event. My wife Penny and my family would like to welcome you all here, and in addition to that, we wanted to give you a little inspiration on what's going on. First of all, my wife and I combined have attended over 6 events with President Trump, and it's just fantastic. You know, I can feel it from up here. You can feel the energy down there. I felt it when Brock was talking. You folks are getting fired up, and I have to tell you, when you leave here tonight, you will be inspired and you will have that energy, and it will be infectious for you. And we need that. We need to hold on to that because we need it going forward into our future. You know, the liberal agenda, which is woke, are anybody in here woke? Well, my colleague brought it up that ESG financial models and agendas, the liberal agenda, is really pushing institutions to the left. It started out with BlackRock investing in places across this country, and we need to fight them back, and so you need to contain this energy that you have here this evening. BlackRock has pushed institutions by incentivizing woke agendas. And you know what? We can fight back. We can do that with our pocketbooks, because if you're woke, what do? You go broke. Absolutely. We need to carry that agenda with us. I'm a Colorado Buffalo fan. I have been since the 1980s. Well, I have to tell you, in the 1980s, they had inspiration with Bill McCartney, who is also the head of the Promise Keepers. But we also now have Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, who said in an interview when he does his recruiting, he looks for kids that are grounded. He looks for kids that have come from a stable family environment because he knows they will be leaders. That's what we need to do as well. We need to keep that agenda moving forward and reject the woke agenda that we're seeing today, where we are pushing in transgender ideas. When you listen to President Trump tonight, you will go home with that inspiration in your hearts. I know it because I've been to a number of these type of rallies before. So what I want to say to you is God bless South Dakota, God bless you, and all of us keep praying for President Trump because we cannot have that woke agenda. Thank you all.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota State Treasurer Josh Hader.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor to be with you, and there's no better way to start the speech out than this, and I want you to cheer along with this. Let's go, Brandon! Now listen, I truly believe God doesn't give us more than we can handle, and that's why I'm still optimistic about the future of this great nation. But I know God gave the political elites, the national news media, the Democrats, and the big guy more than they could handle when they gave us President Donald J. Trump. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tale of two governments in this country. Let me outline the first one for you. One at the federal level ran by the Democrats and the establishment. They've driven up the cost of living by more than $700 a month with inflation. 57% of Americans can't put aside $1,000 for emergencies. The government colludes with large corporations to stifle your First Amendment rights, and the list goes on and on. But here at the state level, South Dakota is ran by America's Governor, Kristi Noem. Furthermore, Republican statewide officials hold 12 of 12 offices, and 94 legislators hold 94 seats out of the 105 legislative seats. And why does that matter? Here in South Dakota, we're getting it right. We have what's called responsible governance, and I want to share some numbers with you. While so many state budgets will experience a shortfall this year, South Dakota's revenue projection will be $182 million higher than expected. That's worth an applause. Our state retirement system. Our state retirement system continues to be more than 100% funded. We are only one of 2 states in the country that do that. And ladies and gentlemen, unlike the federal government, which has literally sunk us into a $30 trillion plus deficit and growing every day, South Dakota balances its budget every single year. Now, just one more thing I want to share with you, because we're all so proud of our veterans and those who have served in the armed forces. CNBC has ranked South Dakota the #1 state in the nation for our veterans to live and work. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you, veterans. We're so honored for the veterans that are here tonight. Thank you for your service. And ladies and gentlemen, I would just tell you I'm so absolutely proud of the example that South Dakota has set for the rest of the nation, and so are millions of Americans who choose to come here and spend their hard-earned time and money. I think that's one of the reasons President Trump is coming here tonight. Now, with that, I just want to take a moment. I want to thank all of our conservative Republican legislators and statewide elected officials who are here tonight for upholding those conservative values that make South Dakota such a great place. Can we give them all a round of applause, please? All right, now I've got a good one for you. I want to end with a trick question. All right. How many indictments does it take to steal the presidential election in 2024? Here's the answer. There is not enough, because Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States of America. Thank you and God bless.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota Attorney General Marty Jackley.
Wow, it's great to be home. I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve as your Attorney General, and thank you for the support that you always give to law enforcement. While the other team is defunding the police, you're always there for us. Thank you. 2024 is our turn to take back the country. Biden economics aren't working. Biden's 8.5% inflation affects every one of us at the grocery store and the pumps. We need a president that understands the economy. We have a crisis at our southern border. Under Biden, 5.8 million illegals have come into our country. What that means for you in law enforcement: we've got methamphetamine, we have fentanyl, we have huge problems. We need a president in Washington to secure that border. Fellow Republicans, we're the party of freedom and individual responsibility. We're the party that understands that innocent life is worth fighting for. We're the party that doesn't just preach the Second Amendment, we practice it. And we're the party that understands what our veterans have done and how important our military is, and we respect them and we support them. Friends, 2024 is our time. May God bless you and may God bless our great state. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota Lieutenant Governor Larry Roden.
Well, howdy. How cool is this? I am so excited here once again to welcome President Trump back to the state of South Dakota. So it's been entertaining just the last couple days watching some of the national media and the liberal talking heads that are trying to, put a rationale and put a negative spin on Trump visiting South Dakota. Like, why would he visit South Dakota? Or even our in-state political science professor from Aberdeen, northern state. He was grousing, well, I have his quote. He says, it's not like it would be at the top of my list to travel to South Dakota if I were Donald Trump. National reporters doing the same. Well, that's funny because I know the answer to that question. You see, think about it. This is President Trump's third trip to South Dakota in the last 5 years. President Trump knows for a fact in his heart of hearts that South Dakota is the freest state in a nation built on the principles of freedom. And he's a freedom-loving American. Why wouldn't he want to be in South Dakota? For me, as Lieutenant Governor, it's just been such an incredible experience. For the last 5 years, to see what we've went through as a state and a nation, the adversity and the conflict and all the issues and COVID. And I was thinking about it the other day, and through that adversity, we found opportunity. We found the opportunity as a state to demonstrate to the nation what adhering to our Christian conservative principles and the understanding that our rights are given to us by God and not by government, and we have no authority to take them away. We demonstrated to the state and to our nation and to the planet what freedom looks like. I've never in my life seen an opportunity like we had to sort the wheat from the chaff, a purely philosophical argument about our conservative values. Do you believe in them or don't you? Do you believe in limited government or don't you? And then to see the outcome of adhering to those values and seeing a state prosper like South Dakota has, and we have been a beacon of hope to the nation and a planet. It's pretty exciting times that we've been through. And I will say this, I'm not naive. There are a lot of issues in our nation. and we're going to face a great deal of adversity and problems and liberal ideology. We all know what they're putting President Trump through right now. 92 felony counts in 4 jurisdictions. That's egregious. And that's why President Trump's here, because he gets it. And if I was him, I'd want to be in a group of friends, because he gets it just like we get it. I'll leave you with this charge. We have an awesome responsibility as conservatives and as freedom lovers. We need to work hard to protect those freedoms that so many of our forefathers fought and died for to defend. We should look for leaders that understand where our rights come from and have the courage and strength of character to defend those rights and stand up for the people of South Dakota and the United States of America like Donald Trump has. God bless you all. May God continue to bless the great state of South Dakota, and my prayer is that God will lead President Trump. Thank you all.
It's an honor to be here today in Rapid City, not so far from the places that President Theodore Roosevelt used to visit back around the turn of the century. But it's an honor also to share this platform with so many of South Dakota's finest. Your Governor, Bill Janklow, your next Governor, George Mickelson, and the man South Dakota is about to re-elect to the United States Senate, Jim Abner. Would you rather have an America that is strong and proud and free? Do you want Jim Abner as your senator from the great state of South Dakota?
Through the post-war era, Republican governors in South Dakota fought to keep the state free of government regulation, like an ex-Marine from Flandreau named Bill Janklow, who became nationally known for fighting for South Dakota. The South Dakota Republican Party built on its winning tradition in 2004, when John Thune defeated the Senate Majority Leader, the nation's highest-ranking Democrat, the result of South Dakota Republicans coming together to fight this monumental struggle and succeed. The strong South Dakota grassroots movement elected leaders like Mike Rounds, Dennis Dugard, and Dusty Johnson, and achieved history when it went on to elect the first female Republican to the House of Representatives in Kristi Noem. In 2016, the state overwhelmingly voted to send Donald J. Trump to the White House to make America great again. In 2018, history was made again in South Dakota when the people elected Kristi Noem as the first female governor of the state. Under her leadership, South Dakota has become an example to the nation. Some places talk conservative. Here, we live it. We are incredibly thankful for the amazing legacy left by those who came before and the strong foundations that they've built. As we look ahead, we must continue to build on that foundation. The foundation built on the principles that have made the state of South Dakota and the United States of America so great. The principles that believe that every man and woman ought to be free, and that government should only exist to secure that freedom. In short, the South Dakota motto, under God, the people rule.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota Republican Party Chairman John Wick.
Good evening, South Dakota. Oh, come on. Good evening, South Dakota. That's more like it. Thank you for coming to the first ever Monumental Leaders Rally. I am proud to announce a record-breaking crowd for the South Dakota Republican Party, with over 7,000 of you here today to support President Donald J. Trump.
As you saw on the screen behind me as you were walking in today, it's been over 3 years since South Dakota first hosted another record-breaking event with President Trump. Tonight, it's my honor to once again host Governor Kristi Noem and President Donald Trump in Rapid City, South Dakota. You should see what I see. It is so absolutely incredible to see so many patriots here tonight. And we're all here with one goal: to send Joe Biden back to his basement and take our country back. I lived my entire life in South Dakota, but just a half a mile from our town is the state of Minnesota. It's worth it. We get a lot of our news from Minnesota, right out of Minneapolis. And over the last 3 years, I've watched Minnesota liberal policies burn the state and the Twin Cities down. With Democrat leadership from the top down, and don't get me started on their governor, please. Their progressive majority has destroyed the great state of Minnesota. This last year, I've watched as the liberal Democrats in the state's leadership passed abortion until birth. They decriminalized drugs. They set restrictions on Second Amendment rights. Some even have gone as far as calling Minnesota the new liberal utopia. In less than 90 days, their state legislature completely restructured the state of Minnesota to fit their liberal Democrat agenda. But just 200 miles away from the Minnesota border in Pierre, South Dakota, we tell a very different story. Thanks to the leadership from Governor Kristi Noem and Republicans in the state legislature, we have kept South Dakota free. We have kept South Dakota safe. And we have kept South Dakota open. Republicans have made South Dakota the best state in the nation to live, work, and raise your family your way. To live the way our founding fathers intended. In my time in the state legislature, we've cut taxes and red tape. We passed constitutional carry with the nation's strongest self-defense laws. And we have protected life. The liberal Democrats can't win in South Dakota, so they're trying to change the rules. Petitions are circulating right now to remove party labels from the ballot and write abortion into our Constitution forever. So don't sign their petitions. Just don't sign their petitions. Years from now, we will reflect on the 2024 election. It'll show we faced a critical choice at the ballot box in November. A choice between the overreach of big government by liberal Democrats like Minnesota, or common sense, conservative, small government, Republican government in South Dakota. We are at a pivotal moment in history. And if you've never really paid attention before, I'm sure you are now. My first job outside of our family business in high school was playing Rush Limbaugh on the radio during my summer vacations. I had the privilege of listening to Rush Limbaugh twice a day, every day, to make sure the recording worked throughout my entire high school years. Rush always said, "I'll tell you when it's time to panic." Well, Rush might be gone, but I still don't think it's time to panic. However, it is time to engage. If you're not registered to vote, register Republican. Volunteer on a campaign, walk in a parade, make phone calls, knock on doors, talk to your neighbors, write a check. Grassroots activists will make the difference in this election. Tonight, you've already taken the first step towards saving America just by being here. Your support is helping us to create the service organization that will elect Republicans, both here in South Dakota and across the nation. We will work through the primary season and at the RNC convention in July of 2024, when we will nominate the leader who will send Joe Biden back to the basement and put a patriot back in the White House. It will take time, it will take work, it'll take money, but most importantly, it will take each and every one of you in this room to come together and get it done. We are much stronger when we stand together than when we stand apart. This is not a new challenge. We've faced big tests before. We have proved ourselves as a nation that we can come together and win. We're Americans, and we're South Dakotans. We do big things, and we finish what we start. God bless America, and God bless the great state of South Dakota. Thank you for coming tonight.
That David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? Well, it goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall.
All right, everyone, it has been energetic so far as we've had several GOP speakers here from South Dakota take the stage, vowing for a better America and also she's kind of bragging on their state and how far South Dakota has come and how well they're doing right now under Governor Kristi Noem. She'll be on stage here momentarily. We're expecting her to probably be next. We're not 100% sure, but she should be taking the stage soon. We do know President Trump is delayed getting here due to weather issues. So that is still an undetermined time that he'll be here. We're thinking maybe 30, 45 minutes after his expected time. So he is on the way. They were just under a weather delay where he was taking off from to be able to get here to South Dakota. But he is coming. He is on the way. Governor Kristi Noem is on her way to the stage as well. We want to thank the South Dakota GOP for inviting us here and allowing us to be here for this wonderful event as we start to travel the country, continue traveling the country with President Donald Trump. We can't wait to see what his next few weeks hold. We know he will be at a football game. A very, I guess, a good game is going to be had this weekend tomorrow, and Brian Glenn will be there as well. So make sure you tune into RSBN for that. We also have some other events that are coming up with President Trump in the next couple of weeks. So stay with RSBN as those announcements are made as President Trump gets back onto the campaign trail. Of course, you know he's claiming election interference when it comes to the 2020 election. He has been slammed by D.C. and also Atlanta, the DAs, for saying that what he asked about the outcome was illegal. And so President Trump says this is all bogus claims, bogus accusations, and this is election interference. And so he's just saying they're trying to keep me away from you, the American people, and keep me in the courtroom. But today he's back, and we're happy to see him back. And it's a packed house here in South Dakota, 7,000 plus people. That was the original number, and then they added more seats and sold out immediately. So very excited to see all the people here. Now we're going to toss it over to Matthew Alvarez.
Hey, Vanessa, thanks so much. Yeah, we're here down on where the ice rink would be. There's a number of people showing up as well to fill this area. We're going to talk to a few Patriots that are in the audience right here behind me. I'm going to walk this way and say hi to them. What's up, man? What's your name again? Steve. Yeah, Lori?
Lori.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Is this your first time, being at an event like this?
Yes. We were at the 4th of July event at Mount Rushmore as well.
What was that experience like?
It
was energetic. It was life-changing. It was a great time.
See, a lot of people, I know that we've got a lot of serious things going on in the country right now, but sometimes we need just the encouragement from somebody like President Trump.
Absolutely, yeah. We just love everything that he represents, the family values, his support of law enforcement, locking the borders down, stuff like that. We have a son who's in Iraq right now. My husband's retired law enforcement. We just love everything about him.
Thank you for your son's service, and thank you, sir, for your service. But also, Kristi Noem. She's doing great things for this state, right?
She's our hero. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. She has those values. She has those family values that we believe in.
So being a law enforcement officer, retired law enforcement officer, what would be your message to any officers watching right now that have to take on the leftist agenda? What would you say to them?
Keep those values strong. I had two parents that came to this country with values in mind, with hard work in mind, and their thought was that if you have that, you can succeed. And as long as those things are grow, then you can have that. So as long as people keep religion in their family, keep God number one, and yeah, you'll be successful.
Sir, you're an officer and you're tearing up.
I am.
Why?
I just have, I was in police work for 28 years, and I look back. I look back at families that don't have those values. They're not given those tools, and I felt that it was my responsibility to go around and just help as much as I could.
and he brings up an awesome point. You know, we love President Trump, we love Kristi Noem, we love a number of conservatives out there, but thank God for God.
Absolutely. God's first, always.
No doubt.
First and foremost,
Keep families together.
God, family work.
That's why we're all here together.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
It's a love fest in Rapid City.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we see here. Just amazing patriots saying amazing things that are from the heart and authentic and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to hear him say USA real quick. Look at them all with the Trump signs there. I mean, I wonder if everybody's a supporter of Donald Trump. They are. Let's send it back to Vanessa up there on the media riser.
All right, we want to thank one of our sponsors, Birch Gold. Always a pleasure having Birch Gold here with us as the demand for the dollar weekends, the buying power of the dollar weekends. That is why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA. So all you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. You'll get a free information kit. A representative will call you. They will talk about a plan that works just for you. So you'll get your own personalized plan. And then they will send you a free information kit. So again, as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, arm yourself with information to save for your future. It's very important now more than ever. So text the word Trump to 989898 to get a free information kit from the Birch Gold Group. Again, we are waiting on Governor Kristi Noem from the wonderful state of South Dakota and President Trump coming here at this monumental rally. It's a monumental leaders rally, and we have a packed house, 7,000 plus people. It's great to see. All of the boxes are even full around the venue. So I'm loving seeing all the people. They've been chanting, "We want Trump." And of course we all do. But he is on his way, a little delayed because of the weather, but he will be here. Looking at the latest poll numbers from Interactive Polls, the national poll in the GOP primary has President Trump with 61%, followed by DeSantis way at the bottom with 12%, and Pence with 6%, and it goes lower from there. So President Trump leading the way over the 60% threshold, now at 61%. Second place, far behind at 12%. Now, when you look at the matchup between President Trump and Biden, you have President Trump with 44% and Biden with 38%. That's a jump since the mugshot. So just remember, we like to believe the more you indict, the more we unite. So the more they attack President Trump, the more the MAGA movement gets stronger and stronger. And they've said, we have enough. We see what's going on here, and we want this man back in office. Okay, we have a break in the music. Let's see if we're going to have a speaker. It doesn't look like we'll have that just yet. Okay, so Congress back in session on Tuesday. September 12th is the date that Congress will be back in session. Government shutdown is looming, and so it's very important to look at all of the details of this spending bill, this legislation that's in place. Some GOP member says they're not voting because Marjorie Taylor Greene, the state rep from Georgia, introduced these articles of impeachment against Joe Biden back in May, and basically is saying, if we don't get the backing for this, I'm not voting for anything that comes to this spending legislation. So there's a lot on the table come Tuesday when Congress goes back to session. If spending legislation is not passed, the government will shut down at midnight on September 30th. So those are two important dates to keep in mind next Tuesday when Congress goes back to session. Stay with RSBN as we continue to cover the articles of impeachment filed against Biden and also the looming government shutdown. And again, if nothing is passed, the government shutdown will take effect on September 30th at midnight. All right, we are, let's go to Matthew to look at the crowd. Let's look at the crowd. You know, President Trump he does say, and he's absolutely right, most of these media outlets do not show the crowd, but here at RSBN, we show the crowd. And he knows that. We love showing the crowd because we love the people too, just like he does. So let's show the crowd. Matthew Alvarez is down with the crowd on the floor. Matthew.
All right. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Yeah, I mean, the crowd, getting more and more, waiting for the president to show up here. I'm talking to a number of people in the audience that are just really, really excited to be at an event like this. We were talking about that before. If you're just tuned in, I'm going to kind of walk over this way while I talk, but everybody's being encouraged by these kind of events. These are more than, I'm going to say it, these are more than President Trump in only one way. He created MAGA. He made it such a thing now that it's exploded. I mean, everybody wants freedom, wants the Constitution, that kind of thing. He just led the way. That's why we want him back in the White House. And it's just interesting to see all these people here. It's kind of like a hockey kind of vibe, or a kind of an event atmosphere in the sense of a sporting event, but it's for someone that we're really happy to have at this arena here in a little bit. Anyway, let me get to my friend over here. Come on over. What's your name again?
My name is Zita.
Awesome. And you're from Rapid City, right?
I am.
All right, tell us your thoughts about the fact that President Trump's traveling here today, and, it's a time that's really tough in this country, isn't it?
It is. It really is. We need to start looking back and start making things better again.
Let's rewind to 2015, though. Who were you supporting then? Was it President Trump at that point?
It was, for sure.
Somebody's phone goes off in the middle of the music right there, but that's all right.
Okay.
So you were a supporter then, and then why are you still supporting President Trump?
Because he protects our country, and he knows what we need and what we deserve, and he protects everybody.
How about your friends and family? What are they saying about the nation right now?
It's sad. I feel bad for our grandchildren, what's going to happen to them and our country. It's just going down.
Is this your first event to see the president?
Yes, it is.
Pretty excited, huh?
Exciting. Very exciting.
Very cool. Thank you so much for talking with us. Have a good day. Rapid City's gorgeous. Thank you. There's Zita from Rapid City. Actually checked out the town yesterday with the crew, and it's a nice area here in South Dakota. About 900,000 people in the great state of South Dakota waiting on Governor Noem to take the stage and deliver a great speech. We're hearing that she's going to be endorsing the president officially for the 46th president of the United States, of course, for November of 2024. So a great time here in the arena. It's going to be pretty awesome. So enjoy it. Stay right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow me, I'm Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. No teleprompter, no script. Just going from my heart here for you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Send it back to Vanessa Broussard.
Matthew, thank you. We are continuing to wait for Governor Kristi Noem from South Dakota and also President Donald Trump to take the stage. When we look at what's going on with this current administration, a lot of people talk about not only the economy, they talk about what's going on in Ukraine. Not happy with all of this money being sent to Ukraine with what's going on in our own country. People are struggling, our homeless population, our veterans who feel like they've been put on the back burner. We've had disasters in Hawaii. We've had a hurricane hit Florida, and President Biden is seeking another $24 billion to send to Ukraine, on top of roughly $76 billion already sent, along with military supplies, and that includes ammunition, that includes military tanks. All of this is being sent to Ukraine when our American families are struggling here at home. And so I've talked to a lot of people here today who are also not happy with what's going on in Ukraine and all that money being sent there and not being kept here at home for Americans, and also to secure our border. Now, you look at these border states who are doing what they can with their state guards to protect the borders because they feel like the federal government isn't doing enough. You know, President Biden is is kind of neglecting, or is totally neglecting, the southern border. You have governors like Governor Greg Abbott in Texas, who is putting his own barricades in the water just to try to stop all of these illegals coming in. What are they bringing? They're bringing fentanyl, which is killing our Americans and also our children. They're bringing drugs. There's also murderers. There's also rapists. So all of this is just flooding into our borders. It's an open border. It's free game. Everyone come in under the Biden administration. And so people are seeing it everywhere, not just on the border states, but also, in the Midwest. They're seeing it up north. They're seeing it on the West Coast and the East Coast. And people are just fed up with what's going on with the Biden administration taking care of Ukraine without taking care of America first. We're going to see what's going on behind us real quick. We may be close to Governor Kristi Noem taking the stage. We'll see real quick. Oh, yeah, it was just people hearing the music stop. So, yes, they're just excited to be here. We're all excited to be here.
Yeah.
And we also want to thank, I forgot about my little pin.
Yeah.
One of the guys that's here, one of the Trump supporters that's here is a veteran, and he gave us these pins
Right on
that
air.
that are American flag on a cross.
Yeah,
and you
that's
can't get
awesome.
any more patriotic and blessed than that.
Exactly. Faith and freedom is summed up to right there. And sometimes you wonder, like, what sums you up? What do you believe in? And you can, some of us or most of us out there that are watching might say, Jesus is my savior and Trump is my president. But I love what President Trump does. He does great things for the faith community, right? I mean, the Jewish people with the Abraham Accords and having Jerusalem. He's doing great things. So it's quite awesome. So, what do you think the Governor Noem's going to say tonight in the sense of her delivery? I mean, I wonder how MAGA she's going to be tonight. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I'm eager to see her again. I've said this all day long. This is the first time I've seen her. A huge fan of Governor Kristi Noem. Love what she stands for. Love what she does. She's a fighter. She's stern. And she's just a great American. And so to see her tonight, we're hoping that she officially announces that she is endorsing President Trump. So we'll see if that happens tonight. A lot of people are expecting that. And so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see how fiery her delivery is, because this arena right now is very primed for a rousing speech from her and then President Trump. When we were looking at the scheduling for this, we didn't know if this was more of a rally or more of a GOP dinner type thing. And it seems like it's rally written all over it.
It really does. And so I just love it. I wish President Trump could have one of these.
It seems like more of a rock concert at this point right now, but I like it because it's energetic. Like, you'd rather have something that is at a different level for the American people.
You're talking about energy. You know what's going to happen Sunday. A lot of energy around the TVs with NFL football starting.
You bring up a great point.
And also, what better way to grill with some meat from Moink?
Exactly.
Have the guys come over, Moink beef, throw some on the grill, cook out in front of the games. You know what? 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company, and that's owned by the Chinese. And their hogs are giving a product which is banned in 160 countries, and that includes China. But guess what? It's available right here in U.S. grocery stores. So it's banned in other countries, but it's available here. So Moink delivers high-quality raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms help them hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders from a town of 97 people. I love it. A town of less than 100 people. That's where this beef comes from. How great is that? Moink is helping save rural America. You can too. Join the Moink movement today. They said it's oink, oink with an M. Moink. So keep that in mind. Oink, oink with the M. Keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now. And guess what? You will get free ground beef for a year. Just stop what you're doing and go sign up right now. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. Spelled MOINK, box.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump.
And, you know, interestingly enough about that company, 4 years ago, they were on Shark Tank, and they got a good deal, like $400,000 for 20%. I love that show, Shark Tank.
I do too. We can talk about that another day.
Yeah, exactly.
But I could talk all day about Shark Tank and how amazing that is for small business owners who are
100%.
trying to grow their business.
Exactly. Why don't we take a live look at the scoreboard here, actually. It's
The
pretty cool.
scoreboard.
Above the
Yeah, I love that.
Jumbotron, it says 2024, and then it's the third period. So, obviously, 2024, the three I was saying earlier is probably him winning 45, 46, 47. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Right?
And then Trump 47.
Yeah.
And Noam 33.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, so they know how to throw a party here in South Dakota. We were talking earlier about the 250-year anniversary in 3 years for the country and how great that'll be. You know, sometimes, you know, we go back and forth wondering, really though, will we have that celebration under President Trump in the White House? We hope, we pray, we believe, we do what we got to do, right? In the sense of peaceful means, but at the end of the day, peace through strength. That's what President Trump's all about. So we're hoping to have that kind of freedom revival in a way for the country, but also a spiritual revival. That's what we need, right?
Absolutely. And when you talk about spiritual revival, we need to put God back into our families and God back into our schools, into our communities. And it's really disgusting. There's no other word to use really than disgusting what they're trying to brainwash our children with right now, whether that's the books they're reading in a public library, a school library, whether that's putting men and women's locker rooms. Did you see just the other day? It's not just players anymore, it's coaches.
Yeah.
So trans coaches going into women's locker rooms, watching them dress and undress and get naked. That is wrong, that is disgusting, and it needs to end. And the left is allowing it. And President Donald Trump, and he probably will bring that up again tonight. He mentions it all the time.
Right.
He will put an end to that on day one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Agenda 47, everything that you could name a topic, it's covered in that policy. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, from immigration to the economy to our freedoms, right? I mean, we were talking before about illegal immigration. Isn't it interesting the amount of people that are coming across the border, and even as we mentioned, the New York City mayor saying what he's saying about, hey, our city's going to be destroyed with all of these migrants coming in. Around 100,000 people. That's about, you know, if you look at Michigan, the big house at the stadium, Beaver Stadium at Penn State, UCLA, whatever. That's a lot of people that came in just the one city. Obviously, New York has a ton of a laundry list of things to take care of there. But we need God back. We need freedom back. I mean, how many times can we'll just repeat because it's just facts.
He is coming back. And there's actually a company that I follow. I met them at an event, and I'm going to look them up right now. I bought a shirt from them that says "Bring God Back" in big capital bold letters.
That's cool.
And I'm going to find their Instagram page.
Yeah, but that's awesome.
They're wonderful. And you can also, you know, we talked about Sunday football. Look at high school football, right? And so Friday Night Lights, that's big right now. And so put your child in those shirts when they go to the games and just let the whole community know we need to bring God back. And so once one wears the shirt, then a friend will say, I want that shirt too. And it's a ripple effect. And so the more we can get out there that God needs to be first and foremost, the better.
Yeah, God first and freedom and the family. I mean, think about it. Like we were talking before, I was, when you were outside, talking about Jair Bolsonaro and Viktor Orban of Hungary, the Prime Minister of Italy. I mean, these people are freedom fighters, right? So I'm not only, in a sense of this, I'm not only a supporter of Donald Trump, I'm a supporter of any leader that is a freedom fighter, right, around the world. And so Donald Trump is the leader of the free world. And so having him back in, I think will help hundreds of millions, if not billions of people around the world. I mean, there was no world war, like, you know, on the step of a World War III, or there was not a Ukraine war and other things that have happened under the fake Biden administration. So it's like, all right, well, you know, let's get Trump back and let's do this and get back on with our lives a little bit more than talking this kind of stuff.
I agree with you. Hey, Stand Up Now Apparel. Stand Up Now Apparel on Instagram. That's where you can find the God First, Put God Back T-shirts and merchandise. And go support them. They're very MAGA.
Yeah.
And they love our country. They love the Lord. And so as businesses like that, we need to support.
That's awesome. Vanessa, do you know the words of Johnny Cash? Can you sing for us or what?
Okay, I do know the words of Johnny Cash. I love Johnny Cash. I'm not going to sing for you, though.
Okay, all right.
I want our viewers to stay with us.
Okay,
I want them to turn us
I'm going to
off.
sing. Here we go. Ready? I'm just kidding. All right, anyway.
I was going to let you go.
No, I'm not going to do it. Don't worry.
Let's
Let's take another look at the people here. I mean, to the right, seriously, I mean, they're just having a good time waiting on Kristi Noem to show up, President Trump to show up. It's a party here. Look at the wave is just starting right now.
I love it. How fun.
Event. Again, it's obviously a serious time in the country. We understand that. However, it's also awesome to have an encouraging time or a fun time as we gather together, you know, under one kind of message. The message is simple. We love God. We love our country. We want someone in the White House that's going to bring back this nation. Well, there you go. Make America great again. Trump 2024 signs all over the place. And as we continue to pan all the way around, almost every seat is filled in this place. There are some empty ones towards the bottom here, just about 20 or 30 reserved for other people. But it's quite an event here in Rapid City as the wave is starting right now. Why don't we just take a pause for a second and just let you soak in the room. And here's the wave one more time around here. Well, there you go. I mean, that's... This is live from Rapid City, South Dakota, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is pretty awesome stuff. I mean, the link, the Rumble link, or the Right Side Broadcasting Network link, why not send it to everybody you know right now for tonight's speech? Your friends, your family. Let's have a national, encouragement tonight with the speech that the president's going to put on for us. And also with Kristi Noem, we're hearing reports that she will officially endorse the president tonight. So let's let it be a national party here in September of 2023. As we are dealing with a whole heck of a lot out there. And here we go. Party's going to keep going.
So we got the wave going. Now we got YMCA playing. So it's a party here in South Dakota. So much fun.
Yeah. I mean, tell us something. We were talking before about all of the travel you recently did. I mean, you were in D.C., you were in South Carolina, Alabama. What's it like just traveling this nation and meeting people from every state and just connecting with them?
I love the people. I love the people so much. I love whenever I get on the ground somewhere and meeting all these patriots who watch RSBN, who love President Trump. They have the same beliefs as we do. Just good people. You know, they love the Lord. They love the country. They love Trump. They want what's best for America. I love going everywhere we go. I can't wait to get there.
I feel like this is almost a dream right now because, you know, when we worked in mainstream media, if we talked about any of this stuff, it just wouldn't fly.
We wouldn't have a job.
And I'm glad that I don't on that side anymore, but because, you want to do something that's right. You want to stand on the right side of history, so I'd rather use those talents for this, and that's what we're doing. And I've said this before, the people watching right now, we're no different than you in the sense of we're we the people as well. We the people. We're citizens just like you. We just happen to have these microphones and, are here and happy to show you the crowd and to talk about great things about this country and what hopefully will be continually more great things that will happen in 2024, which is only 14 months away.
Yes, it's going to be here before we know it. We're eager to see in January. It begins with the Iowa caucuses, and so January is going to be a big month. So as soon as the holidays are over with, it's going to be down to the wire when it comes to the 2024 election. So it's not just about November.
Right.
We have to start in January with the Iowa caucus.
We received word from the Trump team here on the ground that President Trump is obviously on his way, but around 7:45, maybe a little bit earlier than that. So it's 6:27 Mountain Time here, so 8:45. But, thanks for sticking with us here. We're going to be showing the crowd. We'll be talking to a number of people and sharing a number of points from Agenda 47.
Can we see these little girls behind us? They've been dancing. They're so cute. They were just waving.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Senator from Montana,
Steve Daines.
Well, hello, South Dakota. Greetings from Montana. I am honored to be here as neighbors, to be part of this great rally. And I'll say, let me start off by saying this. You have a great governor here in South Dakota named Kristi Noem. I had a chance to serve with Kristi back when she was in Washington. I knew there was something real special there. And people are moving to South Dakota, not just because of your great quality of life and pheasants. It's also because of quality of leadership. But I got to tell you, when I fly back to D.C., I flew back home to Montana last night and then came over here this afternoon. In Washington, I have a small little apartment. I don't have a car back there. I can't stand traffic. I'm a Montana kid. And I walk to work every day. I've got about a 5 or 6 block walk to Capitol Hill. And it gives you time to think every morning. And I was thinking the other day, what will it be like in January of 2025? When as I'm walking to work, my grandma always told me, count your blessings. I'm thankful for our 4 children, our 5, soon to be 6 grandchildren. But I got to tell you, I'm going to be saying a thankful prayer, saying, thank God Joe Biden's no longer president of the United States. So before I got elected to Congress, I had a legitimate day job in business. I'm the son of a U.S. Marine from Montana. And I've now been in Washington, hard to believe, 11 years. I will tell you something. The best 4 years of my time in Washington was when President Trump was in the Oval Office. Think about what happened in that short period of time. We cut taxes, one of the biggest tax cuts in our nation's history. We had a booming economy. President Trump restored sanity to the Supreme Court. President Trump also signed into law the greatest conservation win in 50 years, called the Great America Outdoors Act. That was signed by President Trump. We had low gas prices, lower cost groceries, a secure border back in those days. And we were respected on the world stage. Think about what President Trump did. He got the Abraham Accord signed, the most significant peace agreement in the Middle East in a generation. He moved the embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. But compare that for a moment to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's energy policies. It's to shut down Made in America oil as we're all staring at $4 plus gas, shutting down Made in America natural gas. And I think their strategy is to shut down oil and gas and replace it with Chinese batteries. That's what they're doing. We've seen the highest inflation in 40 years. Interest rates that we've not seen at this level in a generation. The botched Afghanistan withdrawal. And then here's another one that hits close to home. So the Chinese launched a spy balloon. Look, it came over Montana first, and it came over South Dakota, I know. It came right over our intercontinental ballistic missiles. Why didn't they shoot it down? I told the president, I said, you shoot that down, the worst thing that happened, we might hit a cow or a mule deer or an antelope. It was embarrassing. And it made the United States look weak on the world stage. And look, when you've got adversaries in places like China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, look, they exploit weakness. In conclusion, one of the responsibilities I've been given in this election cycle is to win back the majority of the United States Senate and take the gavel out of Chuck Schumer's hands. Remember something. When President Trump is elected in November of 24, the first call he will make is to the United States Senate, because he's got to move his cabinet officials through. And our founding fathers gave that responsibility to the United States Senate. Imagine for a moment we are in majority control and he's calling Chuck Schumer. It'd be a disaster. So that's why we're working really hard to win the majority back. And I'll tell you, there's three states that will decide the majority. It's West Virginia, it's Montana, and it's Ohio. Those three states all have Democrats up in states where every single elected official in those three states are now Republicans. So, if you're a Democrat in that state and you're trying to run for re-election in the United States Senate, get ready, because we are coming for you. We are. Now, I've got one final question I need to ask. There's a lot of polls going on out there. Some are fake polls. Many are fake polls. But let me tell you, I got to ask you all a question. If the election were held today between Joe Biden and Donald J. Trump, how many of you are voting for Donald J. Trump? Well, the president's smiling right now backstage. I know that for sure. Thank you. And I'll just say, I'm looking forward to working together here to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless.
Good times for a change. See, the look I've had can make a good man turn bad. So please, 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 let me get what I want this time. Haven't had a dream in a long time. See, the life I've had can make a good man bad. So for once in my life, let me get what
From President Donald J. Trump speaking to this energetic crowd here in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, we're going to hear from Governor Kristi Noem as well. The president a little delayed on his arrival here to this arena because of weather, but he is expected to be here shortly. If he's not here already, the president on his way to address the crowd. What will he be talking about tonight? Of course, the economy. Of course, we just mentioned men and women's sports. He usually brings that up. He'll talk about Ukraine. He'll talk about, the latest poll numbers and also the indictments against him. Looking at those indictments, there have been 4 since March. The first in New York City with Stormy Daniels, then the Mar-a-Lago raid. President Trump calling that the boxes hoax. Then we move over to D.C., where he faced indictments dealing with January 6th and the 2020 election, and then on to Atlanta, Georgia, where he's facing an indictment for the 2020 election. And of course, the Georgia indictment, when he turned himself in, that's where he was forced to take a mugshot, and that mugshot has spread across the globe. It did within seconds, and people really loved the look that the president gave in that mugshot. It was a, I'm coming for you. You're about to find out what I'm all about. And President Trump putting on Truth Social that when you come after me, I'm coming after you. And that's the look that he gave in that mugshot. So it's really backfired on the Democrats and some of these DAs who are trying to attack President Trump and his allies. And so the people are loving it. His poll numbers continue to grow. Anytime he's indicted, his poll numbers go up. And how about the, Matthew, the debate? We haven't even brought that up yet. Yeah. The Republican debate without the president. He held his own on X, formerly known as Twitter, now on X with Tucker Carlson, and he received so many views, millions and millions of more views than the Republican debate did on Fox News.
My buddy from Florida, he said this is going to be the most widely watched interview probably of all time. He actually said about 200 million people would watch it, and then you looked at the impressions or the views, right? And so think about it. Like Anderson Cooper over at CNN, he's getting 106,000 people. 106,000 people. That's garbage. Let's be real. So people are seeing that. They're resonating with the truth, right? They want to be around the truth, and so they're going to go to outlets like Right Side Broadcasting to be like, hey, I want to hear what is the truth. We're not taking this from like thin air and being like, hey, this is what we believe. No, it's just fact. You can't argue with the fact. You can try. The narrative is to go to the truth, and the Democrats like to always paint the picture, and they use CNN and others to be like looking all professional and great, and this is CNN. It's like, who cares? We see past that stuff now. That's why so many of you out there that are conservative podcasters, I haven't done a podcast or anything. Like, I'm here with Right Side and others, but it's like people are stepping up and like, well, you know what? I have the truth and I'm going to speak out, and that is awesome.
And the more people stand up and speak out, the more people they'll reach as well. And so people are starting to really realize the truth and what's going on in Washington and beyond, even in their home state.
Yeah. I mean, the legacy media is it's a dinosaur. It's slowly going away, and the more and more people we can have awake around the country to get away from those legacy media outlets and to start getting to the conservative media. I was going to say empire, but empire sounds like a bad word. It's not a bad word. It's going to be an empire. It's going to be, why not have conservative media? Why not have conservative business, conservative healthcare, conservative everything? Because that's what we want. As Americans, we want that. And speaking of conservative, we love our sponsors because they're all conservative and they're right here with you through it all, including Birch Gold, the Birch Gold Group. Now is the time to protect your IRAs, your 401ks, anything that you have as we watch inflation and the U.S. dollar. Invest in gold, and it doesn't have to be a lot. It can just be a little bit, but protect your future. And so if you don't know where to begin, that's where the Birch Gold Group comes in. You can text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. You'll get a free information kit. And so that might be something that you would want to look into and may find a plan that's best for you and your future. So protect your money with the Birch Gold Group. Again, text the word Trump to 989898, and they will receive, or they'll send you a free information kit. And this BRICS thing, I was watching on Rumble. There's actually a live feed for Russia Today, so RT Today, because I'm like a news junkie. I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to news. Like I like to watch and see what's going on in the world. And so Artsy today, they're talking about China and Russia and India and South Africa and these countries joining together to devalue the dollar, and they're seeing the utter weakness that our country is putting out because of the current administration. And it's wild to see. I've never really heard. There was actually a whole military conference that was put out there recently, and it was in September or in August, and they were all there talking about what they could do to unite, and that the West and the United States is not the leader anymore. That's what they're talking about in the other countries. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's scary.
It is scary.
So make sure you're investing properly and thinking ahead, because we just don't know under this administration and how it's like you were mentioning, other countries are laughing at us right now, right? And so we just don't know what the future holds.
Right.
And so it's very important to pay attention right now, come up with a plan right now, and save your future.
Exactly, and then back it with gold, with like Birch Gold Group. I mean, it's a serious thing. They're not just advertising, for nothing. This is real deal stuff.
Absolutely, it is.
So it's quite awesome. I'm gonna have to get into that very soon. Got to, So. Anyway, this is a fun song that we've heard before.
I know. I was kind of looking around. People standing up now with their Trump 2024 signs, dancing to the YMCA. So a lot of fun, a big party.
6:45 here in the Mountain Time Zone. 8:45, of course, in the East Coast. We're waiting on President Trump. I'm sure he's landed by now. Don't have a tracker on the plane, but yeah, it'll be great to see him here and really deliver a great speech to the people.
And we also want to take this time, too, to give our thoughts and prayers to the people of Hawaii who have lost their homes, their livelihoods. Also, lives have been lost in those wildfires. Children remain missing, which is so sad. I can't even imagine a parent in that situation. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. We think about you every day, and hopefully, we can come to some grips about what really took place, and hopefully you'll get some help from the government and from beyond. A lot of nonprofit organizations are on the ground there trying to do what they can, and God bless them and our first responders, and again, all of the families there. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. Also, it's the middle of hurricane season, and I know Florida was just hit, so the people affected from the latest hurricane in Florida, our thoughts and prayers are with you as well.
Exactly, and then another hurricane developing in the Atlantic coast, looking like a Cat 5, but it's the models look like they're showing more of an Easter flow.
Hopefully it's a fish storm and just circles around and goes back into the ocean.
Yeah, hopefully
so we'll
not.
see right there.
But back to Hawaii, I mean, the churches and the nonprofit groups and the actual people, right? Like, they're just helping each other out in a terrible situation that was very, very, I don't know what to call it. You want to call it fishy? I don't know. Something wasn't right with that, obviously. But Lahaina is a town of 12,000 people. I spoke to 2 pastors there. I did a Zoom interview with them. If you want to watch some of it, it's on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez. And it was interesting because they were saying, hey, listen, this is how this all started. The fire came this way and that way. But the one thing that was great is that they are men of faith that are praying for the people and being there for the people that survived that horrible thing. There's a lot of Christian history in Lahaina as well. So it's kind of a really tough thing, part of our land, getting hit like that. And we're hoping that, the government, it's got to do its part too. But Biden was atrocious with his response. And then, of course, you guys have heard the talking points with the media, with him talking about his Corvette and his...
Yeah, he said that he can he feels kind of the pain that they felt. He resembles kind of what they're going through, and he can relate because he almost lost his Corvette at one point.
Right. Moving forward with the Democrats, do you think that they're going to try and bring in Gavin Newsom, or are they going to try and have Biden do it? I mean, it's anybody's guess right now. I mean...
Yeah, when it comes to what? I'm sorry, the music is so loud.
Oh, no. the left wing. It's these people that obviously want to tear down the country. And I've said it before, we didn't know that it was this bad, though, years ago, before the Trump presidency. We didn't know it was that deep.
Because it was hidden for so
It was hidden
long.
because there were rhinos hiding it too, right?
Right, and then big companies, big tech,
Yep.
the media, and so people just believed what they heard.
Yeah.
And what happened to me when it all took a turn was when President Trump said fake news, and he started pinpointing all of these fake news articles, and then people started saying, wait, that is fake.
Yeah.
And they started not trusting mainstream media.
Right.
And then whenever you get on social media sites, and you can decipher for yourself which one I'm talking about, when you post anything pro-life, pro-God, pro-America, you go to jail. Social media jail, that is.
Right.
Or your account gets blocked. And so people start thinking, Trump's right. He's right.
Yeah.
Anytime we say anything, now we're getting kicked off social media. My account's being deleted. And so that really started the movement of, wait a minute, we think what he's saying is actually true. Name me one thing that Trump has not been right about so far.
Right.
I mean, he's right about everything.
Yep. And I'm glad that at the end of this whole thing, we win in the end, and that's awesome. But what do we do until then? And so we win as much as we can as well. Again, as I repeated earlier, through voting, through peaceful protest, speaking out, and having as much conservatism go across this land as possible. I read earlier when you were outside, there's a senator out of the Australian Parliament that wrote a letter. You might have saw that on Truth Social, right? Isn't that awesome?
Yes.
Like the world
President
sees
Trump.
what's happening.
Yes, absolutely they are. And, you know, we have friends in other countries who say, we wish we had President Trump here. People love him, not only here in America, but all over the world. And so, you know, it's just a movement we've never seen before. The MAGA movement is here to stay, and it's going to be here for a very long time. And, and we're happy to be here with you along this road, and we're glad that you choose RSBN as your source for news and everything Trump and everything conservative and God first and America first. We are going to call you family because that's what you are to us as family.
Definitely.
If you're watching right now and you haven't done so already, sign up for the RSBN newsletter. You can go to rsbnetwork.com and sign up for our newsletter. We'd love for you to do so, and you will get all the latest headlines and news articles right there on your newsletter that comes out. Also follow RSBN on social media. Rumble's a big one. If you're watching on Rumble, thank you for watching. Also sign up for our locals on Rumble, our locals channel. That way, if you click on locals, you'll get exclusive content not seen anywhere else. And don't forget to follow me on Truth Social, Vanessa Broussard, and Instagram, Vanessa B News.
That's right. At Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social as well. rsbnnetwork.com/newsletter. And they'll have exclusive offers and exclusive content in there too. So it's great. And also RSBN, of course, on Truth Social at RSBN, which, by the way, of course, you know, President Trump and others, other big names out there, reach truth, you know, a lot of RSBN's content, because he wouldn't do that if he didn't believe that this is true, right? So that's pretty awesome to see that happen and to get the spread across this country and around the world, seeing what the president retruths and what he says. You know, obviously he's an entertainer, great personality, strong, we get that. But he really actually believes in it. This is what I like about it. If he didn't believe in it, he would not go through this.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
So he believes in it, and so does Kristi Noem and Carrie Lake and a number of other people that we've talked about here on the broadcast. So tomorrow, again, Brian Glenn, you said, is going to be at...
I love it, yes. It's going to be at, what is it, Iowa?
Yeah, Iowa State, Iowa game tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's at Iowa State, and yeah, he's going to be there. And I just want to see the shot, like just like when he walks into like a UFC crowd. You know, he just walks around. The place is going nuts. They're shaking his hand.
Oh, the people are going to go crazy.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited. I don't know. Brian Glenn, follow him on social media. Let me take a look because I know RSBN is putting it out there. I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to find that for you right now. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to be watching from my phone the minute
at Brian on Truth Social.
Maybe they'll find it for us.
Yeah, so it's looking just at the crowd here, I mean, the front area has filled up a bit, and there's a number of people that are just filling this whole spot. I mean, even to the back, to the top rafters, there are people right now. So it's a pretty cool scene here. We're going to thank one of our sponsors here in a second, but let's take a live look right now at the arena here in Rapid City, South Dakota, before President Donald Trump shows up and shares a speech with us.
If you love to cook, we have the perfect beef for you. Moink beef. That's oink with an M. 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese. And their hogs are given a product which is banned in 160 countries, including China, but you can find it in your grocery aisle every day. So it's not allowed in other countries, not even China, but it's allowed here in America. But there's a better way. I'd like to tell you about Moink. They say it's moo plus oink. Moink delivers high quality, humanely raised meats, raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders from a town. This is my favorite part. 97 people. You can't get more rural than that. I love it. 97 people is where this beef comes from. So join the Moink movement today. Help save rural America. I love it. You'll love it as well. They say they guarantee that you will put the oink and moink, keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now, and you will get free ground beef for a year. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. Spelled MOINK box.com/Trump. That's MOINK box.com/Trump. And get your beef today. So good to have Moink Beef with us as an advertiser. Can't wait to taste their product.
Yeah. That would be great. I mean, and I was at a conference in Nevada a couple weeks ago, and there was a company there as well. You know, you don't want to have something like mRNA, pushed into the food, right? So you want to have places like Moink to be able to have fresh, good food, knowing that it's coming from, conservatives and a family business. 97 people, is that the town that you're saying, right?
97 people, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I love it. So thank you to Moink for being a sponsor here today. All right, I love the crowd on the sides because they're doing the dances and they're throwing up the signs, but how about the people in the suites? Isn't that a great time to be in a suite and watching the 45th, 47th president?
Exactly. So during one of the breaks, I went up, I had a Trump 2024 sign, and ran into some people up there, and they were in a suite. So I was like, all right, let me take a photo.
Oh, that's
So
great.
it was a nice photo. It was like 20 people. It's on my Truth Social, at Matthew Alvarez. But I wanted to talk about, in the Washington Examiner, there was a quote. It said that Newt Gingrich says Trump is a leader of a movement, not just a candidate. What do you think about that?
I agree. This is the MAGA movement. Again, you'll hear us say this a million times. It's something we have never seen before. He has taken this country by storm. And so, yes, it's the Republican Party, but it's the MAGA Republican Party. You can almost say, you know what, it's interesting. I had this conversation with an Uber driver in Atlanta, and it's almost like you have another party in its own. The MAGA movement is so strong, and so you have the rhinos who we don't need. You need to do your homework and make sure they're not elected back into office. A lot of these people run in Republican name only, and we got to make sure that if they're not doing what they told you they're going to do, and if they're not doing what you believe, get them out of office and get a true conservative patriot in office. So the MAGA movement is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of adjectives you can add to that. You could say the freedom movement, the liberty movement, but it's all based in the Tea Party movement, the MAGA movement, right? And how it's exploded across this land. But I think it's also, again, across the world. People are like, yeah, we like freedom. We don't want our government to stomp on us, right?
Exactly. And you talk about the MAGA movement. I was thinking about this morning. in the hotel room. You have President Trump, who has his family stomping for him. You have Eric, you have Laura, you have Don Jr. So you have all of these people in your family stomping for you. Who's stomping for Biden? Hunter? I mean, Hunter can't stomp for Biden. So you have these, look how well established and intelligent the Trump family is, how successful they are. And when I say powerful, it's not in a government way. It's in a people way. Like, they're very powerful in the sense that people can relate to them. People believe what they have to say because we saw it for 4 years under President Trump. But when you have all of these people stomping for you on different media outlets, on different social media sites, like, he's got a team, not just from the outside that he's brought in, but in his own family.
His own family, and then a number of great supporters and conservatives. Christina Bobb comes to mind. She's on networks and on RSBN, of course, at various rallies, but someone like Christina, who has dedicated her life to this country and to election integrity, is quite awesome. So people are doing what they can, and if you're out there and you don't know what to do, just encourage a fellow patriot or encourage somebody. Let them know it's gonna be all right. All's gonna work out. We're believing that all will work out. We hope that obviously he'll be in the White House in 24, but at the end of the day, you have your faith in God as well. So it's like we can get through anything because God is with us. Psalm 23, right? I mean, that's an awesome scripture. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, there you are with me.
Right.
Like, he is with us, and that is awesome. And it's so cool to talk like this.
Yeah.
Like with a microphone and a camera and lights, but whatever. I never did this before because it was 20 years of
mainstream media.
And I'm thankful and grateful, right, for those opportunities and some great people that I met, there. But anyway, so it's good to be here. Anyway.
It is. And you know what else is good? Blackout Coffee. We want to mention them real quick, too. We're loving our sponsors.
Before we continue.
Okay.
I don't drink coffee as much. My wife is a coffee connoisseur, though.
Okay.
Do you drink coffee?
I love coffee.
I mean, I like iced coffee here and there, but
Blackout Coffee is good.
I know. I heard Blackout Coffee is amazing.
Yeah, it is, right. And that's why we want you to try it. All you have to do is go to blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN for 20% off your first order. You hear those boos right now because people are seeing Biden on the screen. But Blackout Coffee, make sure you get yours today. Again, Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. Use the coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. Let's take a look at the screen real quick.
Please welcome to the stage South Dakota's 33rd governor, Governor Kristi Noem.
love you too. Good evening. You look fantastic. Oh my goodness. Thank you for being here tonight. 3 years ago, during some of our country's darkest days in recent history, South Dakota inspired the nation by daring to boldly celebrate our God-given freedom. While leaders across the world used fear to manipulate, to lie, and to control people, we chose a different path. On July 3rd, we gathered at this nation's greatest monument, and we invited the world's strongest leader to join us. And President Donald J. Trump showed up. President Trump showed up like he always does for the American people, and he has shown up here again tonight. Now, I've gotten lots of questions from people across the country about tonight's events. They want to know why. Why did you invite President Trump to come support the South Dakota Republican Party? They wanted to know, why would he waste his time in the middle of a presidential race to go to a small, insignificant state like South Dakota? Somebody really asked me that. That conversation went south pretty quickly. Another question they asked is President Trump going to pick you as the most popular and favorite governor? I said yes. So here are the facts. Chairman John Wick had this fantastic idea to bring Republicans in our state together, to rally us around our values and our principles. And I loved the idea. I told him that I would do everything I could to help him. We started discussing inviting all the candidates running to be President of the United States. Tim Scott was asked, and he declined. Vivek was invited, and he turned us down. Other candidates were asked, and all of them told us that they had better things to do. But when President Trump was invited to come be with you tonight, he said, "I will be there." You see, that's why people love President Trump. He doesn't listen to consultants. He doesn't listen to the media or the political elite to tell him what is important and what his priorities should be. To him, every American is worth fighting for. No one is better than anyone else. No one deserves to be treated differently than anyone else, and he will never forget about us, the little people in the little states that are the backbone of this country. He shows up for every American, and he fights for us every single day. Now, some people can't figure out his popularity. Why are people so loyal to him? I'm convinced it's because we have never seen anything or anyone like him ever before. And we've certainly never seen anyone like him serve in public office before. He is unapologetically himself. He's real, he's genuine, he is who he is, and he never pretends to be something that he's not. And those who hate America know that he will fight every single day to stop them from destroying this country. When I was first asked for your support, and when I stood with all of you and asked to serve as your governor, I talked about my vision for South Dakota. I believed our state could grow, that we could become stronger, expand businesses and industry, that we could pay down our debt, build stronger families, all while preserving our values and our way of life. We have done that here, and we didn't do it through more government control or by raising taxes. We did it by trusting our people and by giving them more opportunities to succeed. When the rest of the country was locking down and ordering people to stay home, we did the exact opposite. We invited people to come to South Dakota. We used it as an opportunity to tell our story. We were a city on a hill during a very dark time, and we represented hope. We showed people and the country how to do better, how to be better. Many were threatened by what South Dakota has done the last several years. Here's why. While big government socialists want more control over you and your family, your money, and your life, we chose personal responsibility. We cut taxes, we cut regulations, we let families make the best decisions for themselves, and we have thrived. We have gone from flyover country to one of the fastest growing states in the nation. South Dakota's real GDP just grew a whopping 10.1%. Our personal incomes just went up by another 9.2%. Those are both top 5 in the nation. Our population has been growing up to 10 times the national average over the past several years. We are a beacon of freedom to the nation, and we have broken tourism records every year since the pandemic. We have grown our economy faster than any other state and faster than at any other time in South Dakota history. Now let me give you all a quick refresher on South Dakota's history. In January 2020, I stood in front of our legislature, and in my State of the State address, I declared South Dakota open for business. Just 2 months later, our first COVID cases came to South Dakota. I knew one thing: the only way that we were going to get through it was together. We made decisions based on the science, the facts, and the data, and the science did not support mandates or lockdowns. We asked South Dakotans to use common sense, and then we trusted them. We trusted them to use personal responsibility to make the best decisions for themselves and for their loved ones. And as a community, as a state, we went back to work. Other states were taking a very different approach. They ordered their citizens to shelter in place. They ordered businesses to lock down, ordered churches to close. Some even sent nursing home patients who had COVID back to their facilities. Those decisions were not leadership. They were made based on fear and control. Now, South Dakota, we focused on our facts. I respected my oath to the United States and the South Dakota constitutions. I respected our freedom, and I respected our people. Now, if Joe Biden had been president, he would have tried to stop me from protecting you. Thank God President Trump was in the White House at the time. He let me do my job, and the results have been absolutely incredible. Earlier this year, South Dakota became the first state in American history to reach a 1.8% unemployment rate. No state has ever had an unemployment rate that low. Our people understand the value of work and having a purpose, and they understand that we were created to serve each other. Incomes have been going up faster here than anywhere else. Women-owned businesses do better here than in virtually any other state. Folks are moving here in record numbers. Our birth rates are the highest in the country. Our new housing developments have led the nation. We have had historic tourism numbers, set new records in hunting and fishing licenses sold, and cut taxes, all while building historic revenues because of our economic growth. While other states were struggling with out-of-control crime and violence and hopelessness, South Dakota enforced our laws. We respected our law enforcement officers. We even saw declining mental health challenges, declining drug overdoses, and declining suicide rates by embracing our faith and our freedom, and by working together, our people are happier. You see, I believe this is one of the main reasons why South Dakota is so attacked by those who want to see us fail. They will do anything and destroy anyone to get more control and power. We refused to comply. All we did in South Dakota is what Republicans have always said that they believed, but we did it, and it worked. Now that terrifies the liberals, because we have proof that our policies lift people up, that they help people, that they improve their opportunities for success. We don't have to speculate or guess or be philosophical about the benefits of our principles. We have proof that they work. 3 years ago on July 3rd at Mount Rushmore, I stood there to honor our nation. I quoted one of our 4 great leaders that are carved in stone on that mountain. I quoted my favorite president, Teddy Roosevelt. It is not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, and then comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best in the end knows the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither knew victory nor defeat. That night I used those words to introduce our special guest who is with us this evening. I introduced him as someone who knows precisely what it means to brave the dangers in the arena, someone who strives valiantly, who knows great enthusiasms, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who has firmly and repeatedly stated his commitment to place Americans, American liberty, American safety, and the American Constitution before anything else. Let me be clear. There are many who choose not to be in the arena, many who take the easy path, who criticize, who don't show up for our party, our country, or our constitutional rights. They don't show up for you when it really matters. They didn't even show up here tonight to welcome a former president of the United States to South Dakota. A president who cared enough to come and support our state Republican Party and our great chairman, John Wick. Yes, maybe it is controversial to be here tonight. Maybe it wasn't convenient, but it is not the critic who counts. Thank all of you for being respectful, for being here for a man who shows up every day for each of us. May we all know the triumph of high achievement because of those like him who fight for freedom. It is a worthy cause. I was at the southern border just 2 weeks ago. Make no mistakes, it is a war zone, and President Biden's policies are inhumane. He is ignoring federal laws, he's perpetuating drug and human trafficking, he's undermining our national security. The only person in this presidential race who will fix that situation is President Trump. He started building and funded the wall. He instituted the Remain in Mexico policy, and it worked. He supports our allies, such as Israel and Taiwan. He understands that a strong America brings a safer world. I trust President Trump to use our military only when it's in America's best interests. I have been Commander-in-Chief of the South Dakota's National Guard. I have had South Dakota Guardsmen and women deployed every single day since I have been governor. Before that, I served on the House Armed Services Committee. I know how important American strength is on the world stage. I have seen it firsthand. I have seen President Trump take decisive action time and time again. He exhibits peace through strength. He destroys our enemies, and swiftly, without hesitation. And he understands that American men and women in uniform should only be deployed as a last result. The only person in the race that I trust to do what needs to be done on these issues is President Trump. I haven't seen these other candidates fight when it really mattered, when it was hard to do the right thing for our country. Now, some of them talk pretty tough, but where were they when the pandemic was raging? When leaders were taking away people's constitutional rights? Because the government told folks that they couldn't gather together, people lost their freedom of assembly. Because the government told people they couldn't go to church, people lost their freedom of religion. Because government censored what information could be shared and what couldn't, people lost their freedom of speech. Where were these candidates then? They were silent. They were cowering. Or worse yet, they were locking down their own people. They were pushing mandates. They were closing beaches, even arresting people for taking a spring break. Now, yes, I will be attacked for speaking the truth to all of you tonight. And yes, I expect that Joe Biden, these candidates, their political operatives, and the media will perpetuate ugly, hateful misinformation in an attempt to destroy me and my family because of our opinions. It's nothing new, and frankly, I'm getting pretty used to it. But all of us here tonight, we need to heed this warning in this well-known quote. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So listen, do something. Get in the arena. History cannot and it should not be rewritten. We must remember what has happened in the past, learn from it, and not allow those who abuse their power to ever perpetuate their harm again. To President Trump, tonight, Mr. President, my message is clear. It is an honor to have you with us here in South Dakota. These people here, these people are free. We are the strongest state in America because President Trump let me do my job. We seized that moment and we told our story. As you travel this great country, point to South Dakota as the example of what is possible. We just did hear what Republicans have always said they believed, but we did it and it worked. We don't have to talk hypotheticals anymore. We kept our businesses open. We kept government out of people's lives. We cut taxes. Our government lives within its means. We have a surplus, not a debt. We fund our pensions. We take care of our veterans. We conserve our natural beauty without government mandates. We fight for true and honest education because we know how important it is to hand America off to our kids. We stand up for common sense, like fairness in girls' sports. We do our part to secure the border. We honor America's heroes. We stand for the flag, and we pray to the Almighty. And we sing the national anthem proudly. This is real America. South Dakota is the example that you should share with the rest of the country. You made America great again once. Let's do it again. to present to you the man in the arena. He is a man of significance. He is the leader, the fighter that our country needs. He has my full and complete endorsement for President of the United States of America. I will do everything I can to help him win and save this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, we have to start by saying hello, Rapid City. Hello. And thank you for that incredible South Dakota welcome. I have to tell you, you have to see outside. This place is packed. I wish the press were legit. They'd turn around, they'd show this arena. This arena is incredible. And you are incredible people. Incredible people. I'm thrilled to be back with thousands of hardworking, God-fearing patriots in the heartland of America. I want to thank one of the most successful governors in the entire nation, an incredible person, South Dakota's own Kristi Noem. Thank you, Kristi. You already found this out, but Kristi is a warrior for American values. She's tough on China, and unlike other governors, she never locked down South Dakota. You know, they all say, oh, I kept it open, I kept it open. They didn't keep it open. We had some good ones. I'll tell you what, McMaster, South Carolina was great, and we had some really good ones, but Kristi was just incredible. Well, look at your numbers. You gotta look at those numbers. She does well. 10%. What state's gone up 10%? Tell me another one. Kristi, I'm truly honored to receive your endorsement. Very much so. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kristi. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. I get endorsements, some good, some bad. I get endorsements, some don't mean anything. Hers means a lot, let me tell you. Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. This is the greatest movement. Look at this. This place is packed. We come to South Dakota. I said, how many people do you normally have at your Republican Party dinners and events? Oh, a couple of hundred. This is like 6,000, 7,000 people. This is a lot. Your chairman is great. We'll talk about him in a second. He's done a fantastic job, but this broke your all-time record. And maybe we'll break it again next year. We'll have to do that. You know, maybe we'll break it. We're the only ones that can do it. But we're racing toward a monumental victory 1 year from now. This is so important. There's never been anything like this one. This is, you know, when we did 2016, I said this is the most important, and I meant it. But this is the most important election we've ever had, because our country is going to hell. It's going to hell. Together, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, the most crooked president in history, the most incompetent president in history. We're going to take back the White House, and we're going to make America great again. So 3 years ago, I traveled to South Dakota to deliver a very historic address. It turned out people love that speech. They always say, oh, that was the best one. You know what? I think that beautiful facade. Is there a better place in the world to make a speech, Christy? I don't think so. Even though you do have the lunatics that would like to chop it up and knock it down, that's not happening. I wouldn't want to be them. Come to South Dakota. Let's do a little number. That is an incredible place. And it's some of the most beautiful pictures I've ever had taken of my family and all of us together. We had a tremendous crowd and incredible. Then we opened it up for the fireworks, remember? And for a few years you had the fireworks. And then the Democrats closed it down for the fireworks. I said, why would they do that? Well, how beautiful was that? But think of it, and they closed it down. They were worried about fire, but I said it's all stone and rock. It's hard for rock to catch on fire. No, they just didn't want to do it, but Mount Rushmore is a very, very special place, incredible place. I stood before you at this majestic period of time and a majestic monument itself, and fiercely defended our great American heroes from the Marxist and communist maniacs who were trying to blast them. They would have blasted that incredible work right off the face of that very beautiful mountain. Yet today, under Joe Biden, the Marxist, fascists, and communists are not just tearing down statues. They're tearing down our economy. They're dismantling our borders. They're destroying our laws. They're looting our middle class, mutilating our children. They're mutilating our children. Who would imagine that somebody would say that, and it's true? Desecrating our Constitution and perverting our military. Our military is becoming woke. We defeated ISIS, and now it's becoming woke. Our White House is just a place that's not recognizable, and our highly weaponized Department of Injustice, it's weaponized like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Under Crooked Joe, you know, I took the word out. I was Crooked Hillary, but now I've given her a different name because I don't like having the same name for it. We have enough words we don't have to do, so I call her Beautiful Hillary. Beautiful. She's beautiful. That was a good day a few months ago, but when he did the indictment thing, it was him, you know. This is not an indictment. This is a Biden indictment. There's a big, they're like, Trump's under indictment. No, this is a campaign thing that they're doing. But under Crooked Joe, I just thought it was such an appropriate name. All you have to do is take a little look at what's going on. Millions and millions of dollars have been stolen. But our country is being destroyed under this man. But tonight I repeat to you what I said 3 years ago in the shadow of Mount Rushmore. The American people is strong, and we are proud, and we will not allow our country and all of its values, its incredible history and culture to be taken from us. They're trying to take it from us. You see it every day. You see what's going on with your vote in this election. Joe Biden's banana republic. We have turned into a banana republic. We have no borders. We have dishonest elections. We have things going on today. I mean, who wants to have millions of people like an invasion pouring into our country? We have no idea where they come from. They come from jails and they come from places that you don't want to know about. And they're all over our cities and they're all over our states. But with your vote in this election, Joe Biden's country, for a short period of time, hopefully just a short period of time, it ends on November 5th, 2024. We have to take care. We have to take our country back. We have to take our country back. America will be saved, and the great nation of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Roosevelt, they don't want to mention those names, you know. It'll be restored. We will restore our nation. It's never been this low. It's never been this low. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done in a few short years. Nobody can imagine. Nobody can imagine. And no damage has been worse than the disaster known as Bidenomics. You know, he was given that term as a negative. And he liked the way it sounded, so he tried to turn it, because they're all about disinformation and misinformation. You know, one thing with Christie, she tells it like it is. It's right down. There's no disinformation. Sometimes you may be better off doing it that way. It's easier, isn't it, than having to really produce. But they're a party of disinformation. And so he tried to turn Bidenomics into a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's a real bad thing. It was meant very bad, but he liked the sound of the name. You know, he doesn't know too much about what's going on anymore, but he thought it was good. Since Joe Biden took office, cumulative inflation has reached almost 20%. Think of that. Think of it. Over a 2.5-year period, now we're getting up. Can you imagine just a little more than a year, and we can rid ourselves of what's happened to this country. We can bring our country back. And the dollar has lost more than 20% of its value in just 3 years' time. Think of it. It's not even possible. It never happened before. These are records we're talking about, all records, all very negative records. Joe Biden has blown through $11.5 trillion in wasteful spending that should have never happened, equivalent to $88,000 taken away from every family in America. $88,000 from every family. Under Biden, the budget deficit is exploding and set to more than double this year alone. You know, we were doing something with oil and energy and making a lot of money. We were going to make so much money. We were going to pay off our debt. We were going to lower taxes still further. Manufacturing has contracted now 10 months in a row, and monthly job reports have been revised downward every single month of 2023. Every single month they've gone down. The fact is, we're probably heading into a Great Depression, something I've never said before publicly. I'm saying it in your state. I hate to say that this is the state I have to say it, but you know, I don't believe I've ever said that before. It's a hell of a statement to make, and I hate to make it. The only question is whether or not it'll be during the remaining months of the Biden administration. If it's going to happen, let it happen then. If it's going to happen, let it be during Joe, and we'll come in and we'll straighten this sucker out. I'd rather have it that way. Or will the next president have to bear the brunt of what Biden has done to our country? He's done such damage to our country. And I don't want to be the next Herbert Hoover. You know who Herbert Hoover was, right? The Great Depression. He was the president during the beginning of the Great Depression. But I won't let that happen. I will never let that happen. That I can tell you. During Biden's first 30 months in office, just 2.1 million new jobs have been created nationwide. Now, they have a different wrinkle on it. And the wrinkle is so off that even the fake news back there said that he can't get away with that. No, he makes up these stories, you know, like there's a picture of a fighter jet. I used to be a fighter jet pilot. Then there's a picture of a truck. I used to drive a truck. And then there's a picture. He does everything. This guy. The worst is, did you ever see his golf swing? He said he's a 6 handicap. 6 handicap's a good golfer. You know what he's 6 handicaps? That's a good golfer. This guy can't hit a ball to Christie. He's a 6 handicap. I think that's the greatest lie of all. Do you want to know the truth? By contrast, during the first 30 months of President Trump, we created 4.9 million new jobs, shattering all predictions and projections. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. It's the greatest economy in history. Greatest in history. Under Biden, real incomes have gone down by $7,400 per family. Think of that. Under President Trump, yearly income went up by more than $6,000. That's a record, more than $6,000. Think of that. And all of this horror, and yet Joe Biden is traveling around the country pretending he's an economic genius. In fact, he's actually an economic arsonist, and Bidenomics is incinerating American wealth at a level never seen before. It's an inferno of inflation, taxation, submission, and failure. We submit. Everyone says, what is submission? You're submitting to China. You're submitting to all these countries. We're pouring money out of our country. We can't take care of our own country. We can't help Hawaii. But we send billions and billions and billions of dollars to other countries. The choice in this election is between a Biden economic bust, and it's going to happen, and it's going to be ugly, or a Trump economic boom. We had it booming like never before. This was the most successful economy in world history. We had the most successful. A fake number. Crooked Joe cares only about enriching his own family. I care about enriching your family. And something that, again, this is like an evening of firsts, but something which I proudly state, that I'm the only president that ever lost money while serving in office, and I knew that would happen. I didn't know it was going to be that much. That's a lot. I lost a number of billions, but I knew it was part of the game, and that's what I intended. I didn't intend. I could have made a fortune. Oh, I could have gone to these countries and made deals. You know, I put things in trust. I said, my kids are going to run it. I said, don't do deals outside of the country. Don't do this. Don't. They were going, Dad, can we do something? They said, no, you know, I'm president. We have a higher standard. And then I come out and I watch this Biden stuff they go to make deals with countries that it's just the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I got to give credit to Jim Jordan and Jamie Comer and all of these guys, because they found things that nobody thought could be found. But it cost me billions of dollars, and it's been worth every single penny of it. Because I'm working for you. I'm not working for me. That I can tell you. I could have made so much. I could have. Sir, we'd love to do a deal in Saudi Arabia. Sir, we'd love to do a deal here and there. We'd love to do a deal. I really can't do that. I'm president. Biden would do it. So we just, we did it right. We did the right thing. And I do it exactly that way again. I will do it that way again. Look, we have a very short period of time. I do it that way. I even gave away my salary. Does anybody say that I gave away my salary? No. They used to call every month, did you give it away this month, to people? Yeah. And you know, you have to give it to various agencies, actually. Did you give it away? If I ever said no, it would have been, when I say yes, yes we did, yes we did. I never read anything about it. If we would have said no we didn't, there would be headlines. But it was an honor. It was all an honor. And if you want the Bidens to make millions selling out America to China, Russia, Ukraine, while your savings go up in flames, and that's what's happened, how are your 401ks doing, you know, as an example? Then vote for Crooked Joe. He's Crooked Joe. You know, we used to call him Sleepy Joe, but I think Crooked Joe is a better name. Crooked Sleepy, Sleepy Crooked. No, I think it's better. It's more appropriate. If you want better jobs, higher wages, an affordable American dream, then you must vote for your favorite president, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wish those cameras would turn around. You know, you've heard me say this. It's very seldom. I go to arenas, and we sell out these arenas, and they're great. But I wish the cameras would show it. I wish they'd show it. It would actually be good for their ratings. It's a positive, not a negative. You know, when I first started, we started in actually 2015, and would go into an arena, would be packed, and everybody was enthusiastic. By the way, never have we had the enthusiasm that we have now. Never. We've never had this enthusiasm. And we had record enthusiasm in 2016. In 2020, we had more. We did better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Got millions and millions more. But we've never had the enthusiasm that we have now. But I used to say early on, I'd say, you know, it's a shame. I'd go home, and our great First Lady would say to me, how are you, darling? I said, could I ask you, did you watch the speech? Yes. And she's tough, you know. I'd say, how did I do? Well, I didn't like your hair. Oh. I didn't like the way your hair looked. I said, oh, that's not good. But I said, how did the crowd look? Well, you couldn't tell except for the noise. You know, the noise, it's obviously not 200 people shouting. Remember, Joey couldn't fill up the 8 circles, and then he supposedly won. The fake news would used to have to come. They'd come down and they'd fill in those 8 circles. But I'd say, how'd you like the crowd? Well, they never show the crowd, but I could tell it was a very big crowd by the year. It's like your great football team. It's like, well, you can tell. She could tell. Good. Now I'm going to get a good review tonight. That's good. But you know what? She could tell it was big, but she said, no, they never show the crowd. And I figured that it's maybe the structure of the camera, you know, it's on steel tripods, and maybe you just can't turn it. And then we had a couple of embarrassing moments where people ended up fighting in a corner or something, and that camera turned around like a pretzel. They want to show that. So that was my theory. It couldn't do it because structurally, you know, it's very stiff and you can't turn it. But boy, when those guys started fighting in the corner, which was a bad thing, when they started fighting in the corner, I have never seen a camera like that. They got every angle. So I realized that wasn't working. But they won't show. I would love it if the press would turn around the cameras and show this incredible. They don't do it. Did you see that? They don't do it. They won't do it. They won't do it because they're told not to do it. Because they want to make it look. They don't want to show crowds like this because nobody has ever gotten crowds like this. Nobody's ever gotten. It's not me. It's all of us. This is our movement. This isn't my movement. We're sick and tired of what's happened to our country. But they won't do it, even though it's sort of good for them. You know, you show something that's so vibrant. Look at all the people standing over here. It's incredible. They just won't do it. I just said something. Would you please, I asked nicely, would you please turn around? You guys go crazy. Everybody up in the back, they're going crazy. Everyone's going crazy. Those cameras, I didn't see one of them even make an effort to turn around. That's why they call it fake news. That's why they call it fake news. You know, I'm proud of a lot of things. You don't mind if I go off the teleprompter for a second, do you? Better than I thought. Now, we like when we go off the teleprompter, don't you, Craig? Remember at the beginning, I used to do it without teleprompters. I didn't know what to tell. I said teleprompter, but you have to, because when you go on the teleprompter too long, no matter how good you are, it's called the boring time. Boring. But we've had an incredible time with this country. We have such potential. And you know, we speak so negatively, and it's so horrible to be telling you what happened, but you know what happened. Just like all you have to do is watch the newscast, which, by the way, if you look at ABC, CBS, NBC, you look at CNN, you look at MSDNC, which is, I think, the worst of all. I think they're horrible. What they say, they're evil. They're evil. They're really evil. And they're really a wing of the Democrat Party. I mean, they should be paying. Somebody should report that for campaign contributions, because it's so bad. What they say is so nasty, so horrible. You know, you don't want your family to watch it. How about me? I hear I'm going to be indicted. I said, indicted? I never learned about that at the Wharton School. Indicted? You're going to be indicted. How about me? I have to go see my wife. Darling, may I talk to you for a moment? Yes. I'm going to be indicted for no reason whatsoever on Friday. And then that happens. Oh, it's traumatic. You call your daughters, you call your sons, and you say this, and you know, it's a terrible thing. And then I hear a couple of weeks later, I'm going to be indicted for something else, then for something else, then for something else. And now they're saying, don't indict him anymore, because they lost credibility. But how about that? You go 4 times to tell your kids, and even the lawsuits, it's all inspired. All inspired. No, these are sick people. These are people that are actually sick. I mean, and they're just destroying our country. And if we don't take it back, in 24, I really believe we're not going to have a country left. There's not going to be anything left. And you see it less, because, you know, you're here in this great state. And I heard Christy use that term, flyover, but it's flyover, and everybody admires you when they're looking down. They'd like to be here with you, because they know what's happening on the West Coast, and they know what's happening on the East Coast. And it's not pretty. So the people that are smart, they say, there's no more flyover. We're coming right here to South Dakota or other places. I mean, you don't see what's going on other than the news, and the news really covers it up. They don't show the main networks. They don't show what's going on the border. It's peanuts. What they show is nothing compared to the facts. This is an invasion and a destruction of our country, and they don't want to show it because they want that crooked guy to be reelected if he makes it to the starting gate. I don't know if he's going. And you know, I used to treat him with a modicum of respect because I have respect for the office of the presidency, and I would never talk the way I talk now. But when they indicted me for nothing, for free speech, I said the election was rigged and stolen, which it was, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows it. Free speech. But I used to say, and you know, we're political opponents, but he actually did this to an opponent, a political opponent. Nobody would ever think it's possible. It wasn't really possible, even psychologically possible. He did this to an opponent. But when you think about it, I never said bad stuff. Now I say he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's the most corrupt president in the history of our country. And as other foreign leaders say, and as I say, he is grossly incompetent, and he's very dangerous because he has no idea what he's doing. He can't put two sentences together, and we're playing with nuclear weapons with other countries, and he has no clue what the hell is going on. So I would never have said that out of respect for the office. Not for him, but for the office. But now that they've weaponized the Department of Justice, now that it's been weaponized, now that the FBI came out with, you saw that, with Twitter, they call it Twitter files, and the things they've done are so bad, they're so evil, with all of the different things that have taken place, and with all of the corruption that you're witnessing on a nightly basis. And you don't have to watch. The great thing about the internet, a lot of it's really bad, but you get to see what's happening. You really do get to see what's happening. But when you see the kind of things, I feel I'm totally free to speak my mind. And my mind is the same as your mind, because you know what's happening just like I do. But we will, because they won't, because they don't care about South Dakota, that I can tell you. But we will stand up for South Dakota workers, and we will stand up for South Dakota farmers. Nobody's ever taken care of the farmers like President Trump. As your president, I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars, as you know, pouring into our treasury, hundreds of billions. They didn't like me too much. Actually, I think I got along very well with them, considering what we were doing, but what we were doing was fair. When no other president had ever gotten literally 10 cents, they never have 10 cents. We got hundreds of billions. I gave our farmers, out of the money that we got, $28 billion. That's why I say your state, Iowa. I'm going to Iowa tomorrow. I said somebody, and I don't like to say it too often because I don't believe in doing that, or I knock on wood. I have a lot of wood. This is a real wood. A lot of these things are plastic. This is the real deal. But you know, I don't like saying things like nobody else could do this, nobody else. But nobody else could have gotten you $28 billion for your farmers. And I said to the people of Iowa, I said to the people of Nebraska, we're represented very well, Charles. I said, we can't possibly lose, because I got the farmers $28 billion from China. Nobody else would even think about it. Nobody else would think about it. And I'll just tell you, a guy who was very disloyal because I got him elected, so I call him Ron DeSanctimonious. He strongly opposed my protection for our farmers. I protected our farmers very simply. And by the way, those farmers got big checks. Any farmers in here got big checks? Yes? Yes. Oh, he's happy. But that goes to the people, that goes to the workers, it goes to everybody. But we had $28 billion. I said, nobody else is going to be able to do that. I said, there's no way I'm going to lose farm states. But very simply, DeSantis sided with the communists in China, and he fought very hard that this not take place. He also opposed Medicare, and he opposed a thing called Social Security. Remember this about a politician. Their first idea is always what they go back to. So now I'm sure he's changed. I don't know. I don't watch him. He's gone so low in the polls, I'm not really watching him. They say, sir, forget about him. He's gone. I say, no, nobody's gone. Nobody's gone until it's over, right? It ain't over till it's over. Yogi, the great Yogi Berra, great philosopher. But DeSanctimonious voted to get Social Security. Think of it. Social Security 3 times. Voted. Hands up, voted. He is a disciple of Paul Ryan, the great Paul Ryan. You know who Paul Ryan is? Was it good? And he wanted to raise, and he will raise if he ever got in here, which I don't think is going to happen, not even in 4 years. But he wanted to raise the minimum age to 70. That's a big deal. He also wanted to hit Medicare and hit it very, very hard. I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of our country, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. They say it's the best trade deal ever made in the history of our country. I actually think, I may be wrong, I made a deal with China But I don't talk about it because once COVID came in, I said, I'm not even talking about it. But the deal I made with China is $50 billion they buy a year. You know, it started out at 4 or 3, and then we got them up to 15. And then I went into the negotiating room and I said, listen, you're so big, we want 50 billion. And they said, okay, 50 billion. And I said, do you remember the farmers remember this? I said, here's what you do. Because the farmers went along with me. You know, it took us a year and a half to get that done because they're not easy to deal with. They're great negotiators. They were ripping off our country. They couldn't believe this was happening because usually you see the way they go now and they bow to the Chinese. They bow. They have no respect. They get no respect whatsoever. But I said, it's going to take a little long to do this. And I'll never forget, 32 farmers came to see me at the White House. Beautiful everything, beautiful room, all set up. And I said, I'm going to get you a lot of subsidy from China. And one of the farmers raised his hand. I'll never forget, this is the only time this happened. Sir, we don't want subsidy. We just want a fair, level playing field. I couldn't believe it. It's the first time that's ever happened. Because everybody else, Christie says, we want the money. We want money. The farmers didn't. They just wanted a level playing field, which they didn't have. And I went to Sonny Perdue, who was the Secretary of Agriculture. I said, Sonny, what damage have they done over the last 3, 4, 5 years to our farmers? And he comes back 2 days later. He said, sir, it's about $28 billion. I said, it's a lot. I said, we're going to get it. And I got the $28 billion, and farmers picked up big, fat, beautiful checks. And I was very happy to do it. And I said, there's no way I lose a farm. How the hell am I going to lose a farm state? Any farmer voted against me. I can't imagine that. So I was a little bit cockier than I should be, but now I will knock on wood just in case. But I don't see how we can lose with the farmers. And with the manufacturers, same thing. But they buy $50 billion. Now what I understand is, you know, you have to police that. You have to make sure. I used to go in once every week. Are they buying? Yes, sir, they started. Are they buying? Every week I'd say, are they buying? I didn't have to say China. Yes, sir, they are. They're buying. I bet you right now, if you look, I'll bet they're not buying anything. I'll bet they're not buying at all. And the way they push our country around, it's incredible. There's no reason for it. We had a very strong relationship, but it was a good relationship, and we did fantastically well. But that deal might have been better than the USMCA, but the USMCA, Mexico, Canada, was a very one-sided deal. That NAFTA was so one-sided. I had to say, I said, we have to change it. You know, they made some typos in the original deal many years ago. They were typos of numbers, where the typos were actually much more for them, and they didn't change it. They never even called it, you know, you have a thing called, you call up and you say, by the way, we made some mistakes. They didn't bother changing it. That deal was so bad, NAFTA, for us. And now the USMCA is so good, they want to renegotiate the deal. They called up the Biden administration. This deal's not fair. And I hope they don't do it because they shouldn't do it. It's a great deal for us. But I think maybe the China deal might even be better. But we made a lot of them. We made deals with Japan because they were really ripping us big. We made deals with South Korea. You know what they were doing. Everybody, there wasn't any good deal. I said, who made all these deals? We did many, many things, and we made our country successful. We made people in manufacturing successful. We stopped them from dumping steel. We saved our steel mills. It's been such a great honor to do it, and it was sort of easy. You know, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, who was, as you know, assassinated, a great guy, who was a friend of mine. I went to him. I said, "Listen, Shinzo, this is so unfair. The deal that you have with America." "Oh, is it really? Oh." I said, no, it's really unfair. I said, we got to redo it. He says, "I knew you'd come to me." No other president came to him. He said, "I knew you'd come to me," because he understood. He understood how unfair it was. South Korea, the same thing, sort of. They knew it was so unfair. I said to South Korea, we have to renegotiate the deal. We have 35,000 troops there in harm's way because you have North Korea, but I got along very well with Kim Jong-un. If I weren't elected president, you would have had a nuclear war guaranteed. If Hillary Clinton went in, or Obama in some form, maybe the form would be Biden, you would have ended up in a nuclear war. We got along after the first month or two when it was rather tough. You remember? Little Rocket Man. And he said, "I have a red button on my desk." And I said, "I have a red button too. Mine's bigger, better, and mine works a lot stronger than you. And President Obama told me when we sat down, it's a sort of a ritual before you take office, I sat down, I said, so what's the biggest problem? He said, biggest problem is North Korea. I mean, he really felt we were going to end up in a nuclear war. I said, have you called them? You know, rather than losing millions of people, have you called them? And he didn't say yes. And I said, well, maybe somebody should have to call. And the truth is that they did call, and they were not received well. When we spoke and we dealt, I went over there. You remember that? It was a very historic moment. Went over there. And I said to Kim Jong-un, you know, being a real estate guy, it's just sort of natural. I said, you have the most beautiful shoreline. Think of it. You're between China, Russia, and South Korea. Look at the beautiful shore. You could have the most beautiful condos that you've ever seen and become rich as hell. You don't have to live like you're living. But he's a tough guy. He's a smart guy, and he just loves collecting nuclear weapons. That's what he does. He collects nuclear weapons. And we got along incredibly well once we met and once we started the whole thing. And we saved the Olympics in South Korea because nobody was going. Nobody wanted to be blown out of the stadium. And we came along. They actually participated in the Olympics. We had a great relationship, and it would have been great if we would have had a deal done long ago if the election weren't rigged. And that's the way it is. I mean, it's a shame. Think of what's happened to our country in just 3 years. Think of what's happened to our country. You look at the borders and you look at, we're not respected. We're laughed at all over the world. We're losing all of these countries. Saudi Arabia now is aligned with China. We don't want them aligned with China. They're very good. They have tremendous oil reserves, but we really don't need their oil reserves. You know, we have more oil under our feet. I called it liquid gold than Saudi Arabia or than Russia. And you know what we do? We get it from Venezuela. They won't take it. We take their tar. You know, they don't have good oil. They have tar. And you know where we process it? In Houston. So all that stuff, if you're a believer in that, and I believe it to a certain extent, not like the maniacs that want to destroy our country, but it all goes up into the atmosphere. And when China's very dirty, it all blows over here, just like you ever see in the Pacific Ocean. We're taking tons and tons and tons of garbage because China dumps their garbage in the Pacific, and the tide flows it in toward Los Angeles. We're picking up their garbage. And then they say, we have to keep our claim. No, they have to participate because it blows over in 3 to 4 days. So what good does it do for us to destroy our businesses by putting controls all over the place? By we had a trucker. I saw him over here someplace, a father and a son. I said, I read last night where they want to make all of these big trucks that travel all over the country. They want to make them all electric. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. He said, it will destroy the industry because they go for 2 hours and then you have to charge them for 4 hours, right? He was saying it doesn't work, and they put it on. They don't even talk. You got to talk to the people. You got to talk to the people in the trucking industry, not to some person that wants to destroy our country. I actually believe that's what they want to do. But unlike the establishment globalists in this race, and they are globalists, I've also been an unwavering defender of ethanol, which you like right here, on behalf of the American farmers, and remain the ethanol champion. Now keep it. It's a big factor in Iowa, your state. It's a big, big factor. Our record on the economy is unmatched in the history of our country. So it's no wonder we're up very big in the polls, leading all Republicans in the primary by massive numbers and crushing crooked Joe Biden in the general election. The new poll that came out just today, remember I used to go over the polls in the old days. I'd go over the polls only if they were good. If they were bad, I wouldn't go over them. If I had a bad period and the polls weren't looking good, I wouldn't talk about them. If they're good, I talk. But I'll tell you, I'll talk now because these are the best polls. In the new premise poll that just came out last night, we're at 62%. DeSantis is second at 12%. But he's sinking rapidly. So we're at 62, he's at 12. He's not doing a great job. And the rest of the people are in single digits. You know, we have a couple of them that are at 0. I wonder, what's this guy from Arkansas? I love Arkansas. This guy, Hutchinson, Ada. I call him Ada Hutchinson. What the hell is he doing? He's at 0. He's been working so hard. He's a nasty guy, actually, but he's been working so hard. He's at 0. Does he think he can win? He's not going to be picked for a cabinet post if that's what he's thinking about. But in the Redfield-Wilton poll, just came out a few hours ago, we're at 65%. DeSantis is at 9%. Now we're hitting the big lead. You know, when we started, when I announced, we were up 20, 25 points. That's a lot. Now we're up 50, 60, 70 points. And then they say, why aren't you doing the debate? I say, wait a minute. If I do the debate, what am I doing? I have a guy at 0, 1, 2, asking me nasty questions, somewhat of a hostile network asking me nasty questions, right? What am I doing? Why am I doing it? And, you know, you want to have a smart president, not a stupid president, right? What I do look forward to is debating the Democrat, whoever that may be. And again, it's going to be interesting to see, because I don't think he makes it to the starting gate, but maybe he does. But it's going to be a very interesting period of time. And in the just released Iowa state poll, big deal, you know, Iowa's a very big deal. I kept them first in the nation. They very much appreciate it. They didn't do that. The Democrats didn't do that. But in the Iowa poll, just came out, I'm up 37 points, 51-14 on, I don't even know if DeSantis is second anymore. He's heading bad. He's turned out to be an unskilled politician. When asked by Morning Consult, which is a big deal, who has the best chance of defeating crooked Joe Biden in November, it was Trump at 63%, DeSanctimonious at 13%, so that's good. And Christie and her incredible, by the way, he's an incredible guy. Her husband is an incredible guy, and I appreciate you putting up with everything in the world of politics. It's, I don't know how the hell you do it. Incredible guy, wonderful guy. But we're doing well, and she's doing so well. I looked at your polls. I'm not going to talk about it because I think you might be beating me in the state, and that's unacceptable. Usually I come in. It's unacceptable, Christie, to have that happen. But we're leading Biden in an electoral landslide by 5 points, 6 points, 11 points, 7 points in various other polls. A couple haven't won. You know, as a Republican, when you lead a Democrat in a presidential race by 2 or 3 points, it means you're way ahead. But it's sort of different because the polls are very skewed, it's called. But people that don't know politics, one poll came out last week, I'm leading by 3. And a friend of mine said, how the hell can you only be leading by 3, this guy? He can't speak. And I said, that's the world of politics. And we have to be so careful. We have to make sure that they don't cheat because they are cheaters. And that's the biggest fear that we all have. It's the biggest fear. Biggest fear that everybody has. Our momentum is unprecedented and hopefully unstoppable, and that's the reason that Joe Biden's ordered his leading opponent arrested on 91 fake and phony charges. 91. How many charges are they? But we're going to ask for dismissals of a lot of it. Most of it is just, you ask for dismissal. It's called dismiss the charges. But remember, it's a Democrat charging his opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That means that if I win and somebody wants to run against me, I call my attorney general. I say, listen, indict him. Well, he hasn't done anything wrong that we know of. I don't know. Indict him on income tax evasion. You'll figure it out. And you know, the good thing with me is I have a big voice and people know me. And you know me for a long time. But people know me and I'm able to speak. But if you're a regular politician, a really good politician, an honest politician, and you get indicted, you get a subpoena, and that gets reported in the paper and the news, you have to leave office. And the Republicans in the Senate and the Republicans in the House cannot let this go on because people are being destroyed. Lives are being destroyed by these sick lunatics in Washington. And I think I can honestly say this, Christie. I'm the only person in the history of politics that's been indicted, whose poll numbers went up 25 points or something, right? I think so. You know, usually if you get indicted, it's standard. I've watched it for years. I'd like to announce my retirement. I'm going home to spend more time with my family and to fight these charges. You know, there's nothing you can do. But fortunately, I have a big voice, and people know, for better or worse, you know what the hell you're getting, right? But you're getting somebody that loves you and that's going to fight for you. That I can tell you. But you're witnessing the most corrupt and blatant weaponization of law enforcement our country has ever seen, and they're doing it for a single reason: election interference. Because with these indictments comes bad publicity. Now, my case is unusual, but maybe at some point that switches. You know, you go with these people and they're sick and they say this and that, and you have to prove. But it's incredible. But if you take a look at what they do to the publicity of a person, and I know numerous people over the years that I've really thought were honest in many cases, and they were literally out of politics in a matter of hours. Some of them literally quit immediately upon getting served with a subpoena. That won't happen with me. So we did. Thank you. By the way, and I say this more to the country than to this great state, because we have some states that are very close. This is not close. What did I win by this state, Christy? Like a lot. 28 points or something. So you're very forgiving, right? No, but you have others where it's closer, and you got to be very careful. But you have to get out, and you have to fight like hell, because these are dirty players, and what we have to do is we have to take back our country. We have to straighten that whole situation out. And it does. It allows me to now, because this is unthinkable, I'm president and I call my attorney general, indict my opponent. He's doing well. I'm leading Biden in all these polls. Every time I have a good poll, it seems every time they give me another indictment. What's this one for? But if you're the president, you're the chief law enforcement officer of the country. You remember the fake impeachments. We had impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2. There were 2 fake impeachments. One was over a phone call that turned out to be exactly right. Exactly right. But what you do is you make it impossible for people to win an election. It's called election interference at a level never seen before, and we have to stop it. But if they're allowed, what will happen, whether it's me or anybody else, if they're allowed to do it, that means that the Republicans are allowed to do it. And then you get into this situation which is really very bad and very dangerous for our country. Nobody thought a thing like this could happen. We did great in 2016 and we won. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016, getting many millions more votes, and we're going to do even better than we've ever done before in 2024. I feel that. I mean, I see it. Don't forget, you look at this arena, and it's packed. Look at this arena. It's packed. We're a year before the election. You know, these guys don't pack an arena the night before the election. They have a smattering of people. Oh, good Lord. Remember Hillary with the thing with the women screaming? That one woman with the glasses, she's become famous? No. That was the most beautiful stage I've ever seen. By the end of the evening, it didn't look pretty. It didn't look pretty. They rigged the presidential election 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We won't have a country. We won't have a country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I do. And I'm being indicted for you. I am being indicted for you. I'm not too thrilled about that, but that's part of the job description, isn't it? I'm being indicted for you. This battle is for every patriotic American Joe Biden and the radical left has spied on, Look at what they did. They spied on my campaign, and we caught them. Let's see what all happens. We had a great report come out. Durham was a great report, just took too long, took so long. And we had the IG, Horowitz. He did a fantastic job. By the way, appointed by Democrats. He did a fantastic job. We caught him. They spied on my campaign. Think of what would happen if I spied on, let's say, Obama's campaign, or even Biden's campaign. I wouldn't want to. It would be too boring. But let's see. Although you'd see things that were very bad, but censured and persecuted or slandered it's really a threat to democracy while they trample our rights and liberties every single day of the year. You see it. You just turn it on and you see what they're doing. It's a horrible thing. It's for the blue-collar workers, the waiters, the waitresses who Biden is harassing with 87,000 new IRS agents that are allowed to carry guns, by the way. You know, they don't want guns, but they're allowed to carry guns. They're allowed to carry guns. While the Biden crime family cheats on their taxes as they take in millions and millions of dollars in bribes from all over the world. I mean, the whole thing is incredible. Joe Biden is a Manchurian candidate. You know what that is, right? He's totally controlled by China and other countries that paid him off, and he's petrified of them because they know the real numbers. Jamie Comer, Jim Jordan, they would not have to wait very long. They could give him a list where the money came from, how much, and that's why I think he's acting so weak with so many countries. It's for the pro-life Christians and others who Joe Biden has thrown into jail facing 10, 15, and even 20 years in prison for protesting and free speech, while Antifa and other groups burn down cities, kill people, go free, and don't even in many cases get prosecuted. So this battle that we're in is a battle for all of us, and it's for history. This is historic. This is a big moment in our country because we're either going to go one way or the other. And if we go the other, we're not going to have a country left. We will fight together, we will win together, and then we will seek justice together. We're going to seek justice together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'd rather have it be me. Rather have it. A friend of mine, very smart, very tough. He said, President, could I ask you a question? What? How do you take it? Every day you get another indictment? You never had anything like this? I said, no, I didn't. I said, I don't know. You just have to take it. I'm doing it for a lot of great people. And I said, second of all, do I have a choice? Do I have a choice? I don't think so, right? Because we have to do it. We did the greatest job ever, and now we have to finish it off. We're going to finish it off. We're going to do a job like we can make this country number one. Right now, we're a laughed-at bunch of fools. The world thinks we're a bunch of stupid fools because we're led by a man who should never, ever have been allowed to be in that position. He's in a position that he should have never been allowed to have. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I do proudly stand in their way. And I promise you this. If you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again. We're not a free nation now. We're a terrible, I don't think there's ever been a darkness around our nation like there is right now. I mean, you take a look at Afghanistan, that horrible moment in history. I was with a lot of the families the other night at one of my places, and they're incredible people. They'll never be the same. They're never going to be the same. That was so unnecessary, the way we got out. I was the one getting us. I think we would have been out sooner. We would have been out with dignity and strength. You don't take the soldiers out first. You take the soldiers out last. Took the soldiers out. The rest was a field day for these people. And they would have never done that. You know, we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months. Not one soldier. Not one soldier. And Biden actually in his speech admitted that, and they gave him hell. Don't say that. That's a good thing about Trump. No, we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months, think of it, over in Afghanistan with the Taliban. And it's so sad to see. I was with these people. They're great people. They show me pictures of their sons, daughters. One came up, sir, you had to know my son. He was so good at football. He was a quarterback, sir. He could throw the ball. There's a mother. He could throw the ball so far. Could I tell you about a game that was played? You know, we have a rival. It's a local school, and they were very tough. And my son threw the ball, and he kept throwing it, and so far. I wish you could have seen it. And I just let her talk. And it was just tough. I don't think the people can ever be the same. So much of that. And they were treated so badly by our government and so badly by this man that doesn't have even a clue. He's looking at his watch. The bodies are coming in. He's going, He doesn't know what the hell it says anyway, It was so horrible to see the whole thing. But in addition to Governor Noem, we're pleased to be joined tonight by her wonderful husband, Brian, and her mother, Corin, who I met, who is fantastic. Now I know how this all happened. Could you please stand up, please? Corin, Brian, thank you. You think it's easy being with her, huh? It's not easy. They're incredible. Two incredible people. Gotten to know them. Lieutenant Governor Larry Roden has been terrific. Really terrific. Wherever he may be. Thank you, Larry. Attorney General Marty Jackley. Attorney General. Thank you. Great job you're doing. Great job. Treasurer Josh Hader. Josh, thank you, Josh. Fantastic. Auditor, that's what the United States could use, a good auditor like Rich Satgast. The country could, did you know they sent billions of dollars to Afghanistan? Nobody has any idea where the money is. Rich, that wouldn't happen with you, right? He'd know every penny. I don't know, maybe not every penny, but think of it. We've put in $200 billion. And Europe, which is approximately the same size economy if you add it up, but which is obviously much more affected by that whole situation, would have never happened, by the way. Zero chance it would have happened. Zero. Would have never happened. And I'll get it done, too. I'll get it negotiated done, but it would have been a lot easier. All those dead people, all those cities that are in ruins, just in ruins. But when you look at that and you look at what happened, this is something that should have never, ever happened. But Europe is in for 20 billion. We're in for 200 billion. Why? It was like that with NATO. I said, you're not paying your bills. The United States was paying close to 100% of NATO. So they screw us on trade, and then we have to protect them militarily. I said, that doesn't work. And I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars in one meeting. They said to me, does that mean, sir, that you're not going to defend us from Russia if we're not paid up? I said, did you pay? No, I didn't. That means you're not going to be defended. And the money came pouring in. It was an amazing thing. Hundreds of billions of dollars. That's why NATO has money to do this. But think of it. They're in for 20 billion. We're in for 200 billion. Why? Why aren't they the same? First call I'd make is NATO. You got to equalize. You got to equalize. You got to put up money. But they're dealing with stupid people, our leaders. They're dealing with stupid people. Why should France and Germany, and why should all of them put up money if we don't ask them to put it up? Nobody asked. It was like with NATO. Nobody, Bush never asked. Obama never asked. He'd go and make a speech, leave, and that's it. We'd pay all the costs. And nobody's asking. Do you think Biden goes there, you've got to equalize. This is not right. I don't think so. I don't think he knows what the hell we're even talking about if I told him. But we have to get them to put up money. They have to put up money because they have a lot of money. But why should they put it up if we're doing it? We sent $25 billion yesterday, and somebody said, It's a lot of money. By the way, 25 billion, that's a lot of money. It was just like on a fluke. Blinken or somebody went there and he said, we're going to give you another 25 billion. That's more than Europe has put up. But we have to be respected again. They don't respect us at all. You know, they respected me, and I was tough on them with all the money I took in from countries, but in particular China. But they actually do better. You can be tough, and you'll do better with them. They never treated us and me the way they treat this administration. They treat them like they're lapdogs. They call up, she said they are. Who said that? Stand up, please. Will you stand up? Who said that? Somebody. Boy. Well, you're right about that. They have to respect you. School and Public Lands Commissioner Brock Greenfield. Brock, thank you. Is China buying any of that land, Brock? No, he says, no, sir. Public Utilities Commissioner Christy Fegan. Thank you, Christy. Great job. A very special guy. This guy is tough. I mean, he's great. He broke every record tonight. He never thought he'd see a thing like this happen, because it's true. What Christy said, a lot of the people turned it down. I don't turn down. I come back to the people that love me. I come back. They turned it down. And if they did come, you'd have a crowd of about 100 people. But he knew what he was doing. He went to Christie. He said, do you think you can get Trump? And they called me, and I said, let's do it. Let's break every damn record for South Dakota. He's your GOP chairman, John Wick, and he's doing a fantastic job. John, great job. Great job. Thank you very much, John. A man who's also doing something very special, Rapid City Mayor Jason Solomon. Jason? Thank you, Jason. A friend of mine and one of the most respected people in the Senate. He's a great guy, Steve Daines. Where's Steve? Where's Steve? He is doing some job, and he's my friend. We need more Steve Daineses in the Senate, because the Senate has to get a lot tougher. Steve knows that. They got to get a lot tougher in the Senate. It's sad what's happening. And a man who was my first person. He's just outstanding. That's all I could say. He said, I put him in 6 months before I ran. This is 2015 now. I said, what are you thinking? They were doing polls, and it looked like I was doing well, beating people. And he came in and he said, sir, I'm telling you, you're going to win. I said, really, you think? And every day he'd come to my office, sir, you're leading, you're winning, you're leading. This poll is unbelievable. Look at it. I don't even know if it was a real poll. He just kept saying, you're unbelievable, sir. It's the most incredible politician I've ever seen. I haven't even started yet. And he got me a little bit excited. And then I started seeing the country wasn't doing well. And I said, you know what, Corey Lewandowski, I think what we're going to do is we're going to run. And he's a great guy and a very smart guy and a wonderful person and a friend of everybody, Corey Lewandowski. Where is he? Where is he? It's true. Were they real polls, Corey? You better tell me. Oh, he said no. He said no. I have a feeling that might be true. Thank you, Corey. Great guy. With the help of many of you in this arena, in 4 short years, we achieved more than any administration in the history of our country. We have to. And I say that all the time, and the fake news doesn't even correct me. We've done so many things. We became energy independent for the first time in history, and soon would have been energy dominant for the first time ever. Making billions and billions of dollars, rapidly paying down our staggering $34 trillion in debt. We're going to pay it down so fast. And reducing your taxes still further. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan tax cuts. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built nearly 500 miles of border wall, got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers. You know, they always say, oh, he didn't get Mexico. I got Mexico to give us free of charge 28,000 soldiers. While we were building the wall, we built almost 500 miles. You know what my critics say? Oh, but it wasn't all new. No. If there was an old 2x4 laying in the ground that's 50 years old, where they would take it and throw it away, would put in a brand new wall, they'd say, that was a renovation. That wasn't. No. These people are sick. But we built almost 500 miles. Then we were going to add another 200 miles, and we had it all done. You saw what happened. And would have taken them 3 weeks to put it up. We had the bad result in the election. Would have taken 3 weeks, and we would have, every hole would have been plugged. And we built the exact wall that the Border Patrol, they're incredible. Brandon Judd is incredible. Tom Homan is incredible. We have incredible people, and they want to do their job. It's you know, they could sit back and they could just not do anything. They really want to do. They love the country. They want to see it happen. But we got Mexico to put up billions and billions and billions of dollars in 28,000 soldiers protecting our border. We had the best record ever in the history of our country, and that included human trafficking, mostly in women. A horrible thing. You'd think of it as an ancient, horrible situation, but it's bigger now because of the internet. It's this massive, massive business, much bigger than it was 100 years ago and 200 years ago. It's horrible, but we had it to the lowest point it's been in decades, and we had drugs down to the lowest point they've been in decades. And we got Mexico to give us all those soldiers. For all those people that say, this was much more money than I was going to get Mexico to pay for, they gave us 28,000 free. Now, I did tell them, listen, if you don't do that, we're going to tariff all the cars that come into the United States at a level like has never happened before. We would love to give you 28,000 free soldiers. Sir, we would love to give you 28,000. You know, when I first told them about that, we need 28,000 soldiers, your soldiers, free of charge. We need them on the border. And they looked at me like, are you kidding? Then I said, no, we have to have it. No, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You will do it. I'm telling you, you will. And we had a person at the State Department, a woman who was great. She was dealing with Mexico for 25 years. Sir, he'll never do it. She was very good, but she was never able to get anything. But she said, he won't do it. They won't do that. And I said, yeah, they will. Then when I met with the representative, the top guy, I said, yeah, we want 28,000 soldiers. He said, we're not going to do that. Why would we do it? You're going to do it. You're going to do it. He said, no, we're not. I said, yes, you are. Here's the story. I'm signing this document right now. On Monday morning, this was a Friday night, on Monday morning, everything you send into the United States, we're going to have a tariff on of 25%. And that's more money than your 28,000 soldiers will ever cost in a million years. Sir, I'd like to leave this room right now and make a phone call. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I said, you can do that. He came back. Sir, it would be our great honor to supply you free of charge 28,000 soldiers. And when I was negotiating, I said to Brandon Judd, and I said to Tom Homan, and I said to all of the people that were there that are so great, we had that border so good. It was so, all he had to do was go to the beach, okay? Which he does anyway, but he destroyed everything. If he went to the beach, who the hell is telling him to go to the beach every day? Tell me, does he look good? He can't lift. You know, those things weigh about 3 ounces. They're meant for children to pick up. He can't lift the chair. He can't get his feet out of the sand. Who the hell, does he have some political consultant say, you know, you've got a great body. You should go to the beach. Who the hell is giving him that advice? I don't know. Does he like the beach that much? So crazy. But we negotiated, very important, remain in Mexico, because they used to come into our country and we couldn't get them out. When they touched our soil, you couldn't get them out. So we said, we want remain in Mexico. Hundreds of thousands of people were in Tijuana and different places. I wouldn't say Mexico was thrilled until we learned who they were. And in many cases, we wouldn't accept them. We wouldn't take them. And Biden gave that up. It was not easy. He gave it up. And we deported illegal alien criminals by the tens of thousands, MS-13. ICE is so incredible. They don't get the credit. These guys are so tough and love our country so much. They would walk into a nest, they call it a nest, of MS-13. These are killers. These are the toughest, this is the toughest gang probably in the world. A lot of them go to Long Island. They go to different places, but Long Island, for whatever reason, and we have thousands of them. We got rid of thousands, but these guys would walk into a nest and you just see fists flying. I mean, it's the most incredible thing. Who the hell wants to do it? See that guy there with the black? You're a stand-up, please. You're a tough guy. You're not going to do that job, right? Oh, he voted for Trump. I like him. I knew he's got a thing. And I vote for you, too. But you wouldn't do that job. I wouldn't do the job either. But these are tough people, and they love our country. And they were taking them out. They used to call it a paddy wagon. They were throwing them in, and they were taking them out by the thousands out of our country. And we had a problem because these other countries, like El Salvador, all of these different countries, they wouldn't take Guatemala. They wouldn't take the people back. And they came to me and they said, sir, Guatemala, El Salvador, they won't take them back. They never have. They've never agreed to do it. And President Obama was never able to get them back. I said, oh, how much do we give them in aid a year? Sir, we give them 75 million. I said, I think you're wrong. I think it's 10 times that amount. Sir, I'd like to check. He comes back, sir, you were right. It's 750 million. I say, well, that's peanuts compared to what we do, but it's a lot of money. So I said, inform them that effective immediately, we're not making any economic development payments to the country. Because what they would do is we would load up a plane, we would load up a bus, we'd take it into their country, and they wouldn't allow it in. They put planes on the runway, so our planes would fly in. They had big planes put all over the runway, so our planes couldn't land, so they'd come back. This went on for years. And I said, okay, what you do is we're not going to give them any more money. The 750, inform them, effective immediately, no more money. The following morning, I got a call from the 3 presidents. Sir, we'd like to talk to you. Actually, there were separate calls, too, but the exact same words. Sir, I understand there's some difficulty with bringing people back to our country. I said, yeah, for about 10 years, you haven't allowed anybody back in. You send them out yourself in the caravans, but you don't take them back. He goes, sir, perhaps there's a misunderstanding. We would be honored to take them back. Sir, when will the money start coming back into it? I said, number one, you got to take them back. We brought them back into those countries by the thousands and thousands and thousands. Some of these MS-13s, you read the story, in Long Island. In Long Island, 2 beautiful young girls, 16 years old, were walking to school, and they attacked them and they cut them up in pieces, little pieces. They killed them both. And they used knives, not guns, because the knife is much more painful. They watched these kids suffer. These were beautiful, perfect kids. Number 1 in her class, and the other was fantastic athlete. They cut them up in pieces. These are animals. I said that publicly. I said, these are animals. And Nancy Pelosi said, these are human beings. They're not animals. No, they're animals. And we got them out by the tens of thousands. Now they're pouring back into our country because we have stupid people running our country. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. And I'm going to tell you something, because it's really a positive. It's a big positive, but they try and play it as a negative. Last year, those justices bravely and incredibly ruled on something that everybody has wanted for decades, for 51 years. They ruled to end Roe v. Wade. That was a big thing. And it's probably cost us politically, because the other side got energized. And, you know, they're the radicals, not the pro-lifers. But now pro-lifers have a tremendous power to negotiate. They have a power. You had no power to negotiate, because with Roe v. Wade, you couldn't negotiate. They could do anything they wanted. We didn't have any of that before this ruling. This moves the issue back to the states, where every legal scholar said it should be. And like President Ronald Reagan, good man, but like Ronald Reagan before me, I support the 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I support. Not everybody does. I think a large portion do. I think you should, but again, that's your own feeling. Remember, the Democrats are the radicals on this issue because they're willing to kill babies in their 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th month, and even after birth. They're willing to kill babies. So when politicians talk about this, they have to say that they're the extremists, because if you're willing to take a baby out of the womb in the 8th month or the 9th month or after the baby's born, remember that crazy governor, the past governor from Virginia, where he said, when the baby's born, you make a decision. And just recently with the Supreme Court. So that, by the way, the pro-life question, it's going to get you in a position where a lot of tremendously good things are going to happen. 52 years they tried to get that out. We did it. And now you're going to be in a position to do what everybody knows is right. And it's a very important decision. Nobody thought it would be possible to get, but it's something that's very important. The Supreme Court also approved something that nobody thought they would ever see, merit-based systems of education. In other words, if somebody is going to college and has all A's and wants to apply all A's, the best of everything, works so hard and gets rejected by somebody that didn't have anywhere near the academic credentials, nobody thought that would ever get approved. And that was so important. That was such a big thing. It's called merit-based. We have to go back to a merit-based country. But that was just the beginning. Here's just some of the agenda I'll be immediately implementing when it's all of us, when we become 47th President of the United States of America. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. He would have never done it. I know them both. You gotta say. When I was on CNN, I said, I want to see whose side are you on? I said, I'm on the side of people not being killed. I'm on the side of hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and I think that's going to be one of the bad things later on when you find out the real number of people dying in that war. You know, they'll knock down a city, they'll knock down an apartment house, they'll say 2 people were injured. They weren't injured. There were hundreds and hundreds of people killed. Those buildings don't come down and you have 2 people injured. Big buildings coming down, or buildings that are 1,000 years old with the golden domes, you can never do that. But much more importantly, the people. So many people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. It'll be millions. It's already millions. And it's a very, very sad thing. And the numbers are far bigger than anyone understands. And I'll get that done. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. Nobody else is going to prevent it. Nobody else is going to prevent it. And this will be a war like no other. This is a nuclear war. If you have World War III, it'll be a nuclear war. And this won't be army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. This will be levels of destruction that nobody's ever contemplated or thought of before. I will totally obliterate the deep state. We started that. We were doing so well. And then COVID came in. And we'll fire the corrupt bureaucrats who have weaponized our justice system and destroying our country. To stop the Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while persecuting Republicans, conservatives, people of faith. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical DA and AG in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. We will seal up our borders like they were when they took office. Week after week, we're watching as Joe Biden's deadly border betrayals take precious, innocent lives. In May, a pack of 5 adult illegal alien and suspected MS-13 animals were arrested in Maryland for brutally murdering a 15-year-old boy and dumping his body in a state park. When the parents saw this, they'll never be the same either. The people that I was with the other night, they'll never be the same. These parents will never be the same. No parent will ever be the same. Just last month, the savage illegal alien who was released into our country by Joe Biden and his crazy, weak orders, and there are no orders, was arrested for raping an 11-year-old girl and strangling her to death after she was raped. Shortly before she was murdered, she texted her father that someone was knocking at the door. He arrived home from work and found his daughter's body stuffed in a laundry basket under her bed. These vicious Biden border killings must end, but it's only going to get worse because they're letting people in from prisons, from mental institutions. They're letting some of the worst people in the world in. And I tell you, I've met a lot of your law enforcement tonight. We have the greatest people in the world, law enforcement. They know how to do their job. We have to let them do their job. When I'm reelected, we will immediately commence the largest deportation operation in American history. But we cannot wait until 2025 to begin stopping this horrible invasion. This is like a military invasion. They're killing hundreds of thousands of people between the drugs that are coming in, the people that are coming in, the crime. That's why tonight I'm calling on congressional Republicans to ban Joe Biden from using a single tax dollar, no taxpayer money, to release or resettle illegal aliens into the United States, starting on the government funding deadline of September 30th. Steve? We take better care of these people, and many of them are criminals, than we take care of our veterans, our soldiers, and spend a lot more money doing it. You know, in New York, many of them are living in luxury hotels. Luxury hotels, hotels that you wouldn't want to go to because you wouldn't want to pay the price. Luxury hotels, it's not even believable. The time for talk is over. Now is the time for action, and they should immediately defund. Time for action. People are tired of talk. People are tired of talk. I said to our First Lady the other night, you know, this is big stuff. They caught Biden getting $10.2 million. That's peanuts compared to what the other numbers. But the guy said, this is big stuff. She goes, oh, well, all right. I said, what do you mean? Well, nothing will happen. We got to let it happen. And I tell Steve and everybody, you got to take care. I mean, our country is being fleeced and robbed by people that have gotten away with things that nobody should be allowed to. And a lot of the Republicans, and they're great people, and great people just period. Democrats too, they feel it. Things should happen to take care of this. When she went, oh, that's good, nothing will happen. And a lot of people feel that, right? A lot of people feel that. We can't have that. And I hope that's why Steve and his friends, because he's got some great ones over there, but I hope the Senate gets tough, because the House has been working hard, but the Senate under this guy, Mitch McConnell, has been a disaster. And they should immediately defund the DOJ and prosecutors who are trying to take conservatives and Republicans out of political races through indictments and other illegal means. That's what they're doing. You know, if I was in third or fourth place, or if I wasn't running, I'd be living the life of Raleigh. I wouldn't be here with you tonight, but I'd be living there. I'd have nice houses all over the place. I'd be living a beautiful life. They wouldn't indict me. They indicted me because I'm in first place. And I hate to read those good polls here, because every time I read a good poll, they want to indict me again. Maybe I should announce I'm doing horribly. It's horrible. Oh, we'll withdraw it. Their goal is to interfere with elections in order to make it harder for Republicans and conservatives to win. Congressional Republicans should also stop the Biden administration from bringing back COVID mandates, lockdowns, or restrictions of any kind by cutting off the money. And in your state, because of your governor, you're not going to have that problem, but a lot of states do. The radical Democrats are trying hard to restart COVID hysteria. I wonder why. Is there an election coming up by any chance? You know, I saw just the other day for the first time, we're thinking about masks again. I said, what's going on? Oh, that's right, there's an election coming up. Now, these guys, they'll do anything. But we can't comply because it's bad. And just follow your governor, follow your governor. On day one of my new administration, I will terminate every Green New Deal restriction that is destroying the U.S. economy with skyrocketing energy costs. Starting with Biden's preposterous electric vehicle mandate. So, you know, some people want to drive for more than an hour and a half. Sean Fain, you know who that is? The president, and he's a respected guy, president of the United Auto Workers, cannot even think about allowing all electric cars. They will be made, every one of them, in China, and the auto industry in America will cease to exist. And they have to, if they do all electric cars, none of them will be made here. They have all of the minerals, they have all of every form of material, every form of everything they have. We have a thing called gasoline, and they don't have that, but they have to do something. And you know, what you really want is some people like an electric car, some people you gotta have choice. Hybrids maybe are good, but you gotta have choice. They're forcing it. Think of it. California had big blackouts this week, and they had a restriction on electric cars taking any electricity. You believe it? And then they want to go all electric. The whole thing is crazy. There is already a giant EDLUT. We call it an EDLUT. They don't go far along, are very expensive, and the consumer must be given a choice. The consumer wants choice just like we want school choice. We want choice in what kind of a car we buy. So vote for Trump, and I will stop this madness immediately. I will stop it. And, you know, when you think about it, Mexico and Canada love Biden. They love this idiotic policy. That's so good for them. They won't follow suit. And save Michigan and all of the other auto states, because the American consumer just is not interested in doing this. They're not going to do it. They're all over. It's a glut. They call it an EDLUT. But we have to save the American consumer is what we really have to save. I will revoke China's most favored nation status. They have a trade status, most favored, because they say they're a developing country. Well, you know what? We're a developing country, too. We have to redevelop because our country's gone to hell. And we will ban China from buying up America, including American farmland, which you know something about. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will keep men out of women's sports. I will sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Now think of it. Could you imagine 10 or 15 years ago having some politician, hate to use that term, but I guess that's what I became, never really wanted to be a politician, but that's what I became, I guess. But could you imagine saying, I will stop child mutilation? Who would think of this? Child mutilation without parental consent. Can you imagine if you made that statement 10 years ago, they'd say, is this guy crazy? But that's what you have to do. We'll stop child mutilation. And can you imagine having to say that I will also we are going to restore the Trump ban on transgender in the military. We had a ban on transgender. And I went to generals, I say, what do you want to do? No, sir, please do it. But then you see the same guys on television, well, I'd like to, it's very sad. You know, I had a ban, and tremendous amounts of drugs are necessary, a lot of other things. You're not allowed to have drugs in the military, so just there. And I love everybody. I mean, I love everybody, but it's not something that works, as people will tell you, as generals will tell you, as people in the military will tell you. So I had a ban, and immediately they released that ban. And, it's not a good situation. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is under siege. and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. That's all we should have. But until then, you got to get out and vote. The way we win is to swamp them. They can only cheat so much. And you know, a lot of people say, oh, vote early, you know, go vote early, vote Tuesday. You know, they had a vote in Arizona where many of the machines were broken, the Republican machines, of course. For Carrie Lake, who's a wonderful woman, but they had a vote. And they got there on Tuesday, and they stood in line for hours and hours and hours because a big percentage of the machines were not working. Terrible thing. This is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. Together we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like it. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. We can't let anybody take it away. From Sioux Falls to Rapid City, from the Black Hills to the Badlands. What are the Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name. I live in the Badlands. Actually, the inner cities are the Badlands, right? I'll bet your Badlands are very nice. And from the open skies of the Great Plains to the majestic banks of the wide and beautiful Missouri, you stand on the shoulders of some of the toughest, freest, and fiercest people ever to walk on this earth, like her, like him, like so many. This state was built by strong South Dakota men and proud South Dakota women who braved the snow and the rain and the hot and the cold, the dangers and the diseases to head west and settle their families on the great frontier. Life was hard and it was tough, but they were Americans, and this was to them God's country. I fully understand it. Fully understand it. This is God's country. South Dakota is the state where Lewis and Clark discovered the awesome splendor of the American West. It's where fearless American workers carved their heroes into the face of Mount Rushmore. Think of that. It's where generations of hunters and trappers, cowboys, ranchers, miners, farmers, workers, and craftsmen helped build America into the greatest nation in the history of the world. But now, we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are through the roof. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest in our history, where we are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a short number of years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold right under our feet than any other country in the world. We are a nation that just yesterday heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their output of oil and substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we no longer will be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal. Yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal is fake and will lead to our country's destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all-electric cars, despite the fact that they can't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our great army tanks all electric, so that despite the fact that they will not be able to go very far either, few pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory. And also, we are a nation who wants to make our jet fighters with a green energy stamp, losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of pollutants while we attempt to knock out their planes all over the skies. We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a thing as that? We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world. And we are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. And China with Taiwan is next. We were a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never seen before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was. And they knew it wasn't also. And the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and the possibility of nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars, because of the weaponry that no one even wants to think about. Most powerful weapons in history. We're a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering false indictments of Donald Trump, who has done nothing wrong. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to more than rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. they respected us greatly. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer respected or listened to on the world stage. No respect. They think we're run by fools. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, and faith. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain, this horrible, horrible supply chain, is broken, and whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than formula for our beautiful little babies. A nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when they will, where their ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what they're doing. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, it's lost its willpower, and it's lost its strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2024 is our final battle. With your support in this primary, we are going to finish what we so brilliantly started. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will drain the swamp once and for all. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. Together, we will complete the mission. We will cross the finish line. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back this country with a righteous and magnificent victory on Election Day 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, South Dakota. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
South Dakota, going a little less than 2 hours, getting a little emotional when that somber music started playing. He had to really take a pause as he started mentioning off all of the problems our country is facing and his plans to fix the problems.
100%. That's not something you see every day with President Trump, right before the music playing, for him to pause like that. Also, he got very real when he was talking about the Gold Star families, hearing that, tragic story from that one mom, he obviously got emotional there too. But at the end of the day too, he's out there still dancing, still loving the people, and he's going to continue to do that. Governor Kristi Noem, that speech was pretty awesome as well, endorsing President Trump for the November 2024 election. Also, one of her quotes, while leaders across the world used fear to manipulate, to lie, and to control people, we chose a different path, calling President Trump the world's strongest leader. Is that not the truth?
Yes, we've been talking about that all night. The world respects Donald Trump, and we just think that he is the leader of the free world, and so we're eager to continue to follow him on the campaign trail. He mentioned the numbers, the poll numbers that are out, saying now 62% for him, 12% for Ron DeSantis, and then, of course, leading against Joe Biden in those polls. So, again, he mentioned the indictments. He says, if you keep indicting me, my numbers keep going up. So you heard it, less than 2 hours of President Donald Trump talking about the news going on with him and his life right now, and also his plans for America. We want to thank our sponsors tonight, Birch Gold. Text Trump to 989898. Get a free information kit and protect your savings. Birch Gold.
Right, and we also want to thank Boink and Blackout Coffee. Special thanks to the three great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez for Vanessa Broussard. We want to thank you so much for watching with us. We'll see you next time from Rapid City, South Dakota. Take care.
Have a great night, America.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout! Blackout coffee, baby! Blackout coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name is Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee. Not to me, it's freedom.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been